In a gloomy forge, a burly man raised a heavy hammer above the anvil. He struck the glowing metal with all his might, sparking a shower of bright sparks. Behind him appeared a shadowy figure, mockingly asking if he truly believed in his success. Silence fell in the forge as the master completely ignored the taunts, focusing on his work. Without turning, the blue-haired man sharply told the guest to get lost if he came only to talk nonsense and justify his own guilt. Raising the hammer again, the blacksmith warned not to approach him with that false determination. The heavy tool fell on the anvil with a terrible crash, flashing a blinding light. In his memory, a terrible night under the downpour instantly surfaced, where the body of a woman named Saul A. hung lifelessly from a tree. A torn, blood-stained flag fluttered in the wind, symbolizing the complete destruction of their home. The man fell to his knees in despair amid the ruined residence that was once magnificent. He tightly pressed the bloodied body of an older man to himself, hysterically calling for his father. Tears mixed with rain as he released a frantic scream of pain into the sky. A tragic memory was interrupted by the image of a mutilated body lying alone in the dark forest. Returning to the present, the guest laughed scornfully, pointing to the irony. The creator of murder weapons now dreams of revenge. The master's eyes narrowed with cold anger, considering these words an absolute absurdity. He silently closed his eyes, trying to suppress emotions and ignore the cheap provocation. Opening them again, the blacksmith declared with icy calm that he did not care about all contradictions. His gaze flashed with blue light, confirming that determination remains unshakable. With heavy steps, he carried out a massive wooden chest that held his greatest creation. Stepping into the light, he bitterly recalled 15 years of his miserable life as a blacksmith of the bloody cult. Limping to the gates of the majestic fortress, he accepted the fact that no excuses made sense anymore. The tragedy created by his own hands could never be erased. Looking at the broken sign of the sect, he realized that it was time to put an end to it. Taking a deep breath, the master mentally promised to finish everything with his own hands. Massive doors opened, announcing to those present the arrival of the demonic blacksmith. He stepped onto the vast square, firmly pressing a mysterious chest to his chest. Tens of thousands of cultists simultaneously bowed to the ground, greeting their rulers. Blood-red flags majestically fluttered, glorifying the eternal power of the demonic heavens. The fanatical commander shouted that their cult had conquered the Central Plains in just 15 years. Standing in the center of the square, he proclaimed the bloody cult the sole and true master of the war world. The crowd erupted with a unanimous roar, completely subdued by their absolute power. High on the throne sat the lord of the bloody cult himself, radiating a terrible, invincible aura. The blacksmith continued his path through rows of warriors bowed in deep reverence. The official representative respectfully announced that the master had arrived to present the 11th divine weapon. Limping, the blacksmith mentally admitted, even if this is not atonement, he no longer cared. He heavily knelt on one knee before the throne, bowing his head with an offering. A pulsating violet light suddenly burst out of the chest, blinding everyone present in the hall. The commander's eyes widened in shock at the unprecedented power of the artifact. Inside the magical energy, a flawless magical dagger was smoothly levitating. But in a moment, the weapon simply dissolved into the air, leaving the chest completely empty. The blacksmith's gaze darkened. He had perfectly executed the first part of his deadly plan. The officer exploded with a demonic aura, realizing the betrayal, and shouted that this would be the end. The space was engulfed by a flash of light as absolute chaos began in the square. The commander shouted in rage, demanding explanations for this pathetic trick. He cursed the blacksmith, calling him worthless trash, while anger burned him from within. A powerful violet shockwave threw the master far backward. A destructive energy stream swept through the square, sweeping away stones and people. The officer's face twisted as the word blood flashed threateningly in his mind. A gigantic pillar of energy shot up from the ground, tossing the attacker high into the sky. A huge blade of pure force swiftly rushed down, straight at the demon lord. Completely unshaken, the lord propped his chin with his hand, watching the attack with boredom. An explosion tore through space, scattering cultists in all directions amid clouds of dust. When the smoke cleared, the officer held his breath in shock. The lord sat completely unharmed, easily blocking the deadly strike with a thin magical shield. Undeterred, the traitor began concentrating a purple lightning bolt in his palm. In response, the lord lazily raised one finger, instantly creating a sphere of deadly black energy. The officer roared, acknowledging that he was using martial arts taught to him by the lord himself. He vowed to burn his life force to ashes for one final, devastating strike. A dense beam of darkness burst from the demon's finger, cutting through the air straight to the target. The Lord's eye gleamed fiercely, radiating absolute oppressive power. With a scream about murder, the officer rushed forward, clutching the pulsating sphere. The cataclysmic collision tore apart the main hall, erasing the boundary between sky and earth. Losing the clash, the struck officer flew down like a stone onto the ruined floor. Residual energy swept away the sect's architecture, leaving behind only ruins. The surviving cultists trembled with horror, unable to understand how someone could possess such divine power. The blacksmith barely stood at the edge of the crater, observing the consequences of his plan. A large puddle of blood began to quickly spread beneath his feet. His body could not endure, he coughed harshly, spitting out clots of blood. Despite the mortal wounds, he felt relief. His mission was finally accomplished. The Overlord only sneered disgustedly, considering this suicidal rebellion rather amusing. Suddenly, the demon's eyes widened in shock as he himself spat out a stream of black blood. The true weapon revealed itself, a shapeless energy dagger, impossible to sense beforehand. The primary blade had already pierced through the chest of the Overlord, proving its status as a divine artifact. Feeling life fading, the demon angrily asked how the miserable blacksmith was still standing. The blacksmith received a powerful blow and was thrown back, choking on his own blood. The Overlord loomed over him, bleeding from the poisonous dagger, and mocked his loyalty. He coldly stated that even for a descendant of the famous Tan clan, this revenge was utterly futile. Holding his broken neck, the blacksmith growled at the demon to shut his filthy mouth. The Overlord grabbed him by the throat, regretfully noting that he would have left him alive if he had even a drop of energy. Gasping, the master spat out his last words, forever cursing his executioner. He swore that this curse would haunt the monster for all eternity. The demon raised his hand with the energy dagger to tear the blacksmith to pieces. At the brink of death, the master's lips silently uttered a secret spell. The demon's eyes widened in panic as he realized what his servant had just activated. The blacksmith released all the remaining life force, transforming himself into the epicenter of the explosion. The formless dagger reacted to the spell, sparkling with unstable crimson lightning. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, the Overlord concentrated a giant sphere of bloody aura. He threw his hand forward, releasing all his power to suppress the threat. The phantom dagger transformed into a gigantic blade upon colliding with the demonic strike. With an inhuman roar, the blacksmith poured his entire soul and fury into the technique. A destructive explosion tore through space, shredding the master's body and throwing him aside. A shard of stone pierced his head, instantly ending his physical existence. Falling into darkness, he helplessly pondered the exact moment his life went awry. He was born with a deformed dantian, found himself only in creating weapons, but never lived the life he truly desired. Diving into the abyss, he asked himself if knowledge of the future could have changed everything. If only it were possible to go back and correct all the fatal mistakes. Memories stopped at that worst day when the demonic world descended upon their lands. Thus ended ingloriously the life of the greatest divine blacksmith under the heavens. The system window coldly announced, the life of Dan Si-un had come to its end. Suddenly, the abyss disappeared, and before the eyes materialized a table laden with hot food. The silence was broken by a rough male voice and the sound of a fist striking the tabletop with force. The enraged man with scars barked whether anyone was listening at all, leaving Si-un in complete stupor. The hero blinked, unable to comprehend the sharp transition from death to a noisy room. Some guy with a dumpling in his mouth looked shocked as Si-un grabbed his head, feeling pain. Cold sweat appeared on his face, all sensations were too vivid for the afterlife. The bandit hit the table again, furious that his words were completely ignored. He aggressively leaned toward the young master, demanding he come to his senses immediately. Without waiting for a response, the ruffian slapped Si-un loudly with a swing. The hero shockingly touched his burning cheek while his brain hook-like gathered fragments of reality. The bandit, whom memory instantly identified as Ju Namphian, continued to scream. Familiar faces and surroundings pressed the trigger in his memory. Nearby on the floor sat a crying blonde, despairingly addressing the young leader. Si-un's eyes widened with uncontrollable horror as he recognized this girl. Before his eyes flashed again the same ghostly memory, dead Sol A under the rain. The ice of realization froze his body. He clearly remembered what day it was. It was the day Sol A was wronged, and his weakness did not allow him to protect her. Looking at the girl who was crying, he felt absolute, unwavering clarity. He had definitely returned to the past, to the very same fatal moment. Asking himself whether this was not a dream, Si-un cold-bloodedly adjusted his clothes. His gaze became steel. It did not matter whether it was a dream or reality. He carefully leaned towards the girl, sincerely apologizing for not being able to protect her back then. Completely enraged by this behavior, Namphian swung again, shouting what nonsense this bastard was talking. Si-un threw him a deadly glance, mentally swearing to change everything right here and now. Swiftly rising, he harshly grabbed the bandit's hand, promising to give him a single chance to apologize like a human. Namphian forcefully tore his hand away, shouting that the blacksmith had completely lost his mind. Grabbing the sword hilt, the bandit accused him of playing a false game and asked if he really wanted to die. He ordered Si-un to shut up and be glad that he was simply refused marriage. With veins bulging on his face, Namphian roared that even he would reject such a bastard just by looking at him. He continued to pour dirt on him, mocking his appearance and smell. Si-un lightning fast drew his blade. His aura flared as he declared that a rotten nature is much worse than appearance. The bandit fully drew his sword, shouting that he would see how this mouth would speak after death. But in a moment his eyes rolled back, the opponent literally evaporated from the spot. The cold gaze of Si-un fixed the target, preparing the forbidden technique of sudden attack. With a battle roar, Namphian began wildly swinging his sword, creating a whirlwind of strikes around himself. Easily dodging the blade, Si-un recalled how in a past life he was simply brutally beaten in this very room. He gracefully jumped, flying over the clumsy horizontal swing of the bandit. Softly landing, he smiled fiercely, openly mocking the pitiful efforts of the enemy. Driven mad with rage, Namphian jumped into the air, unleashing a devastating vertical strike on him. Si-un did not move, raising crossed blades while the bandit shouted that he would not be lucky a second time. Namphian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from absolute incomprehension of what had happened. Si-un perfectly blocked the heavy sword with a regular blade, sparking a shower of sparks. With one smooth, calculated wrist movement, he deflected the enemy's weapon aside. Lightning fast, he dove under the opponent's arm, completely breaking his stance. With incredible acceleration, Si-un turned and delivered a deep cutting strike to the bandit's torso. The force of the blow threw the massive body of Namphian into the air, making him gasp in pain. The bandit landed harshly on the wooden floor, leaving a bloody trail. Si-un slowly approached, and his eyes flared with a demonic crimson light, paralyzing the enemy with horror. The room plunged into darkness as the true energy of the higher martial art was unleashed. He lunged forward like a predator whose thirst for killing literally pressed down on the opponent. In complete panic, Namphian backed away on the floor, pitifully begging to stop. Ignoring the whimpering, Si-un raised his sword, which now sparkled with bloody lightning. The blade struck the floor with incredible force, shattering the boards at the spot where the bandit barely managed to roll back. Namphian screamed in terror, trying to save his worthless life. This pressure of the aura made him understand one thing: it was too early for the existence of a monster of such power. Si-un stood in the center of the bloody whirlwind, announcing in an icy tone that they were just warming up. The bandit's body shook uncontrollably, and his confidence turned to ashes. He mentally cursed everything in the world, not understanding how trash with a broken dantian could use such techniques. Dark energy thickened, resembling the claws of death itself reaching for the soul. The silhouette of Si-un distorted, transforming into the embodiment of true demonic horror. Step by step, he approached the miserable piece of meat that begged him not to come closer. Releasing bright white light from the other blade, Si-un clearly made it known that he was not going to play the righteous hero. The energy of the two blades merged into one as he announced the final score of their battle. Namphian was drenched in tears of desperate horror, staring into the eyes of inevitable doom. A cruel, predatory smile stretched across Si-un's face under flashes of red lightning. He lowered the energy blade, delivering the verdict: next would be the heart. The man in dark clothing confidently moved forward, coldly confirming the enemy's suspicions while the latter crawled back in animalistic terror, begging him not to come closer. Rejecting the title of righteous hero, the warrior unleashed his aura, intending to settle old scores once and for all. The face of the fallen opponent twisted with tears and despair as he realized the inevitability of retribution. The swordsman smiled slyly, and his body began to be enveloped by threatening crimson lightning. Dark energy concentrated on the tip of his massive blade as he mentally promised to pierce the heart of his victim. The onlookers froze in shock, not believing their own eyes. The invincible Li Ho-sun suffered a devastating defeat. The crowd whispered in stunned disbelief, as the outcome of the fight between the elite disciple of the alliance leader and a worthless member of the fallen Tang clan seemed obvious to them from the very beginning. Someone timidly addressed the young Master Dan, begging him to immediately stop this madness. A witness screamed hysterically, instinctively shielding himself from the devastating pressure hanging in the air. Panicked accomplices hurriedly rushed inside the residence, seeking salvation. The victor merely waved them off carelessly, standing with his back still streaming with ominous dark energy. Suddenly, a mysterious sphere on his belt pulsed with a bright purple glow, emitting uncontrolled discharges. Blood treacherously trickled from the corner of his lips, indicating critical overstrain of the body. Clenching his teeth, the young man forced himself to hold on, realizing he had no right to reveal his demonic nature here. Meanwhile, in the corner, a tortured woman cried helplessly, her condition serving as silent proof of the cruelty of the local scoundrels. The wounded opponent again burst into a pitiful scream, demanding that the hero get away and stop his speeches. Instead of answering, the swordsman swiftly closed the distance, delivering a devastating blow with the hilt of his dagger, which sent the enemy flying back with a crunch. His gaze instantly sharpened as instincts sounded the alarm due to the approach of a new threat. The young man barely managed to cross weapons, blocking a sudden, deadly strike from above. From the clash, the floor beneath their feet cracked, and the attacker hung in the air for a moment, pressing down on the warrior's defense with his weight. From the darkness came a stern order to stop, while the young Master Dan, breathing heavily, assessed the situation. The newly arrived squad categorically declared that they would not turn a blind eye to this incident, gradually surrounding the arena. The swordsmen instantly recognized their uniforms. It was the elite guard of the dragon's successor. The squad commander, Sun Yugon, contemptuously called him a freak and drew his sword. The hero's eyes filled with a predatory crimson. He clearly understood that these people had been conspiring with his enemies from the very beginning. Memory helpfully recalled the fact that these warriors, together with Li Ho-sun, would become the worst traitors of the combat alliance in the future. Their names will forever be engraved in history as synonyms of treachery and dishonor. Memories of the Sichuan bloody incident flashed instantly in his mind, painting gruesome scenes of a massacre in the bamboo forest. Because of their betrayal, 30% of all alliance forces were destroyed in an instant, and the land was soaked with blood. His gaze became deadly cold, and a barely noticeable dark aura began to separate from his body. Having made a final decision, he mentally swore to eliminate these traitors right here and now. The commander brazenly asked what would happen if the dragon guard refused to ignore the beating. Pointing at the bloodied Li Ho-sun, Sun Wukong arrogantly stated that he was not even an official disciple yet, so they had no right to intervene. The commander's face suddenly stretched in surprise when he realized his fatal slip of the tongue. The swordsman coldly noted that Li Ho-sun was still on probation, and logically asked how ordinary guards could know such secret details. The young man reproached the guard for silently watching the abuse of an innocent woman and now suddenly deciding to play the justice card. The commander went mad at such impudence, pointing his finger and shouting that such trash was not fit to enforce the laws of the alliance. The warrior's lips stretched into a grim, ironic smile. With undisguised sarcasm, he praised the true impartiality of their justice. The frenzied Sun Yugon rushed forward with a roar, swinging a huge sword and accusing the boy of contempt for the alliance. The guards began to tighten the ring, threatening terrible consequences if the youth did not immediately kneel and start begging for forgiveness. The swordsman calmly caught his dagger, mockingly noting that the commander talks too much. Continuing to provoke, he asked if Sun Yugon owed his high position to his long tongue. The guard's face flushed with blood from rage as he hissed that the arrogance of this boy simply breaks the heavens. Giving a sharp order, he sent his men to attack, commanding them to seize the insolent one. At that moment, the soldier's sword sliced through the air with a whistle, forming a deadly web of strikes. The youth instantly assessed the situation. 3 first-class fighters stood against him at once. He easily repelled the first attack, meeting the massive blade with a loud metallic clang. Sparks scattered in all directions as the weapons crossed closely, testing the physical strength of both opponents. With a lightning-fast spin, the hero dodged a side strike, allowing the enemy's blade to pass a millimeter from him. Another attacker tried to strike from behind, but the youth sensed the movement in time and sharply turned around. A heavy sword whistled right above his head. The boy barely managed to lean back, saving his life. The enemies continued to press on, their movements coordinated and leaving no room for a counterattack. The youth's eyes narrowed, his brain analyzing every change in the opponent's positions at superhuman speed. Deflecting another hail of blows, he turned into a whirlwind of blades, easily parrying the guard's lunges. In his mind, he counted his own reserves. After the last technique, very little internal energy remained. Realizing that a prolonged fight would end in defeat, the boy decided to finish everything with one quick clash. With a battle cry, the enemy rushed forward, putting his entire body weight into his lunge. But the swordsman gracefully leapt into the air, jumping over the attacker and leaving him to cut through empty space. While in flight, the youth delivered a precise strike, causing the opponent to crash face-first into the wooden floor at full speed. The next moment he pushed off the ground, turning into a blurred line of pure energy. Another guard received a devastating blow and flew into the air, coughing up blood in front of the shocked commander. The youth's blade continued its deadly dance, leaving behind only bright flashes of light. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in rage, realizing that this boy was just playing with his elite squad. Filled with anger, the commander sharply pushed off the floor with his foot, deciding to deal with the insolent one personally. He jumped incredibly high, looming over the hero like a predator before a fatal strike. The eyes of one of the guards widened in horror when he felt the true aura of the youth, calling him a monster. In panic, the subordinate even shouted at his target to tone down the fervor. But Sun Wukong, with burning eyes, unleashed his massive kick directly on the hero, trying to crush him. The collision was so powerful that the boy spat blood and flew sideways with a crash. The youth's body slammed into the floor, leaving behind a deep crater of debris and a cloud of dust. He barely lifted his head, wiping blood from his chin, while above him loomed the ominous figure of the victor. Sun Wukong contemptuously pointed his sword at the fallen one, asking how such a wretch dared to cause such a mess. He disdainfully said that the place of third-rate trash was only under his feet. The commander continued his arrogant lectures, asking if the youth realized the cost of such shameful behavior. The hero only sighed quietly, noticing that it was impossible to rest properly because of their noise. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists until they cracked, his gaze becoming incredibly focused again. The warrior's face tensed. Having no other choice, he made the painful decision to forcibly open his upper dantian. The space around him exploded with concentrated energy, causing Sun Wukong to recoil in shock. Regaining his balance, the commander confidently declared that no trickery would change the final outcome. The young man, now wrapped in sparkling blue lightning, coldly ordered him to stop babbling and accept the fight. His dagger vibrated, absorbing so much energy that it began to glow brightly in the dimness of the residence. The commander, whose sword was also covered with a green aura, stated that the boy was truly seeking death. Sun Wukong lunged forward, promising to immediately fulfill this death wish. But the warrior stood unshaken. Powerful discharges danced on his body, preparing him for the perfect strike. Suddenly, the space distorted, and before the commander materialized a huge, magic-filled ephemeral blade. The boy froze in shock, recognizing this technique, the formless dagger, which under no circumstances should have appeared here. An invisible force threw Sun Wukong back, tossing him like a broken doll. Recalling the past, the young man shuddered as he realized that this very weapon had once pierced his dantian, and now its appearance was destroying all logic of events. Throwing aside the guard, the mysterious technique began to flood the space with dazzling green light. However, the young man instantly dismissed doubts. It did not matter where it came from, the main thing was that this power now obeyed him. Gathering his will into a fist, he clenched his palms, forming an incredibly dense energy barrier around the talisman. The green aura of the commander completely dissipated, and his body was thrown upward by the overwhelming force of spiritual pressure. With the weapon uncontrollably vibrating in his trembling hands, Sun Wukong screamed in panic that his own body had stopped obeying him. Suddenly, a foot in light footwear softly stepped onto the arena, leaving behind a trail of golden dust. The young man looked up in shock, his aura instantly extinguished before the incredible presence of the newcomer. An elderly hand, wrapped in warm golden light, gently rested on the boy's shoulder, stopping his movement. The venerable elder with a white beard calmly said that such mighty power should not be scattered left and right. The hero could not believe his eyes, looking at the majestic silhouette towering over him like an impregnable mountain. All present instantly fell to their knees, greeting the strongest martial arts master of the current era. Before them stood the leader of the combat alliance himself, whose calm but piercing gaze made everyone tremble with fear. Someone's hand glowed with a golden light, and the space was torn by an address to the young man. The gray-bearded elder looked sternly at the hero, warning that such mighty power must not be used recklessly. The young man stunnedly raised his eyes to the massive silhouette, instantly recognizing this person. All present fell to their knees, greeting the strongest warrior of the era and the leader of the alliance. The ruler of the Combat Alliance silently towered over the hero, radiating absolute authority. It was the Sword Emperor Yu Jin-hak. The young man's face tensed with the realization of the scale of the threat. Sun rays illuminated his focused gaze and drops of sweat on his cheeks. The war with the bloody cult was gaining momentum, and the defeat of the alliance seemed inevitable. The bloody chaos on the battlefield was taking the lives of dozens of fighters. The wounded swordsman of the Yuden clan, clutching the broken blade in his teeth, fought desperately to the end, proving that their sect was different from the others. The Sword Emperor, guardian of the righteous path, took up arms again every day. His legendary path was cut short only by the divine weapon created by the youth. The hero's hand tightly gripped the dagger's hilt. The purple blade hung in the air while the warrior mentally ordered himself to discard unnecessary sentiments. Even the bloody demon at his time did not sense the presence of the formless dagger. A drop of sweat rolled down the youth's temple. The situation had gotten out of control. The tension in the hall rose to a critical level. The old leader frowned, barely audibly saying that all this was extremely strange. His piercing gaze analyzed every detail of the battle. The auras of those present contracted under the pressure of the great master. The hero clenched his teeth, feeling cold sweat from the heavy atmosphere. Looking away, he mentally admitted that the girl nearby was probably scared to death. Someone's fingers touched the shoulder of the frightened blonde sharply but carefully. A dignified woman gently stroked her cheek, advising her not to get up and to rest. She shielded the girl from prying eyes. The blonde leaned with relief against her savior. The woman stepped forward, apologizing to the alliance leader for the noise. It was Boyan, the divine healer, former head of Ame and a master of taming tigers. The hero cursed mentally, realizing that with the healer's appearance, the situation became completely complicated. Memories shifted to a peaceful gazebo in the middle of a lake. The water quietly splashed around the wooden supports. The Sword Emperor said bitterly that those scoundrels would never change. He recalled how many members of the alliance betrayed knighthood, forcing him to take power. But even after years, corruption did not disappear anywhere. Sunlight reflections danced on the water, contrasting with the old man's sadness. The woman slammed the bowl on the table with a bang, calling him a stupid donkey. The drink spilled from the sharp blow. She sternly ordered him to stop carrying the entire burden alone. The healer advised to retire and spend the remaining days drinking wine. The old man silently accepted her reproach. The gazebo continued to drown in the sun rays. The wind lightly stirred the lotuses on the pond. Their conversation dissolved into silence. The lake regained its mirror-like smoothness. Returning to reality, Boyan addressed the old man, wondering how such a massacre was even possible. Her gaze caught on the wounds of the fallen enemies. The woman leaned closer to the bloodied body. Examining the wounds, the healer confirmed the accuracy of her guesses. She sharply turned to the young man, asking if he really used the throwing technique. The Sword Emperor's eyes narrowed predatory. The hero instantly grouped with daggers as enemies gathered around. One of the wounded fighters shouted that the wounds on their bodies were too serious. The man gasped for air, bleeding. Every movement of his was accompanied by pain. The Sword Emperor asked the young man to explain his actions in an icy tone. Tensing his muscles, the hero cut off that there was nothing to explain here. He used the techniques of the Tan clan. His body was enveloped by a battle aura. Deciding to end politeness towards elders, the young man drew daggers glowing with crimson energy. His eyes flared with rage. He warned that he would not hold back even before the leader of the alliance. The old man became angry. His eye blazed with golden light as he asked if the brat was ready to throw away his life over emotions. The young man sprang from his place, leaving a trail of dark energy, and rushed at the emperor. Their silhouettes blurred from speed. The clash of auras made the air vibrate. The wooden floor cracked under the pressure of their power. Sparks from the metal scattered through the hall. The dynamics of the fight reached a peak. Yu Jin-hak unleashed his true power. The young man's blade ignited with blue flames, demanding to burn life force for the sake of the strike. In his consciousness, he declared that he would follow the same path as the elder. The leader's face twitched. He recalled his own doubts and bitterly asked whether the young man thought that fixing the world would be easy. Testing the boy's sincerity, the old man drew his own sword. His blade reflected the light. In a moment he struck, creating dozens of phantom afterimages. The sword crashed into the floor with a roar, releasing black energy. A giant yin-yang symbol formed in the air, sweeping away everything in its path. The hero's eyes widened in shock. Countless Teiji concepts merged into a single line. He remembered legends that enlightenment is achieved through observing greatness. His feet swiftly avoided strikes that mesmerized with their deadly beauty. The old man's blade sliced through space with perfect precision. The young man caught himself thinking that he wouldn't mind dying by such a perfect blade. This style embodied the philosophy of the Wudang clan, destructive power in absolute softness. Suddenly, the old man let out a deafening roar. He sharply pressed the blade to the throat of the traitor Li Ho-sun, who was lying on the floor. The beaten enemy's face distorted with horror, and he pitifully squeaked to the master. Ho-sun trembled, not daring to blink. Cold sweat covered his dirty face. The pressure of the emperor's aura destroyed his will. Looking at the reflection in the blade, the old man asked what chivalry this bastard possessed. The one-armed traitor began to justify himself, shouting that he also risked his life because of the youth. The emperor's face twisted. He barked for him to be silent, or else his ears would rot from lies. Clumsy attempts to evoke pity failed. The old man abruptly turned away, and the wretch exhaled a thankful sigh of relief. However, the leader threw over his shoulder that he had never had such a shameful student. He hid the sword in the sheath, handing over the right to punish to the young man. Behind the crippled enemy, the silhouette of the hero grew, whose hands sparkled with a blue aura. Li Ho-sun grabbed the blade in panic, but the young man cold-bloodedly cut off. Death for him is a luxury. The fist charged with energy cut through the air. A blue explosion pierced the enemy's chest, breaking through barriers. The collision generated a dazzling ball of lightning. Li Ho-sun's body flew back from the devastating blow. He broke through the wooden wall, scattering splinters. The scream of agony instantly drowned in a stream of blood. The hero stood amid the destruction, his eyes burning with icy fury. Dust settled on the ruins of the hall. The body of the fallen traitor no longer moved. Calming his breath, the young man folded his hands in a respectful bow and thanked the elder for preserving his dignity. With confident steps, he headed towards the blonde girl on the floor. Lifting her into his arms, he promised to visit the elder's clan as soon as he dealt with the chaos. The Sword Emperor looked over his shoulder and calmly asked if he would have free time then. The young man stopped and replied that there would be more than enough time. A confident smile appeared on his face as he added that he would gladly have a cup of tea with him. Far away in the Sichuan province rose the majestic Tang Mountain, illuminated by the golden light of the setting sun. Once it had a completely different name, but over time the locals began to call it just that, honoring the mighty Tang clan located between the lands of the King Cheng and Amei sects. It was here, among luxurious pavilions, that the main residence of this famous family proudly stood. However, their fame proved short-lived, and the once great clan, having lost its place among the 7 great houses, declined to the status of an ordinary mid-level faction. This harsh reality persisted to this day, reflected in the tired but determined look of the man. The worried woman asked the senior companion if everything would be all right, noting that the clan leader should not move now. Her face changed instantly, sternly ordering her squad to listen to her carefully. Dan Siren, the elder sister of C1, radiated unwavering confidence and natural authority. A large crowd of subordinates lined up before her, and she gave an unequivocal order for immediate departure. Calling on everyone to steel their resolve, Sirin suddenly froze, her eyes widening in shock. A genuine surprise flashed in her gaze as she noticed a familiar figure in the square. Exhausted, C1 barely stood on his feet, carrying a girl on his shoulder, and quietly sighed that he had finally returned. The unconscious companion peacefully snored on his back, unaware of the surrounding tension. The young man looked around the gathered crowd in surprise and asked where they were all assembled. Later, he remained alone in his room, thoughtfully gazing at an old portrait on the table. The drawing depicted himself, but with a beard and a carefree smile, which provoked bitter reflections in him. Crossing his arms over his chest, C1 still could not believe that he had truly returned to the past. In his memory, the bloody aura of the bloody demon and his sinister promise of a new meeting echoed eerily. From rage, the young man tightly clenched his fist, suspecting that even this situation could be part of someone's insidious plan. A dark shadow covered his face, and his gaze ignited with cold hatred toward his sworn enemy. Taking a decisive step forward, C1 mentally promised to make the opponent bitterly regret everything. His aura flared with new strength as he vowed to himself that this new life would follow a completely different scenario. The young man approached a large wooden cabinet, examining the shelves filled with old scrolls. Later, his hand confidently reached for one of the books that stood inconspicuously among the others. It was the metal circulation technique, a secret metallurgical art passed down by the blacksmiths of the Tan clan from generation to generation. Suddenly, the young man thoughtfully lowered his gaze to the floor of his room. He froze, looking at a dark stain on the boards, and asked himself whether it was a remnant of his past sufferings. Memory mercilessly brought back the recollection of how he choked on black blood during a brutal attack of illness. Then he helplessly fell to his knees, realizing that his usual meditation and energy circulation had turned into a complete failure. In the darkness of memories, his face contorted with pain as his own body rejected any attempts at healing. Understanding that his deformed Danshin perceived internal energy as poison, C1 barely stood on his feet from unbearable torment. Wiping blood from his lips, he snarled fiercely, realizing he had no choice but to stubbornly move forward. Returning to reality, the young man carefully placed the ancient folio on the table, recalling its hidden power. Turning away, he pondered that the demonic martial art learned for revenge had revealed to him a completely different path. With each of his steps, the floor began to vibrate, emitting a powerful blue aura. Blue energy whirlpools enveloped his body, reminding him of the curse of the deformed Danshin that tormented him even before his return. The light flashed brighter, emphasizing the bitter truth: none of the known methods could remove this brand. However, now his energy center pulsed with a pure, stable glow, fully obeying the will of its master. With a sharp movement, C1 thrust his fist forward, cutting through the air with a powerful stream of force. The strike unleashed a colossal wave of energy that tore through space with a dazzling flash. His eyes glinted coldly, attentively observing the destructive effect of his own new power. Slowly relaxing his stance, the young man allowed the shining aura to gradually dissipate. Diving into deep meditation, he felt the swirling currents inside him finally reach perfect balance. In his consciousness, the images of a giant serpent and an ancient book merged into one, symbolizing progress in metal technique and awakened demonic energy. The young man clenched his shining fist with force, realizing that both these arts harmoniously fed off his innate energy. Opening his palm, he watched as soft blue flames gently streamed over it, continuously increasing his power reserve. Suddenly, a giant energy tornado flared around him, demonstrating a power no mortal could believe. A confident smile played on his face, for now he could freely control this boundless power. Suddenly, his sharp sense of smell caught a faint scent that made him shudder. Looking around, C1 saw thick, dark fumes rising from his body and decided with disgust to change clothes immediately. Turning sharply, he headed for the room's exit, dispersing the remnants of the dirty aura. Right in his hand, a shining blade materialized from nowhere, and the young man confusedly asked the formless dagger why it had followed him through time. His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected sound that made C1 suspiciously squint his eyes. The young man turned toward the door, preparing to meet the uninvited guest. In the doorway, a young servant nervously shifted from foot to foot, stammering as he reported an urgent summons to the Hall of 1,000 Rains. Hearing this, C1 slightly lowered his weapon, carefully studying the messenger. Approaching the frightened youth, C1 calmly called him by name Chanel. Passing by, he left the servant in complete shock that the young heir even remembered his name. C1 confidently strode through the residence courtyard, ignoring the whispers and surprised glances of the subordinates. Soon he stopped before the massive sliding doors of the main council hall. With a quiet creak, the doors opened, letting in bright sunlight. Before him stretched a long table, behind which the most influential elders and masters of the clan had already gathered. One of the men present met the youth's appearance with an openly contemptuous and hostile look. Paying them no attention, C1 passed by the rows of outraged counselors with cold majesty. For a moment, a terrible memory flashed before his eyes of his father's mutilated body lying in a pool of blood. This image made him strike the floor with his foot forcefully, releasing part of his angry aura. He respectfully folded his hands in the traditional greeting, officially introducing himself as the young leader of the clan. The invisible tension in the room contrasted with his memories of the night when he screamed in helplessness under the bloody moon. Lowering his gaze, he hid his true emotions behind the thick shadow of his long hair. When the young man raised his head again, his eyes dangerously flashed gold, and he firmly declared that he had arrived by order. At the head of the table sat his father, Dan Muyal, who, in an authoritative tone, allowed his son to stand. Carrying out the order, C1 straightened up, watching the reaction of the elders with the corner of his eye. The advisors drilled his back with their gazes, wondering where this failure had gotten so much unwavering confidence. Casting a calm look over the hall, the young man suggested they continue the heated discussion about the two deadly poisons. One of the elders sharply raised his hand, demanding silence to take the floor. It was Dan Hoyal, the chief escort of the Manhwa agency, whose face showed undisguised arrogance. Striking the table forcefully, he sternly reminded Sewon of the seriousness of the incident he had recently provoked. Addressing the clan leader, Hoyal unconditionally began demanding to send the young man to the Hall of Justice of the Martial Alliance. Behind these righteous words, Sewon clearly saw the true nature of the man, a greedy monster ready to sell his own kin for a handful of jewels. The young man's eyes dangerously narrowed as he carefully listened to this treacherous verdict. Proudly towering over the insolent elder, Sewon mentally made an unbreakable vow to take everything from these traitors to the last drop. In the complete darkness, a drama unfolded, full of betrayal and despair. The young man, in despair, grabbed the man by the sleeve, demanding explanations from his own uncle. The tension between them reached its peak when the betrayal became obvious. The uncle roughly pushed his nephew away, harshly declaring that this was exactly why he was leaving him. The young man looked stunned after the traitor, realizing the collapse of everything he believed in. Rage flared in his eyes as he understood how long the uncle had waited for this day. The traitor's face twisted into a maniacal smile. He openly declared that now the Tan clan would belong to him. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a tense council continued, discussing the inevitable collapse of the Tan clan due to a financial abyss even before the invasion of the bloody cult. Suddenly, one of the elders struck the table with fury, calling for the chief guard. Master of the Hall of Medicine Dan Jun jumped up at the scream, outraged by the terrible disrespect towards the legitimate heir of the clan. He categorically forbade sending the young leader to the Hall of Justice, from which no one had ever returned unharmed. Another elder thoughtfully stroked his chin, admitting that his heart also ached because of this decision. However, he resolutely stood up, emphasizing that this was the only way for their lineage to survive. The atmosphere in the hall became even heavier, as the choice seemed hopeless. The chief administrator of the outer hall, Sun Gon, skeptically spread his hands, asking if there were masters in the clan capable of stopping the enemies. The young heir silently stood in the middle of the hall, despising the widespread defeatist ideology and the loss of the clan's fighting spirit. Painful memories surfaced in his mind, merging with his current determination. Behind him materialized the terrifying aura of a giant serpent. The hero mentally acknowledged that in a past life he had been just as weak, but now everything had changed. With a dreadful serpentine gaze behind his back, he firmly decided that kindness must be returned, and insults must be carved out with blood, for such is the true nature of their lineage. His inner strength began to burst out, filling the space with heavy pressure. The youth cold-bloodedly promised the enemies tenfold revenge, and sharply cut off the elder aloud, declaring that he was mistaken. All eyes instantly locked onto the audacious heir. The elder exploded with a green aura, and shouted that now was not the time for childish games. With pride on his face, he humiliated the youth, calling him a third-rate warrior despite the mysterious victory over Lei Ho-sun. A powerful green energy enveloped the air as the elder tried to crush him with his pressure. But the youth did not even flinch, forcing the attacker to retreat in shock. The peak-level energy was blocked without the slightest effort. The clan leader authoritatively ordered everyone to be silent, stopping the escalating conflict. He sternly looked at the youth, demanding an explanation for the deadly duel. A dead silence fell in the hall. Everyone awaited the answer. The heir smiled confidently, promising to tell everything without any concealment. When asked if he really started a fight to the death with the Alliance leader's disciple over a simple quarrel, the youth confirmed it without hesitation. From above, it was seen how the elders jumped up from their seats, not believing in the absurdity of his act. One of them fiercely clenched his fist, shouting that the heir had driven his own clan into a deadly trap and was even boasting about it. Instead of excuses, the hero calmly asked Uncle what the Sichuan Tang clan meant to him. This rhetorical question made everyone freeze for a moment. Images of the past appeared before the hero's eyes, where every family member was the foundation of their greatness. He remembered the faces of his relatives, understanding that in any crisis the family remains a single whole. His conviction was unshakable. They must protect each other at the cost of their own lives. Memories of loyalty to the clan only strengthened his fighting spirit. Clenching his fist so tightly that the knuckles cracked, he pompously declared his readiness to give his life for his own. Energy flared around him as he shouted that this is what the true Sichuan Tang clan is. The clan leader silently looked at him, impressed by this sincere and harsh speech. The others present exchanged glances with nervous coughs, not understanding what the problem with the duel was then. The tension eased a little, but the questions remained open. The young man suddenly threw throwing knives on the floor, declaring that he had used them in the fight. The weapon with a dull clang pierced the wooden floor. The elder asked in shock how it was possible to defeat a first-class warrior with such trifles, to which the hero calmly replied about the use of innate energy. A murmur ran through the hall. The use of innate energy meant a loss of lifespan, which made the punishment of Li Ho-sun logical, although some immediately called to watch their words. The elders continued to argue, weighing the consequences of such a desperate step. The conversations grew louder and louder, turning into complete chaos. Everyone tried to prove their point, ignoring the arguments of others. Suddenly, one of the elders accused the young man of lying, but his shout was sharply interrupted by a messenger who burst into the hall in horror. Everyone instantly turned to the open doors. A dazzling light shone in the passage, and the elder muttered confusedly about the arrival of the Alliance representatives. The faces of the clan members were covered with cold sweat from realizing the scale of the threat. The hall froze in anticipation of the worst-case scenario. The messenger announced in panic that the leader of the Alliance had personally arrived. The majestic elder stepped over the threshold, calmly inquiring about their affairs. The leader of the Tan Dan Muyal clan immediately stepped forward and respectfully greeted the high-ranking official. He hastily apologized for the lack of proper reception, but the Alliance leader waved off the formalities. One of the elders tensed, fearing that this visit would end with punishment for disrespect. The Alliance leader cast a sharp glance at him, noting that it was a great honor for him to be here and that there could be no talk of any rudeness. The chief guard of the Manhwa agency tried to intervene, ingratiatingly introducing himself, to which the elder coldly nodded. Suddenly, the terrible spiritual pressure of the Alliance leader pressed the guard to the ground, accompanied by a polite but unequivocal request to leave the conversation. Sweating profusely, the crushed man could only croak his apologies. The elder calmly remarked that the tea ceremony would not take place and proceeded to his direct duties. He respectfully addressed the leader and all present clan members. To the great shock of all present, the most powerful person in the Alliance bowed low, offering sincere apologies on behalf of the entire organization. The elders were left speechless when the elder admitted his fault in not properly teaching the apprentice and not preventing the conflict. This unprecedented gesture broke all the tension in the hall, turning the situation upside down. The leader of the Tan clan nobly replied that their clan also did not take actions to uphold justice. He officially refused to accept any compensation for this incident. Instead, the clan leader folded his hands in a respectful gesture, begging for only one thing, that the Alliance would not allow the truth about these events to be distorted. The elder confidently walked through the hall, assuring that none of the Tan clan's fears would come true. His gaze ignited with unwavering determination. He took full responsibility upon himself, assuring that the Kinkin sect would not be able to accuse them of the riots. When it seemed that everything was resolved, the Alliance leader stopped and thoughtfully said that there was still one last matter remaining. He shifted his piercing gaze to the young heir. The hall once again froze in absolute shock when the legendary master offered the young man to become his personal disciple. The venerable elder turned around, announcing that only one last matter remained. His face took on the most serious and focused expression. He looked intently at the young man and unexpectedly asked if he wished to accept the offer. To become the apprentice of the master himself, these words instantly stunned everyone present in the hall. The young man froze in confusion, mentally asking himself if he had really heard this invitation. Among the witnesses, a whisper spread that the boy might become the fifth apprentice of the Alliance leader, taking the place of the outcast. The leader of the Tan clan realized that under such circumstances their family would once again become the key force of the combat alliance. The thought of the inevitable defeat of the enemies flashed in the atmosphere of general tension. The young man only gave a crooked smile, which caused surprise regarding such a free emotional reaction. The old master said with satisfaction that he had finally seen on his face an expression characteristic of his young age. However, the boy calmly but firmly stated that he was forced to decline such a generous offer. Until that moment, the Alliance leader was so confident of agreement that he had already ordered preparations for tomorrow's departure to Kaifeng. Hearing the refusal, the gray-haired master stared at him in a state of absolute shock. Admitting that it was the first time he had been refused, the elder asked for explanations, to which the boy replied that in the future he would represent only his own clan. The young man folded his hands in a respectful gesture, emphasizing that just as the master was devoted to Yuden, he had his own path. Flashing with a green aura of determination, the hero declared that his sole master would always be exclusively the Tan clan. The boy's father watched this scene with a mixed feeling of boundless pride and deep respect. The hall fell into deep silence as the words of the young heir echoed off the walls. In his thoughts, the boy understood that the privileges of the alliance were a poisoned chalice, for revealing its demonic energy would mean instant death. The elder did not hide his disappointment, but the youth sincerely thanked him for the invaluable guidance. The hero recalled with admiration the profound principles of Yuden, where countless Tai Chi movements merged into a single perfect strike. From such a subtle understanding of martial arts, the old leader's eyes widened in amazement. The master slowly walked through the hall, acknowledging that this youth was becoming a true temptation for him. Addressing the leader of the Tan clan, he openly praised him for raising such an outstanding talent. The boy's father bowed with dignity in response to the high praise from the alliance leader. Not wishing to leave the hero without a reward, the elder drew a blade whose hilt shone with dazzling golden light. In the master's hands, the weapon radiated fierce energy, immediately emphasizing its legendary status. He decided that he was obliged to leave at least a small debt for the next generation of martial arts. The witnesses were stunned, realizing that this was the blade of the Wave Moon, forged from meteorite steel, which was now being passed to the young heir. The hero's father quickly understood that this incredible gesture meant the official recognition of the boy as the future leader of the clan. The young man gazed mesmerized at the blade, realizing that the material for a divine artifact had just come into his hands. His eyes flashed with a manic anticipation. Now the creation of the perfect weapon had become a reality. In the shadows of his consciousness, thorns had already woven together, signaling the completion of all necessary preparations. The boy bowed low and accepted the legendary sword from the elder's hands with immense gratitude. But the generosity did not end there. The master handed him a personal wooden plaque. This token guaranteed that the bearer would be treated with the same respect as the leader of the alliance himself. The attendees nearly lost consciousness from realizing the unprecedented privileges that had just befallen the young man. Somewhere else, a man with thick mustaches was fiercely grinding his teeth, not understanding how this kid deserved such an honor. In a dimly lit tavern, a grim warrior in a straw hat was drowning his anger in portions of cheap alcohol. Before his eyes again and again appeared the scene of humiliating defeat at the hands of the young master of the Tan clan. Commander of the guard's son Wugon almost crushed the cup in rage, mentally cursing his enemy. Around, visitors were actively discussing the revival of the former glory of the Tan clan thanks to the wise decision of the alliance leader. Gossips recalled how the elite guard was harshly punished, and the commander himself was sent into exile to the Xinjiang province. Sun Wugon boiled with anger, fully realizing that his brilliant career in high positions had come to an end. With a trembling hand, he squeezed the vessel, refusing to acknowledge the justice of the punishment for defeat by a hidden weapon. Crushing the cup so that a red aura of anger burst out, he vowed to avenge this humiliation at any cost. Meanwhile, a deep and calm night fell over the residents of the Tan clan. Armed guards carefully patrolled the courtyard lit by lanterns, maintaining vigilance. The young man sat in his chambers, resting his chin on his hand and frankly bored from inactivity. He recalled his father's order to strengthen security and not to go outside, mentally calling such security measures excessive. The boy sighed, realizing that he did not want to be a disobedient son and break the prohibition. But his gaze once again fell on the gifted sword, whose blade beckoned with its shine in the darkness. Realizing that he could not just waste precious time, he made a final decision. The young man confidently grasped the hilt of his new blade, preparing for action. His lips stretched into a fragile smile as the blade quietly left the sheath with a soft chime. The next moment he burst out of the room with a swift jerk, leaving behind only a powerful gust of wind. Outside, the guards continued their watch, unaware of the presence of their young leader. One of the guards froze for a moment, instinctively sensing a barely noticeable movement of air nearby. But the young man, like a true ghost, silently slipped past their backs into the thick shadows. A bright flash of light energy illuminated the darkness as the boy used a movement technique. A golden aura completely enveloped his body during a gigantic, lightning-fast leap over the manor roofs. In flight, he analyzed the weaknesses of the combat squad and decided to immediately head to the forge to create his own perfect weapon. Softly landing, he raised a cloud of dust, perfectly controlling the inertia of the fall. From the height of the hill, he glanced over the sleeping settlement of his clan, which was shrouded in the night fog. His path lay through streets ruined in recent battles, which he easily covered with a quick step. Clenching his teeth, he mentally addressed the invisible enemies, promising them that there was very little time left to wait. Looking at the night sky, the hero felt the spirit of past, glorious times awakening within him. Enveloped in blue energy, he vowed to make his clan even mightier than in the days of its greatest flourishing. Stopping in front of the massive building, he resolutely declared that the first wave of great changes would begin here. The boy firmly gripped the hilt of his sword, standing right before the entrance to the Hall of 10,000 Irons. Understanding that usually one is admitted here only with permission, he decided to take the risk, blaming it all on the late hour. But as soon as he touched the door, his hand froze from complete surprise. Before him, as if rising from the ground, stood a gigantic muscular man who grimly inquired about the reason for such a late visit. The youth respectfully greeted the master of the hall, inwardly cursing his luck for meeting exactly the person he wanted to avoid. A cold sweat ran down his back, for before him stood the greatest elder, whom even his father treated with absolute respect. This key family member did not have the surname Tan, but was the absolute master of all blacksmiths and the unquestioned ruler of this forge. The gigantic, scarred figure of the craftsman of the Black Hand, Gu Yanyan, loomed over the young man, radiating incredible strength and authority. Before the young man stood a muscular blacksmith who suspiciously inquired about the reason for his so late visit. Si-un folded his hands and respectfully greeted the master of the Hall of 10,000 Ironworks. In his mind, the hero cursed himself, for he had encountered exactly the person he most wanted to avoid. Before him stood the most outstanding elder of the clan, to whom even his father showed deep respect. A deep scar crossed his muscular shoulder, reminding of the status of a key member of the Tan clan, although he did not bear that famous surname. He was the lord of all blacksmiths of the Tan clan and the absolute owner of the Hall of 10,000 Ironworks. Master of the Black Hand, the majestic Gu Yanyan, breathing heavily, looked at the young man. The elder devoted himself entirely to the clan thanks to connections with the previous leader, but always strictly maintained neutrality and indifference to internal political intrigues. The hero's memory vividly recalled the fateful day when the Manhwa security agency gained its independence. Then this devoted creator of divine swords left the clan forever together with Dan Ho Yal. That day, without saying a single word, the blacksmith only cast a look full of burning resentment at him and silently turned away. Si-un did not understand the reason for this groundless hatred, but the inevitability of those cold eyes was forever etched in his memory. Deciding to temporarily postpone his plans, the young man politely apologized for the late intrusion. However, he immediately added that he came here to promptly implement a sudden urgent idea. Surprisingly, Gu Yanyan calmly closed his eyes and dryly allowed him to act. Confused by such consent, the young man asked again, and the master firmly repeated his permission. Looking back, the blacksmith sternly ordered someone to stop hiding and come out to meet him. From behind the door, a girl timidly peeked out, joyfully announcing the arrival of the young leader. She shyly stepped over the threshold, hiding in the shadows. Her face twitched and her eyes instantly filled with tears from the overwhelming emotions. Si-un smiled gently, confessing that the greatest relief for him was that she remained alive. Gu Yanyan reminded the girl of the leader's strict prohibition to go out for 7 days and admitted that without the young man's intervention, the consequences would have been terrible. Suddenly, the master moved forward, ordering the girl not to disturb the boy and to follow him immediately. Surprised, Si-un watched them go, promising himself to properly repay for access to the forge, which for the martial arts master was more valuable than any weapon. A sudden suspicion flashed in his mind whether these two had been closely acquainted before. At the door, Gu Yanyan stopped abruptly, calling out to the young leader. In the semi-darkness, the elder's face looked extremely tense and thoughtful. Having not dared to voice his thought, the blacksmith waved it off and walked away. The hero remained alone in front of the entrance to the forge, looking confusedly into the darkness. Throwing unnecessary thoughts out of his head, he decided to fully concentrate on his mission. The young man decisively stepped forward, understanding that he had no right to miss such a rare opportunity. In the world of martial arts, there was a philosophical idea that for a true master, a weapon becomes only a tool, not the ultimate goal. However, Si-un considered this statement an absolute nonsense detached from reality. Looking at the blades hanging on the walls, he knew for sure there are divine artifacts whose power surpasses any martial arts. Disappointedly glancing at the sword of average quality, he mentally criticized the pitiful skills of this overrated Zalu. The young man pulled a massive black blade from its sheath, doubting that it was truly the work of the master himself. Walking past the weapon racks, he acknowledged the blacksmith's title, but for his grand ambitions, this arsenal was critically insufficient. The boy's face darkened at the mention that the mighty blood cult possessed numerous demonic weapons even without his help. Images of a bloody past and inevitable catastrophe surfaced painfully in his memory. Resolutely shedding his outer garment, Si-un decided to create artifacts capable of completely crushing the enemy's forces. He pulled on tight black leather gloves, although this was usually categorically not practiced in blacksmithing. Thin fingers confidently adjusted the equipment, preparing for delicate work. The hero sharply plunged the sword into the blazing forge, declaring that this would not be ordinary forging. Bright reflections of the flame wildly danced on his focused, unwavering face. His gaze became cold and detached, instantly plunging into the darkest depths of memory. The memories cruelly transported him to the distant past, to a previous world that became his bitter past life. Former joy from the discovery of the ability to create divine artifacts was trampled by the sudden and massive invasion of the blood cult. He clearly remembered waking up with a splitting headache, completely unaware of where he was. Around him towered only walls destroyed to rubble and mountains of smoking debris. Exhausted and broken, the hero screamed madly at the skies under the pouring rain, choking on despair. His despair quickly turned into blind rage, forcing him to grit his teeth painfully. Finding himself in a dark prison, he realized with animal terror the reality of his hopeless imprisonment. Heavy metal chains did not allow him even to move in the cramped, cold cell. From the darkness emerged a terrifying figure searching for a unique metallurgist capable of forging divine artifacts. It was the Blood Demon himself, a living legend whose power could be comprehended only by the founder of the Tan clan. The demon mockingly acknowledged the captive's skill, while Si-un, chained to the floor, wheezed merciless promises to kill him. Losing control, the young man rushed at the mighty enemy in a furious burst of anger. However, his desperate attack was instantly and extremely cruelly stopped. A powerful blow threw him backward, forcing him to fall helplessly upside down. With eyes ominously burning with a bloody light, the demon offered an ultimatum: to forge a sword in exchange for his own life. Bleeding, the enraged Si-un cursed him, categorically refusing to obey. In response, the villain irritably and mercilessly plunged his blade into the stone floor. In a calm, icy tone, he asked if the young man truly did not care at all about the fate of the remnants of his slaughtered clan. Leaving the stunned Si-un behind, the demon turned around, throwing out that he did not care about the prisoner's fate. Retreating into the darkness, the enemy confidently added that the unification of the world of martial arts was only a matter of time, even without legendary artifacts. Left alone before the shining sword, the young man realized the full cruelty of the enemy, but hope for the rescue of his relatives made him hesitate. Clenching his fists until the knuckles whitened, he made his hardest life decision. Gathering the remnants of his will, Si-un grimly agreed to the devilish terms. He firmly warned the enemy through the bars that creating a true divine weapon requires a deep understanding of the martial arts of its owner. The conditions he put forward were simple but incredibly audacious. To forge the weapon, the bloody demon had to fully share with him his secret combat techniques. Thus began a bloody 15-year history, during which 10 types of absolute weapons were born. During this hellish time, the hero mastered 10 martial arts, mastering the very energy of the bloody demon. The creations he made forever entered dark history as the 10 demonic weapons. This terrible achievement marked the birth of the world's most ruthless creator, the demonic blacksmith. The dazzling light from the forging process filled the space, emphasizing the birth of a new, devastating power. Using the forbidden metal circulation technique, Si-un began to melt the material. The molten liquid wildly pulsed in the crucible, preparing to take its deadly form. Bright sparks scattered in all directions from every powerful, accented hammer strike. The hero methodically infused magical energy into his creation, forever merging martial arts and blacksmithing into one. From his skilled hands emerged a weapon of incredible, invincible destructive power. It had the ability to simultaneously block absolutely any strikes and cut all living things in its path. His imagination clearly painted the silhouette of the Empress of Bloody Silk Sosu-rin, whose technique became the foundation for this inspiration. Streams of bright golden energy flowed between his hands, forming the legendary Heavenly Silk. Due to a critical shortage of materials, he was able to create only a single canvas instead of 9. However, Si-un decisively caught the shining ribbon, absolutely confident that this would be more than enough. A predatory, ruthless cold-bloodedness flared in his narrowed eyes. He waved his hand, mentally declaring that his new creation was not at all the classic heavenly silk. An ultrafine thread tore from his fingers, far surpassing the strongest silkworm in the entire world. A blue magical aura enveloped his hand, demonstrating the kindred power of the demonic weapon. Flexible black threads twisted around the youth in a deadly whirlwind, perfectly responding to each of his movements. Suddenly, a barely audible rustle sounded from above, and Si-un instantly activated the heavenly net technique. From the ceiling, an unknown assassin with a bare blade lightning fast lunged at him. The attack was sharply stopped by invisible threads, causing the attacker to stare bewilderedly at his weapon trapped in midair. The young man smiled confidently and disdainfully, calling the elite of the Combat Alliance too sloppy. Casting a cold glance at the enemy, Si-un sarcastically apologized and instantly recognized him as the former commander of the guard. The face of the attacker, Sun Yugon, twisted grotesquely with rage as the hero calmly noted his extraordinarily timely appearance. Clenching the black threads tightly in his fist, Si-un radiated undeniable, threatening power. His armored fist flared with an aura. He finally had the perfect, living target to test his new weapon. The dark-haired young man introduced himself in an icy tone as the former commander of the guard, mentally acknowledging his own rudeness. The man in the straw hat bared his teeth in anger, naming Sun Yugon's name and admitting that the moment for the meeting was perfect. The warrior with blue hair clenched his fist, activated his battle aura, and calmly declared the absolute coincidence of his appearance. The attacker flashed bloodshot eyes and confidently said that the victim had made his long hunt easier. The enemy blade struck the thin, magical threads with force, while the man in the hat disdainfully ordered the young man not to get cocky. A mocking smile played on the blue-haired man's face as he confidently questioned the combat capabilities of the opponent. The attacker's eyes widened in primal shock as his weapon shattered completely upon collision with an invisible barrier. The blue-haired master skillfully manipulated destructive energy at his fingertips, forcing the enemy to panic and break the distance. The man in the hat swiftly slid across the wooden floor, trying to escape the deadly pursuit of energy lines. The young man in blue coldly noted that the opponent grabbed the first available weapon just to avoid leaving unwanted witnesses. Raising his hand up, he unleashed colossal energy and promised to test the enemy's endurance without his main blade. In an instant, the space filled with deadly threads that mercilessly wove into a rapid and massive attack. The attacker suddenly found himself at the epicenter of a destructive explosion of power, completely cut off from any paths to safe retreat. Hidden by the thick shadow of his hat, he feverishly looked around, mentally cursing the hopelessness of the invisible trap. The enemy barely managed to fend off the quick strikes, while the young man easily deciphered his pathetic plan to hide behind a protective aura. The master's hand brightly flared with blue flame, preparing to demonstrate the flawless divine technique of his sect. The energy instantly condensed, transforming into a deadly glowing tip made of intertwined spiritual threads. A giant whirlwind of dark energy crashed down on the stunned opponent with devastating and inevitable force. The sharp blade of energy easily swept away the straw hat, forever revealing the true, fear-ridden face of the enemy. The man fell to his knees, bleeding from the severed ear, while the young man coldly stated the futility of further concealment. The attacker's face, distorted by pain and rage, twisted as he ground through his teeth that this power should have been shown much earlier. With a frenzied scream, the enemy swiftly lunged into the air, unleashing all his despair and accumulated aggression on the boy. His sword flared with a fiery aura in blind faith that only a similar absolute technique could stop it, which the young man supposedly did not yet possess. The glowing fiery blade relentlessly approached the target, heralding the inevitable, naive victory of the attacker. The space literally tore apart from a colossal explosion, filling everything around with blinding light and sharp fragments. Through the thick cloud of dust, the clear outlines of an absolutely intact protective barrier slowly emerged. The attacker suddenly coughed up black blood, finally refusing to believe his own eyes from the shock experience. The blue-haired one stood unflinchingly behind a giant glowing shield, intricately woven from the finest spiritual threads. The exhausted and bloodied enemy simply could not comprehend how an ordinary, seemingly weak thread could withstand such a colossal blow. The boy calmly brushed the dust off his shoulder and disdainfully explained that the main problem lay in the critical weakness of the enemy's sword. Energy once again swirled in his hand as a dazzling sphere, accompanied by a mocking and cruel advice not to give up so quickly. The young man calmly explained that the divine attire of his ancient sect operates much more complexly than a primitive leather reinforcement. Slightly bending his shining fingers, he demonstrated how magical threads instantly become stronger than the best steel armor. A deadly energy storm swirled with new force, fully matching in hardness the mythical meteorite iron. A powerful beam mercilessly pierced the opponent's body through and through, causing him to wheeze from unbearable, tearing pain. The enemy's body convulsed spasmodically, and he copiously spat out a gruesome fountain of black blood. Shuddering from primal horror, the beaten man stared at the young man, clearly seeing in him a true, soulless monster. The silhouette of the blue-haired one ominously drowned in a blood-red aura as he coldly mocked the chasm between the enemy's ambitions and skills. The attacker was finally paralyzed by fear from the bitter realization that such incredible power belonged to an ordinary, at first glance, novice. The boy suddenly stopped the magic, emotionlessly promising to leave the enemy alive only for the inevitable judgment of the Hall of Law. However, his eyes gleamed predatory with a sadistic fire as he decided to have some fun and aloud recalled the grim fate of Li Ho-sun. Memories of cruel, inhuman tortures made the enemy pale and tremble from genuine animal terror. Clearly understanding the prospect of remaining a miserable cripple with a destroyed core, he desperately fled. The blue-haired one froze for a moment, only slightly surprised by such a swift but absolutely predictable cowardly reaction. The blast wave scattered the protective threads in all directions, brightly testifying to the successful, desperate breakthrough and escape of the victim. A huge hole formed in the roof through which the moon shone dimly, leaving the young man openly disappointed by the lack of worthy resistance. The boy slowly sank onto the ruined floor and sighed irritably, admitting that such behavior was simply unbearably annoying. The night silence was now disturbed only by the ominous rustle of the dense thickets of the deep black bamboo forest. The fugitive desperately pushed through the hard bamboo, gasping cold air and dripping with cold sweat. He repeatedly cursed in his mind his shameful escape from the one he had recently considered an ordinary second-rate warrior. However, before his fear-widened eyes still stood the bloody, absolutely demonic gaze of the invincible opponent. Exhausted and broken, the man heavily sank to the ground, admitting that he had spent the last crumbs of energy on the technique of rapid movement. Clenching the pitiful shard of the sword, the traitor finally realized that his only path to survival now was to join the faction of evil. A cunning smile flashed across his dirty face. The profitable sale of secret information could guarantee him a high position there. Sweet fantasies were abruptly interrupted by an icy voice, which coldly stated from the darkness that traitors never change their nature. The blue-haired man slowly stepped out of the dense shadow, openly mocking the stupidity of the fugitive who chose this very forest for his hiding place. The gaze of his red eyes pierced the soul through and through as he reminded of the incredible steel strength of the surrounding black bamboo. The fugitive instantly sprang from his place in a panic attack, horrified to realize that there was no longer energy for a full-fledged sword aura. He gripped the broken blade tighter, desperately hoping to deliver at least one decisive piercing strike in the leap. The young man calmly stood in the center of his energy web, while the enemy in flight mentally aimed straight at his heart. Suddenly, the attacker's foot harshly stepped on an invisible barrier, instantly and mercilessly cutting off his last desperate attack. The world flipped upside down, a hidden cunning trap of threads sharply threw him high into the night air. The blue-haired man's face stretched into a merciless, predatory smile as he sharply pulled on his invisible strings. The enemy's body crashed with incredible noise into the hard ground, knocking absolutely all the air out of his lungs. Thin threads, like living snakes, instantly entwined the thick bamboo trunks and the body of the defeated broken by the blow. The man screamed painfully, finding himself completely helpless and harshly crucified in the shining energy net. The victor slowly approached and without a trace of emotion reminded that his heavenly net never lets go of the caught prey. The enemy was securely immobilized among the trees, and any further physical resistance lost absolutely all meaning. Hanging on strong magical threads, the crushed man mentally cursed this mad and merciless monster in despair. From his broken, bloodied lips escaped a pitiful, trembling plea for mercy. The blue-haired one looked at him with absolute icy disgust, calling him worthless and useless trash without hesitation. The young man sharply released the tension of the threads, causing the enemy to fall heavily face down under the stern order to never cross his path again. The broken man feverishly bowed to the damp earth, gasping with false gratitude to his supposedly merciful lord. But as soon as the young man turned away, rage flared in the traitor's eyes, and he swiftly lunged at his back with a treacherously hidden dagger. Putting all his remaining strength into his last vile strike, he ominously declared that recklessness for a warrior always means death. However, the attacker suddenly froze in place, unnaturally wide-eyed from total incomprehension and deathly shock. From beneath the ground suddenly burst a giant shining energy blade, mercilessly piercing through the traitor's body. The blue-haired one did not even turn at the wheeze, noting in an absolutely calm tone that it was impossible to catch him off guard from the very beginning. The weapon in the young man's hand ominously pulsed with violet power as he indifferently glanced over his shoulder at the dying enemy. The last thing the traitor heard before his inglorious death was a cold and cruel statement: he was never trusted, not even for a moment. The camera opened to a view of the night landscape, immersed in tense, ominous silence. The exhausted young man with dark hair was breathing heavily, trying to recover after a fierce clash. Standing in the middle of a bamboo forest bathed in moonlight, he grimly noted that now only one opponent remained. Meanwhile, over the roofs of the residence, the elders' outraged shouts echoed that the guard commander's attempt to kill the heir was beyond any bounds of common sense. One of the elders angrily struck the table, shouting that if the guards had been punished immediately by the leader's order, this disaster could have been avoided. Another clan member asked in panic how to deal with the consequences now, as no one expected such a bloody turn of events. While one man demanded an urgent preparation of an additional compensation plan, his interlocutor nervously begged to remain calm. Tan Si-eun's actions caused a real resonance, forcing the respected masters to realize with horror the scale of the problem. This news instantly spread, shaking the entire righteous Murim. In the main escort room of the Tan clan estate, a rat ran unnoticed, emphasizing the mystery of the conspirators' night meeting. Two men sat opposite each other, and in the half-darkness a question was asked whether a final decision had been made. Deputy Chief Steward Chan Dal tensely inquired whether unforeseen problems might arise if they hired high-class wandering warriors. His interlocutor silently listened to the proposal, carefully weighing all the risks. He calmly noted that although this was a direct request from the Combat Alliance, they needed to act with maximum caution. Folding his hands, the man confidently assured that with masters of the peak level present, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Pouring hot tea, Chan Dal added that the operation would proceed in complete secrecy, so no traces would remain. The mysterious figure handed over the cup, emphasizing that in this large-scale game, one must think much broader. In the reflection of the tea flashed the face of a traitor who promised to destroy the current Tan clan after completing the mission and give Chan Dal the leader's position. Their dirty conspiracy was finally sealed over a tea ceremony in a dimly lit room. Chan Dal greedily drank the beverage, already anticipating the taste of absolute power. The villains laughed loudly, confirming that they had made the right choice. In the shadows, a sinister silhouette of an unknown puppeteer emerged, who smugly chuckled over the perfectly executed plan. He mentally rejoiced that Tan Si-eun had almost become an obstacle, as now this would allow him to monopolize the compensation from the Alliance and turn the disaster into a huge profit. The mysterious enemy mentally thanked his nephew for such a brilliant opportunity. Meanwhile, the first rays of the sun illuminated the majestic roofs of the Tan clan residence. Si-eun swiftly burst into the training room, softly landing on the wooden floor. He immediately began warming up, delivering a series of powerful, sharp punches. The young man's body was enveloped in a bright blue aura as he cut through the air with incredible speed. Covered in sweat, the hero abruptly stopped, feeling intense fatigue in every muscle. Catching his breath, he relievedly noted that his recovery was finally complete. Si-eun weakly fell to his knees, admitting to himself that his entire body ached unbearably after 4 long days of torment. He analyzed how the consequences of excessive use of internal energy had struck his defective core, spreading agony throughout his body. This pain felt as if hundreds of sharp blades pierced his flesh, forcing him to lose and regain consciousness repeatedly in an endless cycle. Looking at his trembling hand, the hero realized he only wanted to measure his current level, but overestimated his own strength by activating the divine artifact. Clenching his fist, he irritably admitted that there was no need to use the deadly strike technique against such a weak enemy. In his memory emerged the image of So-Su Rin, the demonic empress of bloody weaving, who moved like a silent elite assassin. Being a native of the sect of the Divine Maiden, she was rightfully considered the best on the central planes in the mastery of curses, where each of her 9 weavings carried inevitable death. Si-un spread the invisible threads of his weapon, understanding that a deadly curse was also embedded in his heavenly net. Concentrated energy flared on his index finger, reminding him that this was now the only secret one-hit kill technique available to him. Since the ability to always hit the target remained intact, he only had to quickly restore the remnants of his internal strength. The young man rose to his feet, analyzing that his previous opponent, despite being at the peak mastery stage, was weaker even than an ordinary rank-and-file from the blood cult. He calculated that he could fight on equal terms with their vice-captains, but against the true commanders his absolute limit would be no more than 50 exchanges of blows. A sudden movement of the finger instantly sliced through bamboo leaves, demonstrating the terrible efficiency of the technique. Dark, menacing energy materialized in his hand, taking the form of a demonic formless dagger. Firmly holding the artifact, Si-un coldly acknowledged that with such a weapon the balance of power on the battlefield would radically change. However, the young man was forced to accept the bitter truth: his body would endure using the dagger for no longer than 30 minutes. His thoughts were interrupted by a rough shout from a guard behind the door, demanding that someone immediately step aside. The surprised hero sharply turned at the noise and held his breath, hearing the familiar voice of his sister. Behind the door, a young woman with a tray stubbornly stood before the guard, who harshly emphasized that the clan leader strictly forbade anyone from entering. She replied in an icy tone that this order was given to protect against killers, and it certainly did not apply to a blood sister. Ignoring the confused babbling of the guards, the girl confidently stepped forward, ordering not to stand in her way. Si-un met her with a calm gaze and gently suggested sitting down first. The young man in blue attire swiftly swung his dagger, recalling the master's order to observe only his medical skills. Gathering emerald energy around the blade, he made a sharp leap forward, leaving a bright trail behind. The opponent, dressed in monastic clothing, instantly jumped back, calculating that the attacker planned to strike in the direction of her evasion. The young man performed a wild spin in the air, generating a powerful wave of energy in anticipation of a counterattack. Suddenly, a bold smile appeared on his face, momentarily confusing the opponent. Watching the fight, the blue-haired girl could not bear the tension and panicked, calling her master. The nun opened her eyes wide in surprise, realizing that the dagger unexpectedly flew in the opposite direction. With a loud battle cry, the warrior unleashed a colossal stream of blue energy that literally cut through space. The nun's neck flared with golden light, and she clenched her teeth tightly from the sudden blow. In response, a destructive golden aura burst forth, mercilessly throwing the young man far backward. Tan Si-un fell heavily to the floor, causing the other clan members to rush in horror to their young leader. The dark-haired woman shouted, demanding the fight be stopped immediately, while the confused apprentice rushed to check the wounded man's condition. The blue-haired girl nervously clutched her clothes, beginning to justify that she only wanted to help a little. In the Hall of 1,000 Rains, a dull sound of a fist hitting the table echoed. The clan leader Tan fiercely asked if the use of a deadly technique against his son was really just a misunderstanding. Filled with suspicion, he openly accused the guests of coming to finish the matter that the dragon successor's guard had failed to handle. Hearing these absurd accusations, the sect leader Amei noticeably trembled with indignation, categorically denying any ill intent. The dark-haired woman gloomily lowered her gaze, mentally scolding herself for her reckless act that nearly provoked a war. The thoughts were interrupted by the sharp creak of massive doors that suddenly opened, illuminating the room with bright light. Si-un appeared on the threshold, immediately surprising everyone with a statement about having no internal injuries. The woman was amazed that the divine energy did not tear the young man's body, to which he calmly replied that it was only their false imagination. Si-un respectfully folded his hands and apologized to the sect leader Amei for the inconvenience caused, confessing that he expected to see only the divine doctor. He bowed low, excusing his audacious attack by ignorance of her true status, while the nun shockingly tried to comprehend the nature of his power. The hall instantly filled with whispers. Those present realized that the young man really survived the attack and deserved true recognition. The father looked sternly at Si-eun, warning him not to endure pain for the sake of preserving the clan's honor. The leader was convinced that his son was barely restraining his suffering, but Si-eun, without turning, coldly admitted that he was only pretending to be wounded. The father's fist trembled with surprise, and he asked confusedly about the reasons for such a risky move. The young man calmly turned his head in profile and resolutely asked his father to fully trust his plan at least this time. The clan leader fell silent, intently looking into his son's eyes and assessing his true intentions. The nun also watched Si-eun attentively, trying to guess what cunning move this unpredictable young man planned to make next. The abbess looked intently at the young man, directly asking about his true intentions. Instead of excuses, a barely noticeable smile flashed across his face, and a quiet advice not to worry slipped from his lips. The boy's eyes flared with an ominous red glow, confirming his unwavering determination to close all conflicts between their sides once and for all. However, in his mind, he clearly realized that this fragile peace would cost them an extraordinarily high price. The hall was engulfed in heavy tension as the gazes of all present, including the venerable nun and her companions, fixed on the warrior's back. The abbess thoughtfully assessed his proud profile, understanding that behind the sharpened sense of justice lay an extremely hot-tempered nature. The young man smiled slyly, pleased that he had finally fully repaid his debt to one of the leaders of the 10 Great Orders. Glancing over his shoulder, he confidently ordered the woman to simply follow him, to which she obediently agreed. Lowering her eyes, the nun mentally reproached herself for her hidden identity, realizing that this fatal mistake had prevented her from seeing his true talent. When the boy anxiously inquired about her well-being, the woman only gently waved it off, citing ordinary fatigue. Suddenly, the clan leader exploded with indignation, thanking with tension in his voice for preserving his reputation, but emphasizing that this prank had nearly provoked a bloody battle. The abbess immediately raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture, urging the enraged man to calm down and explaining that suspicions of espionage do not justify such reckless attacks. The clan leader awkwardly averted his gaze, excusing himself by saying he was merely trying to scare the strangers, but the young man sharply cut in that even using a training dagger does not forgive such actions. The young disciple of the Amei sect shuddered, with cold sweat on her forehead, realizing that she had actually revealed a genuine combat sword during the clash. Maintaining unwavering calm, the abbess stepped forward and respectfully bowed her head, apologizing for the unfortunate misunderstanding. Unable to withstand the psychological pressure, the disciple sharply fell to her knees, desperately begging for forgiveness and taking all the blame upon herself. The hall was engulfed in complete shock, as no one could comprehend what exact mistake made the representative of the proud Amei sect kneel so humiliatingly. The clan leader froze in confusion, shocked at how easily the will of the prestigious school's disciple had broken. The young man smiled kindly, easing the atmosphere with a warm statement that their clan does not force people to humiliate themselves over a few harsh words. The nun suddenly stirred, recalling an extremely important message from the higher leadership of the alliance. As a sign of sincere repentance, she solemnly raised 3 fingers, promising to fulfill any 3 requests of the clan heir. The boy's face took on a predatory, calculating expression. The perfect time for aggressive negotiations had come. From this moment, the very sweet price for the sect's admitted mistake began to form. The disciple, gifted from childhood with piercing sight, froze in the rays of light, scanning the young man's energy. She recalled the instructions that this ability to see the true essence of things is a great blessing, not a curse. But now her eyes widened in confusion, for the noble, righteous aura of the boy suddenly vanished without a trace. The girl anxiously stared at his silhouette, desperately trying to unravel his true nature, hidden from everyone. Meanwhile, the abbess thoughtfully rubbed her chin, discarding the idea of the abandoned mine due to its futility and dangerous proximity to the hostile Kinshin sect. While the young man struggled with sudden pain in his core, the woman firmly promised that the Amei sect would do everything possible to help. The apprentice was gripped by panic when she realized the manipulation. The boy brazenly used their mistake to gain access to the best blacksmiths of the alliance. The abbess sighed with regret, explaining that a special permit was required for this, when suddenly she painfully grabbed her wounded left arm. Without hesitating for a second, the young man decisively stepped forward, declaring that he would personally convince the stubborn master. Standing in the middle of the hall, he swiftly calculated the risks, understanding that the slightest display of greed would forever destroy the respect of the monastery head. His gaze became cold and focused. The chosen strategy remained the only correct path to victory. Suddenly, the warrior's pupil sharply dilated from an unexpected internal impulse. He cursed silently, feeling the extremely vigilant, inquisitive gaze of the young girl upon him. Her bright eyes seemed to burn right through him, drawing to the surface a long-buried feeling of guilt. The boy's face was covered with a thick shadow of sorrow when he momentarily lost control over his emotional shield. A painful past suddenly overwhelmed him completely, destroying all mental barriers. He clearly recalled that fateful day when the murder of the leader by a bloody cult split the mighty alliance into two warring factions. From the darkness of those memories emerged the majestic silhouette of one of the resistance leaders, the invincible Queen of Swords. Fate seemed to mock him, constantly bringing their paths together in the most unexpected places. A moment flashed in his memory when she directed her dazzling blade at him, accusing him that his cruelty was no different from the sectarian's methods. For this righteous woman, he forever remained a lost soul who refused the light in favor of a bloody path. Her face blazed with uncontrollable rage as she swore to personally end his life for the broken fate of an innocent child. Moreover, in her eyes he branded himself as an absolute monster who mercilessly destroyed her closest comrade. But the deepest scar on his heart remained the moment when he held her bloodied body, bitterly realizing that if their meeting had happened earlier, the tragedy could have been avoided. Heavy thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud voice persistently calling the clan heir. The warrior instantly snapped out of his trance, sharply turning back to reality with wide-open eyes. The abbess anxiously asked if everything was all right, to which he quickly and politely apologized for his temporary absence. The woman gently placed her hand on his shoulder, wordlessly sensing his deep inner turmoil. Looking compassionately into his tired eyes, she earnestly advised the young man to rest well until fully recovered. After that, the nun solemnly unrolled the scroll, preparing to read the official decision and the final reward to the alliance. The clan leader greedily read the document, which guaranteed them the same escort privileges but with a vastly increased number of uses. The abbess added that they were also free to choose 2 medium-level requests or convert them into 20 minor tasks. The peaceful conversation was brutally interrupted by a messenger who burst through the door with a crash and shouted in panic about an unforeseen disaster. The young man's face instantly darkened with shock as soon as he heard about the audacious kidnapping of the entire Alliance escort. A deathly silence hung over the residence. The disappearance of an entire agency without a trace was the signature, bloody handwriting of the poisonous demon himself. The clan leader fiercely clenched his fists, ordering some people to stay at headquarters and immediately prepare a squad to search for survivors. The abbess declared with icy calm that she would join the raid, as the poisonous demon is a universally recognized enemy of the entire combat world. Nodding sternly in gratitude, the family head decisively strode toward the exit. Finally, he gave a harsh order to the heir to stay safe and take temporary leadership of the clan. However, the boy only coldly pulled on the leather glove, silently swearing to join the battle immediately after personally catching the traitor Tan Hoyal for stealing the award. The leader tried to object, reminding him of the youth's serious injuries, but he was absolutely resolute in his desire to administer justice on his own. The heir's body exploded with a terrifying dark aura as he authoritatively ordered to leave the traitor to him and immediately set out on the search. His gaze became deadly. He calculated all variables, firmly determined to uproot this seed of evil once and for all. A clear, ruthless plan had already formed in his mind. First, brutally execute Tan Hoyal, then begin a bloody hunt for the poisonous demon himself. Breaking down the door of the chief escort's office, the warrior cast a cold, empty look over the bloodied body on the floor. Meanwhile, the miserable traitor hookingly scooped gold into a sack, trembling in panic at the thought of inevitable retribution from the Amay sect. Suddenly, his commotion was interrupted by an ominous crack. The massive stone wall began rapidly covering with deep fissures. A deafening explosion shattered the obstacle to pieces, filling the room with a thick cloud of dust and debris. The traitor recoiled in animalistic horror, screaming to be named while a familiar silhouette of vengeance slowly emerged from the dust. His face twisted with powerless rage and fear as he recognized his executioner. The young man clenched his fists, radiating an aura of absolute death, and in an icy tone declared that the time of reckoning for all crimes had finally come. The traitor in green attire mockingly stated that sending an assassin to him was a senseless idea. The dark-haired youth's Tan Ho Yal coldly ordered the traitor to dignifiedly offer his neck to the blow if blood of their clan truly flowed in him. The enemy only confidently bared his teeth in a predatory smile. His body was suddenly enveloped by a powerful green aura. The villain decided to end the childish games. The silhouette of the traitor blurred in the air from incredible speed. A deafening roar sounded. The opponents clashed in a lightning-fast collision. Rebounding, the enemy mockingly inquired about the youth's strength. He asked if he was so brave only because of two girls behind his back. The girl with a ponytail angrily ordered the villain to shut up. Her partner vainly tried to calm this rage. The dark-haired ally tensely recalled an old warning. She was taught never to underestimate the deadly skills of Tan Ho Yal. The enemy delivered a powerful blow. He mentally admitted that the youth was by no means inferior to him in strength. The traitor laughed with satisfaction. He realized that the leader of the Amei sect had left them unprotected. The swordswoman firmly gripped the hilt. She declared that even without the master, they would not retreat. The girl drew her blade. She offered the enemy to surrender in exchange for sparing their life. Tan watched the opponent tensely. The young man understood that the enemy was only stalling for time for a sudden attack. The air instantly thickened with an invisible threat. The atmosphere on the battlefield sharply intensified. The dark-haired girl froze in horror. She recognized the weapon capable of killing even the highest-level masters. The traitor drew a hidden blade. He ominously declared that he would destroy them one by one. The forbidden weapon was unleashed. The soul pursuit arrow flew at the girl with a tail at a furious speed. The apprentice was paralyzed with fear. She realized that the deadly strike was aimed directly at her. The space was torn by the whistle of a projectile. Danger relentlessly approached the target. Tan Ho Yal swiftly wrapped the girl with black threads. He pulled her out of harm's way, harshly blocking the attack with a weapon. The rescued girl blinked in shock. She could not understand when the young man managed to use the threads. The enemy clicked his tongue in disappointment. He regretted not being able to kill anyone on the first try. The villain unfolded his main trump card. A long dark whip sliced through the air with a whistle. Deadly strikes forced the trio to scatter. The floor was covered with deep marks from the hail of attacks. The dark-haired swordswoman barely dodged the flexible blade. She was struck by the incredible speed of the traitor. Tan ducked under the devastating swing. He realized that the enemy's skill far surpassed his own. The girl rushed into battle. She urged the young man to attack together under her command. Ho Yal coldly rejected the offer. He unequivocally stated that he would give orders himself. The young man decisively stepped forward. He ordered her to step back if she was not going to obey. The swordswoman shuddered at his harsh tone. She had not expected such an authoritative push at all. A devastating blow was approaching. Tan clearly commanded to step into the upper right corner. Thanks to his instruction, both perfectly avoided each other. The whip shattered the floor into pieces without touching them. The girl was stunned. The young man flawlessly calculated the trajectory of the invisible attack. The enemy maniacally burst into laughter. He decided to test how long their luck would last. The next whip strike swiftly came from below. The deadly blade aimed straight at the heads. The swordswoman jumped back in time. She was finally convinced that the young man flawlessly reads every move of the opponent. Tan harshly blocked the dagger thrust. The girl panicked, realizing that they cannot dodge forever. The young man's unexpected perfect block worked. The traitor was momentarily confused by such steadfast resistance. The swordswoman screamed desperately. She asked if it was time for her to seize the initiative. Tan only gave a crooked smile. He ironically recalled her past naivety. The enraged enemy put all his strength into a new swing. He shouted furiously that he would crush them. The young man instantly stepped forward. He ordered his younger sister to be careful and covered her. The whip struck the ground with insane force. The trio was forced to retreat under the pressure of the shockwave. The dark-haired ally barely stayed on her feet. The floor in front of her literally exploded with sharp fragments. She thanked Ho Yal with relief. The girl admitted that she even missed his demonic character. A thick tension hung in the air. Clouds of dust slowly settled on the battered arena. The younger apprentice could not bear the insult. She rushed to defend the master's honor with a fierce scream. The girl confidently brandished her sword. She considered the enemy's strike utterly pathetic. The terrible power of the whip instantly broke her defense. The apprentice was harshly thrown backward. The older sister barely managed to catch her. She angrily reproached her partner for this reckless move. Tan silently approached them. He anxiously checked the condition of the wounded girl. The villain burst into mad laughter. His weapon ominously sparkled with green discharges. Tan calmly ordered the girls to focus. He called the enemy's terrible aura just a cheap trick. The enraged traitor swung with renewed strength. He loudly promised to tear them to pieces. A powerful beam of green energy struck the positions. The destructive force split the stone in half. The young man coldly analyzed the attack. He noticed that the enemy's energy was unstable and did not fully cover the whip. A thick cloud of dust rose. The aftermath of the devastating blow temporarily concealed the battlefield. Tan regarded this fight as an advantage. It was excellent training before clashes with the cult's monsters. He mentally acknowledged the combat potential of the girls. Having prepared the dagger, the young man ordered them to wait for the signal. Tan swiftly threw the blade at the enemy. The traitor only snorted disdainfully at such a primitive attack. The villain grinned fiercely. He was preparing to easily deflect this pathetic projectile. Swinging the whip, the enemy knocked down the dagger. He triumphantly declared that he would deal with Tan first. The space suddenly lit up with a powerful flash. Green energy exploded from the collision of weapons. The enemy's face instantly lost its arrogance. Self-satisfaction changed to an expression of deep shock. Quickly recovering, the traitor sneered contemptuously. He stubbornly called it an unfortunate trick. Tan was already high in the air. He perfectly used the moment of distraction to maneuver. The enemy laughed confidently. He mockingly asked if the young man intended to escape so easily. The villain promised to grant him an easy death. The only condition was complete cessation of resistance. Tan Ho Yal landed and raised his gaze. He mentally declared the start of a ruthless counterattack. Finding himself next to the allies, the young man tightly gripped his weapon. The real battle was only beginning. The young man with dark hair tied in a ponytail pierced the opponent with a cold gaze, mentally preparing for the inevitable clash. The enemy with a whip deliberately lured them into the open space, taking a strategically advantageous position against the three pursuers. With a deafening crack, the weapon struck the stone floor, raising a cloud of debris, while the attacker confidently declared the futility of their attempts. Relying on basic combat principles, the young man swiftly slid across the ground, avoiding the deadly swing and using the landscape to his advantage. Refusing a direct block, he gracefully dodged the whip in a jump, coldly analyzing the trajectory of the strike. Seizing the initiative, the hero made a sharp dagger thrust, mimicking a repelling movement for a lightning-fast counterattack. The enemy arrogantly warned not to lose vigilance after the first defense, preparing a new wave of attacks. The whip suddenly turned, smashing stones in its path, proving that the reverse motion holds a much greater threat. With a furious roar, the opponent unleashed a barrage of chaotic strikes on the young man, forcing him to temporarily go into a tight defense. The hero's two companions froze in amazement, impressed by his flawless mastery of combat skills. The young man looked around in surprise, not understanding the reasons for their stupor at such a critical moment. Being in the epicenter of the deadly whirlwind, he sharply reproached the girls for passive observation instead of helping. Having received a covert signal, the allies understood that it was their turn to enter the battle. The enemy's face twisted with rage, and he roared fiercely, demanding an immediate end to the pitiful resistance. The attacker spun the whip with incredible speed, creating an impenetrable dome of black stripes around himself. The blue-haired swordswoman swiftly burst into the danger zone, deflecting enemy attacks with a hail of sparks. Her partner made a high jump, intending to deliver a decisive blow to the stunned enemy. The man barely managed to block the blade with the hilt of his weapon, shuddering painfully from the unexpected force of the clash. Without losing momentum, the girl performed a complex pirouette in the air, continuing to mercilessly press the opponent. Retreating under continuous pressure, the enemy mentally cursed their tactic of rapid changes in attacking. A predatory snarl appeared on his face as he deciphered their wheel formation aimed at exhausting the target. The man's body was suddenly enveloped by a powerful green aura, heralding the use of destructive magical power. With a cry of inevitable doom, he unleashed a wave of concentrated energy that instantly tore apart the surrounding space. The powerful shockwave threw the swordswomen backward, forcing them to desperately cling to the ground to maintain balance. The enemy was shocked when one of the girls instantly counterattacked, even after losing combat stability. The man found himself trapped between two blades, barely holding back simultaneous attacks from different flanks. Suddenly, a thin, barely visible thread flashed ominously on his neck, tightening like a deadly string. Realizing the trap with horror, he heard behind him the cold voice of his nephew, Tan Si-woon, who was already tightening the noose. The young man delivered a lightning strike, forcing the traitorous uncle to choke out a scream of burning pain. A powerful push threw the fallen enemy backward, finally breaking his aggressive defense. Si-woon calmly looked at the exhausted relative, mercilessly noting his pitiful state after the fight. The young man confidently stepped forward, preparing to put the final point in this confrontation. Three warriors took the enemy in a tight circle, leaving him no path to retreat. Trembling with anger and despair, the man convulsively clenched a mysterious red artifact in his hand. The device instantly unleashed a colossal tornado of green energy, rapidly sweeping away everything in its path. Hiding in the epicenter of the storm, the traitor hysterically shouted curses at his nephew. The hurricane force harshly threw one of the girls away, temporarily taking her out of active combat. Despite the destructive whirlwind, the young man remained standing still, defying the element. With icy calm, he fearlessly stretched out his hand directly into the swirling, dangerous energy. Convinced of his victory, the uncle smiled fiercely, rejoicing in the imagined removal of the main obstacle. Using residual magic, he swiftly fled, planning to save his life for future revenge. Thoughts of triumphant rescue filled his mind during the shameful retreat. Suddenly, his face distorted with shock as an invisible force rudely stopped his escape halfway. A powerful jerk knocked the fugitive off his feet, throwing him onto the stones with incredible cruelty. Black energy threads emerged from the darkness, turning into an inevitable vortex for the victim. The space around narrowed, turning into a whirlpool of dark energy that completely blocked all paths to salvation for the traitor. Bound hand and foot by shadowy chains, he panicked trying to comprehend the terrifying nature of this magic. Drenched in cold sweat, the enemy realized with horror that the nephew had blocked absolutely all his deadly needles. Having lost the remnants of pride, the man began to pitifully beg for mercy, vainly appealing to family ties. Si-woon stood with his back to him, wrapped in a dark aura, completely ignoring the desperate pleas. Manipulating black threads, the young man cold-bloodedly recalled his old promise to his father. According to that oath, he was obliged to give every criminal at least one single chance for redemption. However, his tone became metallic when he added that those who truly deserve death are a strict exception. Leaning close to the traitor's very face, Si-woon whispered that he does not even have the right to this chance. The young man's eyes flashed with demonic red light as he mercilessly grabbed the uncle by the throat with his energy. The companions watched with primal horror as the enemy's body convulsed in its last spasms under the devastating grip. Thick blood splattered everywhere as the execution reached its merciless bloody peak. Dripping with blood, the dying uncle croaked his last curse, promising to get the nephew even from hell. The lifeless body fell heavily at Si-woon's feet while the echo of the last words dissolved into the cold silence. Brushing the blood from his face, the young man maintained absolute composure as if nothing had just happened. One of the girls mentally shuddered at the cruelty of such methods, subconsciously comparing him to a bloodthirsty monster. However, staring intently at his profile, she doubted her own conclusions and decided to analyze the situation more deeply. She perfectly understood, if he really were a psychopath, he would definitely feel delight or perverse pleasure from killing. Instead, his aura radiated only endless emotional emptiness and sadness of unfathomable depth. The girl clearly realized that this cold-bloodedness was only a protective mask of a person whose soul had long since died from experienced despair. With a heavy sigh, she looked at the leader, torn between sincere compassion and bitter incomprehension. Feeling this attentive gaze upon himself, Si-woon quietly and somewhat irritably asked why she was studying him so intently again. His voice sounded dull and detached when he asked why such unbearably deep sadness was frozen on her face. In the alley, the young man bent over the body of the fallen enemy, indifferently noting his inevitable death. His consciousness momentarily fell into recent memories where he held a bloodied girl in his arms amid a snowfall, desperately regretting his delay. Reality cruelly reminded itself. Nearby, one of the students suddenly coughed up blood, unable to withstand the destructive effects of poisoning. The air was torn by a swift movement as the remnants of the enemy aura tried to deliver one last treacherous blow. Tan maintained an icy calm, explaining to the shocked girls that the punishment for their clan's betrayal was too harsh for the eyes of casual witnesses. His eyebrows slightly rose in surprise when someone suddenly addressed him respectfully by name. A disciple of the prestigious MA sect, Du Ha Yang, bowed deeply, expressing profound gratitude for saving her life in this uneven battle. The young man instantly waved his hands, asking them to stand up and dryly noting that the loud words about rescue were a huge exaggeration. But the girls did not calm down, continuing to bow and fervently insisting that without his intervention, they definitely would not be among the living. Tan only sighed heavily, reasonably remarking that excessive politeness quickly turns into disrespect by itself. Cutting off further discussion, he methodically searched the body of the dead man, skillfully confiscating a hidden wrist crossbow. Another disciple awkwardly averted her gaze, bitterly admitting to the savior their absolute unpreparedness for such a difficult mission. Her companion behind comically blinked, not understanding how this boy dared to so openly ignore the attention of their senior mentor, for whom other men were ready to die. The disciple whispered a reminder to her friend that Senior Du generally always treated men like trash, which made his indifference even more absurd. Finally, Tan accepted their thanks, informing them about the prepared cart and unconditionally ordering an immediate return to the abyss. He firmly declared that from now on, he would pursue the remnants of the enemies exclusively alone. Du Ha Yang resolutely blocked his way, categorically refusing to sit safely while he risked himself. The tension between them sharply increased as their gazes collided in a silent, uncompromising duel. The young man glanced at her sideways, mentally cursing the unbearable stubbornness of the Amei swordswoman. Realizing the futility of arguments, he gave up but warned in an icy tone that he was not going to be coddled. If they fell behind, he would not stop for a second. Tan's stern profile left no room for doubt about his absolute ruthlessness toward the weak. Turning away, he focused on the trophies obtained, looking with satisfaction at the elite plant poison and the forbidden artifact that emitted a creepy green glow. Du Ha Yang watched his back with sadness, realizing that this young man was used to bearing the entire burden of responsibility alone. She loudly promised once again that they would follow and would definitely be useful. Tan ignored the sentiments, briefly commanding to move out while the girls were confusedly outraged about why they were abandoning the perfect transport. Within a few minutes, the disciples barely kept up with his furious pace, gasping for breath and begging to slow down even a little. The young man's movements turned into a blurred whirlwind that left no traces on the hard ground. The silhouettes of the group merged with the rocky terrain as the extreme, almost vertical ascent began. Before them loomed a colossal stone wall which had to be overcome without any safety gear, relying only on finger strength. Sharp stones treacherously crumbled under their hands from incredible tension and a frantic pace. The junior disciple lost her voice from panic, screaming that one wrong move would be her last in this life. She desperately begged to wait, hanging over the terrifying abyss. Meanwhile, Tan calmly hid the poison vials under his coat, completely satisfied with the replenishment of his arsenal. Assessing the girl's miserable condition below, he coldly stated that she had reached her limit and suggested she disgracefully return to the main forces. Ha Yang sharply interrupted him, angrily reminding him of the unyielding pride of the Amei sect. The junior disciple barely held onto a ledge, fearfully realizing that Tan was deliberately testing their endurance, as hunting the poison demon required perfect stamina control. The ascent became increasingly dangerous due to thick fog and the lack of convenient handholds. Tan perfectly oriented himself in space, cold-bloodedly checking the rings on the tree cross-section right on the sheer cliff to confirm the correctness of the route. Easily jumping onto the plateau, he immediately ordered to move on, ignoring the companions who weakly fell to the ground. The younger girl barely gasped for air, shockingly asking herself how this so-called herbalist knew the wild mountains so perfectly. Her mind refused to believe that an ordinary person could endure such hellish burdens without a single drop of fatigue. Entering the dense forest, Tan suddenly stopped and unequivocally ordered to split up for more effective reconnaissance. He set a strict limit of half an hour, after which the group was to gather at the same point to exchange the information found. Left alone, the young man darkened, disgusted, realizing that killing people had gradually become a usual, everyday matter for him. As soon as the students dissolved among the trees, the atmosphere around him instantly became heavy and threatening. Tan stopped in the middle of a sunny glade, finally convinced that no extra eyes would see him anymore. Kneeling on one knee, he concentrated on the smallest changes in the terrain, because true tracking required maniacal attention to microscopic details. Black energy spread like a bizarre web from his fingers, deeply scanning the ground for any traces of human presence. His mind worked like a flawless mechanism, visualizing auras and instantly discarding the phantoms of ordinary forest animals. Next, he ignored the residual traces of local herbalists who did not possess the internal energy of martial arts. Finally, his eyes narrowed with predatory rage. He fixed the unique trail of Yul's sin, mentally promising the demon an inevitable and painful death. Meanwhile, in a deep dungeon, the face of the poisoned demon twisted into a terrifying grimace as he felt that an unknown pursuer was using his own methods. The consciousness of the old monster plunged into the past when he still stood before his gifted apprentice blacksmith, skillfully manipulating his mind. The demon admiringly caressed the ink-scale bracelet, the absolute masterpiece of the apprentice, which granted the wearer full immunity and the ability to manipulate poisons from within. On the surface, Tan tried to justify his cruel abilities by claiming he used them exclusively to destroy villains. In the demon's memories, a drama unfolded. The blacksmith, learning the true nature of the master, flatly refused to forge weapons for the monster, for which he received a harsh order to remain silent. The heavy blacksmith's hammer cut through the stale air of the forge with a whistle. Enraged by betrayal, the apprentice poured all his hatred into this throw, wishing to crush the demon's head on the spot. However, the villain stopped the deadly blow with one finger, mockingly asking if the apprentice had already realized the futility of his rebellion. The dark energy of the monster began effortlessly melting the steel of the hammer, confirming that the medical knowledge imparted by him had made the youth the perfect heir of the dark arts. The blacksmith trembled, his will finally broken under the weight of realization. The toxic bond between master and apprentice had forever poisoned his soul. The demon laughed eerily, considering this very expression of absolute, inevitable despair on the apprentice's face his best creation. The real world reminded itself with a muffled groan. In the impenetrable darkness of the cave, another prisoner regained consciousness. The man panicked, clutching his head, remembering only how he desperately fled through the forest from the pursuers of the poisoned demon. He looked around chaotically, trying to understand at what exact moment he allowed the monster to grab him. On the surface, Tan continued a relentless analysis of his own actions, admitting to himself that greed for trophies often outweighed any morality in him. The cave pressed down with its cold stone vaults, cutting off the captive's slightest hope of rescue. The man realized with horror that he was hanging upside down over a colossal lake of rotting human bodies. A wild scream stuck in his throat as the faint light revealed the true scale of this underground slaughter. The poisoned demon slowly emerged from the shadows, coldly disappointed that the regeneration of this piece of trash was proceeding too slowly. The silhouette of the monster ominously loomed over the captive against the pale light barely piercing through the sharp stalactites. The prisoner froze, not understanding how two completely different, otherworldly voices could come from the single gulp of a mad old man. Instead of explanations, the maniac mercilessly cut off his hand, promising to cut off the other if he did not start talking immediately. Bringing his twisted face closer, the demon wanted to know only one thing: what is the most important component for a flower to bloom? The captive was suffocating from devastating pain shock, physically unable to utter a single word. Fresh blood poured like a waterfall from the severed limb, flooding the cold stone floor of the cave. In the forest, Du Ha-yang suddenly approached Tan, tearing him away from the dark whirlpool of thoughts where he had almost equated himself to a true demon. Below, the villain pompously raised his blade, screaming madly that his special flower despised the purity of this world with all its being. The captive, through a veil of agony, could not understand why this sadist continued to call the deadly sword a seed. The demon's hands gripped the crimson ruby on the hilt of the sinister weapon with maniacal tenderness. The villain revealed his bloody secret: this ancient artifact did not need water at all, feeding exclusively on fresh human blood. With these words, he deeply pierced the body of the hanging prisoner, allowing the sword to greedily absorb the remnants of his life force. This demonic flower, the tear of the watching god, was capable of growing only in the impenetrable darkness of absolute despair. Triumphing over a mountain of corpses, the poisoned demon proclaimed that the artifact's blooming would forever transform him into the living embodiment of absolute poison. His eyes burned with the fanatical fire of madness as the colossal power of the blade began to resonate with his own dark aura. The bloody mass beneath his feet ominously boiled, obeying the will of the maniac who swore to erase boundaries and destroy both good and evil. The monster's sole purpose was to drown this entire world in an endless, dead sea of blood. On the surface, Du Ha-yang looked incredibly worried at Tan, whose aura with every second became heavier and more dangerous to those around him. The young man's eyes suddenly flashed with a predatory blue light. The sensor threads finally transmitted the exact coordinates, and he coldly whispered that the target was found. The young man suddenly blocked the companion's path with his hand, warning about the activation of a hidden protective mechanism ahead. A quiet, irritated curse slipped from his lips due to another obstacle. He sharply leaned back, demonstrating that even inconspicuous depressions in the floor worked as triggers and released deadly bolts. The tension in the air became almost palpable, as every wrong step in this darkness could be the last. Having ensured temporary safety, the swordsman pondered the acoustics of the cave as he felt no one nearby. His body was enveloped by a powerful blue aura. Sharpening his senses, he confidently declared that he could track the target. Giving the order to continue the pursuit, the warrior swiftly moved forward. The companion watched him in shock, unable to believe her eyes that he was using innate energy. She saw how the hero, without any hesitation, burned his own life force for the success of their mission. In her thoughts, he appeared as a true wandering knight, ready for absolute self-sacrifice. Soon the group reached a clearing shrouded in mystical fog with blue trees, behind which a gloomy entrance was visible. The young man clenched his jaws and grimly stated that they had finally reached the enemy's lair. The girls shuddered and covered their faces. Inside, a thick stench of blood wafted that was not overpowered even by the mountain scents. Assessing the absence of guards, the hero ordered Heroine Chan to immediately return and call for reinforcements. The girl clenched her teeth in disappointment over her lack of combat skills but agreed not to interfere. Thanking her for understanding, the warrior shifted his focused gaze to his other companion, Heroine Du. He addressed her with a proposal to join forces to carry out this dangerous part of the operation. The young man looked intently at the girl, non-verbally asking if she had enough courage for this. Receiving a firm agreement, the two of them crossed the boundary of light and plunged under the stone vaults. Heroine Du looked around anxiously, noticing that the darkness here was much denser than she had expected. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with turquoise magical light as she activated her special ability to see the hidden. A terrible scene opened before her eyes. The cave was literally strewn with dozens of blood-red traps. The swordsman smiled warmly, acknowledging that without her talent, this path would have quickly become deadly for them. Taking a deep breath, they began a cautious movement through the underground mine labyrinth. The warrior again raised his hand, stopping the girl before another massive formation of mechanisms. He hissed discontentedly, assessing the danger and density of deadly triggers. Swiftly dodging a hidden crossbow, he explained that even ordinary stones underfoot act as weapons. The girl nervously exhaled and asked to be warned a little earlier, to which she heard a brief apology. The young man continued analyzing the spread of sounds, noting the complete absence of enemy presence. He ordered to speed up the pace, fully relying on her ability to continuously indicate safe zones. The girl decisively nodded, focusing her gaze intensely on the changing relief of the cave. She quickly charted the route, indicating to step only on elevations and maneuver between stalactites. Following her instructions, the hero swiftly flew over deadly zones, avoiding every trap. Watching his superhuman agility, the companion recalled the primal horror this power caused when he was their enemy. However, now her dragon eyes, capable of discerning the structure of all existence, served him as a reliable compass. The power that once mercilessly hunted the warrior has now become his main advantage in this darkness. Suddenly, they were forced to stop abruptly. Dozens of bodies hung before them, suspended by their legs from the very ceiling. The floor turned into a horrible mess of thick blood and mutilated corpses. The scale of this cruelty made their hearts painfully tighten with horror for a moment. Amid the dead silence, a faint groan was heard from one of the hanging boys, begging for mercy with his last strength. The heroine Du instantly reacted, drawing her sword and declaring that she would first rescue the child. She made a swift leap into the air, cutting through the thick rope with one precise strike. The warrior jumped up lightning fast and smoothly caught the bloodied body of the child, preventing it from hitting the stones. Landing on the ground, they horrifiedly realized that the boy had lost too much blood and needed immediate help. Their thoughts were interrupted by an inhuman, piercing scream that tore through the silence of the dungeon. The girl looked around in shock at the dark opening, feeling the eerie trembling of the stone walls. The cave and the hanging bodies were suddenly flooded with an ominous bloody glow from the release of energy. A deafening explosion rang out, and a devastating wave of crimson flame burst from the tunnel. The hero instantly realized that the enemy spirit Tower Yan had completely gone out of control and gone mad. Without hesitation, he jumped forward, covering the girl and the child to take the full impact himself. She tightly squeezed her eyes shut, trembling in anticipation of unbearable pain from the blast wave. When the fire miraculously missed her, the companion opened her eyes in confusion. The young man's back became an impenetrable barrier, barehandedly blocking the deadly barrage of black energy spikes. Feeling her weakness, the girl gritted her teeth and whispered an apology for becoming a burden. Ignoring this, the swordsman carefully handed her the boy and gave a stern order to evacuate immediately. He unequivocally stated that this chaos was their perfect chance to catch the villain by surprise. His gaze remained harsh. Saving the child's life was now the absolute priority. The heroine pressed the little one to herself and vowed to return with help as soon as possible. She swiftly disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel, leaving the warrior alone with the destructive energy of the cave. Advancing deeper, the hero scolded himself, knowing that his early appearance could have prevented this mass murder. His gaze slid over the severed hands and bloodied stones beneath his feet. He was fully aware of the scale of the tragedy and the thousands of deaths that lay on Tan Ho Yal's conscience. In his memory emerged the image of a mad old man who boasted about how his artifact turned people into bloody pulp. The enemy imagined himself as a creator at the forge, who had the sick right to weigh the value of human life. The mention of the bloodied instrument and the villain's maniacal laughter ignited a black, uncontrollable hatred in the swordsman's heart. A magical blade flared in his hand, radiating a dense and deadly violet aura. The young man cast aside all unnecessary emotions, leaving only an icy, unwavering thirst for murder. He glided like a ghost along the shattered walls, inexorably approaching his victim. Ahead in the dim beam of light, he noticed a hunched figure convulsively groaning. Old Tan Ho Yal weakly leaned on a stone bowl with a dead plant. The villain choked on a cough, suffering from his own poison that he never managed to swallow. The warrior stepped out of the shadows, concentrating a colossal charge of violet fury in his blade. With a loud crack through space, the devastating beam struck the old man, causing him to scream wildly. The shockwave mercilessly swept the enemy's body, forcefully throwing him deep into the cave. Knocked off his feet, Tan Ho Yal helplessly flipped in the air right above the violet flames. The youth's eyes sharply widened in surprise when he saw that after such a blow, the villain remained conscious. Turned upside down, bloodied, the old man grinned madly and croaked that a small rat had been hiding in the shadows all this time. The opponent attacked lightning fast, making the youth flinch at the unexpected speed and barely dodge the deadly palm strike. The old man nimbly jumped back, instantly recognizing the boy's swift movements as the signature techniques of the Tan clan. Licking the blood from his fingers, the villain grinned fiercely, openly admiring that Dan It's grandson had come to him himself. The youth clenched his fist fiercely, mentally forbidding the enemy even to utter his grandfather's name with that filthy mouth. The enemy only laughed in response to the threat, noting that the boy's tongue remained as sharp as ever. Wasting no time, the boy launched a top-down attack, clutching a pair of daggers wrapped in a bright blue aura. Their weapons clashed with a deafening clang, sparking showers of sparks from the incredible force of the strike. The old man easily dodged the attack, leaving behind only a blurred silhouette illusion in the air. The young man made a quick spin, trying to strike the enemy with a devastating sword blow, but he skillfully dodged again near the ground. Feeling sharp pain, the young man bit off the glove from his wounded hand, mentally noting the opponent's impressive resilience. Despite lacking internal energy to use the formless dagger, he objectively assessed the old man's exhausted state and strengthened his resolve to win. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly panicked, looking around confusedly in search of the missing divine artifact. Regaining a confident appearance, the enemy offered to surrender in exchange for a quick death, but the boy instantly rebuked him, reminding him of the villain's recent pitiful screams. Pointing the blade forward, the young man coldly revealed the name of the enemy's secret technique, Spirit Tower Yang. The old man's face twisted in shock when the boy added that he was using this mighty power completely incorrectly. Flashing with a crimson aura, the enemy predatory showed interest in the boy's secrets, who possessed such deep knowledge. The old man unleashed destructive whips of bloody energy, threatening to tear off the young man's arm to finally loosen his tongue. With a mad look and sinister glow, the villain rushed swiftly at his victim. His palm, filled with devastating crimson energy, descended downward with incredible speed. The young man met this terrible blow head-on, repelling the onslaught of deadly energy that tore the surrounding space apart. The old man barely believed his own eyes, realizing that his absolute technique had been successfully blocked. Instead, the boy radiated a creepy violet aura, causing the old man to recoil in surprise. The enemy recognized with horror and simultaneous admiration an incredibly pure demonic energy in this power. His face spread into a wide, insane smile from such an unexpected and valuable discovery. Consumed by greed, the villain solemnly declared that he would definitely make this talented young man his special apprentice. The boy only clicked his tongue irritably and swiftly launched a counterattack, mentally rejecting this absurd proposal. His blade sliced through the air as the young man mocked the foolishness of the master who had lost both hands due to inability to control his own poison. The villain bent oddly and with a creepy smile promised to first thoroughly beat his stubborn, new apprentice. The red shadow suddenly darted aside, causing the boy to flinch at the unexpected change of pace. A moment later, the arena filled with crimson clones of the old man, who surrounded their target in a tight ring. The huge illusion of the villain ominously loomed over the young man, demonstrating its absolute superiority on the battlefield. The air was pierced by the cruel intent of the old man to tear off at least one limb from the boy as the beginning of the execution. The enemy unleashed from above a devastating barrage of energy threads, aiming to pin the victim to the ground. Deadly beams stabbed into the stone around the young man, forming a hopeless trap. The old man tightly pulled the energy bonds, absolutely confident that the prey would not escape anywhere. The nets closed and the villain mentally celebrated his inevitable victory over the captive. The space around them vibrated from the incredible concentration of lethal spiritual energy. The young man cursed through his teeth, feeling the bonds biting into his flesh, while his internal energy conversion was critically delayed. The villain sharply jerked the invisible web towards himself, activating the deadly chain-cutting technique. Defending himself, the young man recalled the true essence of his divine artifact, created exclusively for absorbing enemy attacks. Although this defense perfectly suited his body, for revenge he needed another power, while acknowledging that the enemy's threads were stronger than diamond. His eyes flashed with determination. For the absolute destruction of enemies, he created his own reversed version of the divine technique. A powerful explosion tore the diamond shackles to pieces, throwing the old man who was laughing madly in flight. The boy majestically rose above the cloud of dust, while the villain only muttered admiringly about the hidden talents of his follower. The youth unleashed a colossal wave of destructive energy, which moved like a solid wall straight at the enemy. Without giving a break, he intercepted the sword and swiftly prepared for the final deadly strike. A crimson slash of the blade cut through space, concentrating all power in a single point of absolute destruction. However, the old man stopped the blade with bare fingers covered in crystalline armor, sincerely admiring the power of the attack. The smoke cleared and the youth, with a pounding heart, realized that the enemy had blocked his strongest attack with only his left hand. Exploding with a new wave of bloody aura, the villain joyfully shouted that now he desired even more to make the boy his apprentice. His flesh literally began to melt from the excess power, but the mad old man only grinned maniacally. He unleashed a devastating strike from above on the youth, burning with the desire to extract absolutely all hidden techniques from him. The boy's body crashed like a meteor into the stone floor, forming a deep crater from the force of the impact. With his last strength, the youth raised his blade to block as the relentless enemy loomed over him again for a new attack. Clenching his teeth, the boy realized the terrible truth. Despite critical exhaustion, the old man's speed only increased. The cave trembled from a series of incredibly fast blows, where the opponents exchanged attacks at the limits of human capability. The boy performed a complex acrobatic maneuver in the air, barely avoiding deadly grips. Shrouded in a thick bloody mist, the old man predaciously declared that he sought to completely absorb the energy channels of his victim. His eyes burned with greed as he foretold to the youth the greatness of a true master of poisons thanks to his demonic arts. A new flash of destructive power shook the ruins, leaving the youth no safe paths for retreat. The villain hurled himself down like a stone, madly demanding even more entertainment from his opponent. A powerful blow smashed through the youth's defense, forcing him to groan painfully from the terrible force of the collision. Breathing heavily and dripping with sweat, the boy barely stayed on his feet, but his gaze remained icy. The cruel attacker closed the distance again, maniacally repeating his demand to continue the bloody spectacle. The youth's hands dropped limply, the weapon clattered to the ground, and he weakly sank to one knee. The old man triumphantly spread his arms over the trembling victim, rhetorically admiring the absolute beauty of his poison. Observing the paralyzed enemy, the villain proudly revealed that he had used one of the 8 highest poisons, red crane feather. Mocking the helplessness of the opponent, he sarcastically inquired what the defeated one's last actions would be. However, to the old man's great surprise, the boy, overcoming the deadly paralysis, slowly rose to his feet. His clenched fist suddenly filled with ominous crimson light, concentrating the last residual energy within. With a lightning-fast jerk, the youth pierced the space and drove a devastating blow straight into the chest of the stunned villain. The blow turned out to be too weak. The old man merely snorted disdainfully, calling this desperate attempt a pathetic trick. The boy finally collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily for air, while the old man prepared to fatally punish him for the disappointment. A drop of concentrated blood gathered on the villain's fingertip, the second of the 8 highest deadly poisons. But at the last moment, the boy with a wild roar delivered a hidden strike with the inverted bloody palm, causing the enemy to grimace in pain. Spitting out clots of his own blood, the old man laughed maniacally, urging the youth to forever remember this cruel lesson of torn flesh. The surprised elder realized that his limit had come after absorbing only 4 poisons, while a youth wrapped in a purple aura was already approaching him. The boy mockingly asked if the enemy still had one more trump card left, radiating devastating confidence. The Dark Master stood unwavering, his body blazing with the energy of 8 supreme poisons, instilling paralyzing terror in his opponent. The enraged old man flared with a red aura, mentally cursing the audacious brat. Tension peaked as the young man loomed over the enemy, disdainfully asking if he truly dared to challenge him. Suddenly, the dark-haired man fell to one knee, coughing up blood from the effect of an incredibly powerful poison. Seizing the moment, the elder grinned fiercely and declared he would take the weakened opponent's life. With a shout of murder, he lunged forward, releasing a destructive red stream of energy. The boy swiftly dodged, allowing the deadly strike to shatter the stones behind him. Keeping a cool mind, the youth recognized the technique used, the soul-dispersing powder of 7 steps, one of the strongest poisons. In the next moment, the old man's body was pierced by black tentacles, causing him to scream from unbearable pain. From the Dark Master's fingers stretched energy threads, with which he sarcastically offered the enemy a choice. Avoiding the massive attack, the boy skillfully maneuvered in the air among giant dark spikes. A whirlwind of demonic art materialized in the form of a colossal phantom dragon, spreading across the entire sky. This energy, defying the heavens, mercilessly absorbed all other bizarre and ominous forces. Not giving up, the bearded man delivered a swift kick wrapped in crimson light, trying to break through the defense. The young man barely held this destructive strike, crossing his arms before him under the pressure of hellish heat. The elder laughed triumphantly, releasing even more of his terrifying red aura outward. His next attack turned into a massive explosion that swept away everything in its path. But the giant dagger of violet flame pierced the ground, proving that the poison demon is not so easy to destroy. The young man's eyes lit up with a mystical glow as he seized the initiative, preparing for a counterattack. He swiftly plunged from the heavens downward, leaving behind a bright violet trail. The bearded man raised his head in surprise, perceiving this powerful aura as the perfect elixir for his own strength. Barely avoiding the giant blade, the old man cursed, trying to regain his balance. However, the young man was already behind him, cold-bloodedly preparing his next move. A powerful blow threw the elder far back, leaving a deep furrow in the ground from his body. Spitting out blood, the defeated enemy could not believe in his defeat. Wrapped in dark fog, the boy calmly stated that their equal forces were absolutely incomparable. He released a bundle of black threads from his fist, hoping to end this fight forever. But the bearded man suddenly burst into hysterical laughter, considering the situation absolutely absurd. The young man flinched as a huge red blade suddenly cut through the space before him. Below, the old man waved a long crimson whip scythe, writhing as if alive. Laughing like a maniac, he called the boy a funny child and urged him to dodge faster. The weapon in the old man's hands transformed into a demonic centipede beast, mercilessly tearing the stones. 2 opposing forces clashed in a furious dance, exchanging devastating blows. A huge red spike plunged into the rock, almost crushing the young man. The boy flashed backward, sliding on the ground to break the distance. The bearded man aggressively pressed on, mockingly asking where all the enemy's previous confidence had gone. Under a hail of bloody blows, the young man had to switch to a tight defense, holding back the onslaught. Feeling victory near, the old man rushed forward, ready to put a bloody full stop. With a cry about the finale, he unleashed a concentrated red beam of colossal power. But the boy did not lose composure and instantly activated the second technique of his flawless divine protection. Using the reverse wind technique, he created a whirlwind of dark threads that intercepted the beam. His magic literally began to cut the energy centipede into pieces, destroying the enemy's attack. The old man's face contorted with rage and panic as his strongest move dissipated before his eyes. Suddenly, a magical column grew behind the young man, trapping him. Instead of fleeing, he charged straight at the old man, grabbing him with a death grip and ignoring obstacles. With inhuman strength, the Dark Master slammed the enemy into the stone floor, forcing a painful groan from him. Hovering over the defeated, he ominously offered to take all the remaining energy from him. The boy firmly squeezed the old man's wrist, beginning to suck out his life force. Gripped by horror, the bearded man realized that the youth was absorbing even that poisonous energy which he himself could not control. Understanding that he would lose everything, the old man took a desperate step and cruelly cut off his own hand. The boy froze in shock, not expecting such fanatical self-sacrifice. Drenched in blood, the elder hysterically laughed, mocking the excessive greed of his pupil. The youth coldly remarked that these words were too banal for the last ones, while a magical pillar of light was forming around them. He decided to give the old man one last lesson, warning that a missed chance to kill would turn into defeat. But the bearded man only smiled triumphantly, declaring that now brute force would not work against this strange formation of gates. Realizing that it had been a trap from the very beginning, the youth irritably clenched the old man's clothing. Deciding that killing the enemy now was impossible, he pulled a glowing green sphere of energy from his body. Since poison had always been his ally, the boy left the old man a devastating curse as a farewell. Wrapped in green flames, the bearded man choked and writhed in unbearable agony. The youth contemptuously ordered him to get lost, indifferently watching his torment. The old man's body began to dissolve in a bright teleportation flash, leaving the battlefield. When the light faded, the Dark Master remained alone with the magical column, silently acknowledging the enemy's escape. He cast a cold glance over his shoulder, mentally vowing to definitely finish the matter next time. As soon as the tension subsided, the young man felt wild exhaustion and cold sweat rolled down his face. The echo of the battle made itself felt. The cave walls began to crack, shedding massive stone blocks. Assessing the threat of collapse, he realized it was time to return immediately. The young man dashed through the stone rain, horrified to realize that his internal reserves were completely exhausted for escape. Suddenly, a hellish pain pierced his chest, the heavenly curse activated at this critical moment. Exhausted, he fell onto the cold stones, losing the ability to move further. But looking at his hands, which emitted a soft green light, he was surprised to notice the absence of a destructive effect. On the contrary, this foreign energy began to harmoniously merge with his own, filling the void. The intertwining of crimson and emerald lines on the ground suddenly reacted, indicating a clear direction straight to the spirit tower of Yan. Recalling the past, he writhed on the ground from unbearable pain, realizing that he had learned countless demonic arts of the bloody cult. His body trembled with spasms as he desperately tried to tame the destructive power within himself. However, the heavenly curse cruelly interfered with every step he took, blocking the energy with a terrifying green glow. Even the strongest cult sorcerers could only state the fact that this curse was carved into his soul forever. None of them could find a cure or even a hint on how to lift this burden. Giant boulders flew down into the deep chasm while the voice in his head mocked this absurd situation. The young man calmly closed his eyes, understanding that running from fate never made sense. Raising his gaze to the light, he acknowledged with unwavering confidence that his curse was a true blessing. His hand flared with a dense green glow, causing the warrior to ponder the true nature of this new power. The energy capable of absorbing poisonous chi refused to swallow the heavenly curse, instead choosing a completely different target among the remnants of the aura. He resolutely plunged his hand into the blood-red puddle, trying to retrieve what was hidden in the ruins of the spirit tower Yan. With a disgusting sound, the young man pulled out a terrifying white bony paw from which thick blood was dripping. This artifact turned out to be the root of the tower, a poisonous object filled with the energy of offense and vengeful spirits. Suddenly, the cave walls shook, and huge chunks of rock began to fall down with a rumble. The hero found himself at the epicenter of a massive collapse, illuminating the darkness only with his own aura. Assessing the situation, he clenched his teeth, for the destruction was happening too fast, and in his current state, there was simply no way to retreat. Realizing that this might be the will of the curse itself, his face twisted with tension, and he decided to take a desperate risk. Without further thought, the warrior shoved the disgusting bone paw straight into his mouth and swallowed it with effort. At that very moment, his body was pierced by wild pain, causing him to grimace and fall heavily to his knees among the ruins. From his chest suddenly burst aggressive red energy, pulsating with uncontrollable power. Sweating profusely, he felt how the vengeful chi of the spirits tortured by the poisonous demon began to tear him apart from within. Trembling from exhaustion among scattered bodies, the boy mentally ordered himself not to give up despite the hellish torment. In his consciousness appeared the image of a blacksmith's hammer. He decided to use the metal circulation technique to clash the curse and poison. Concentrating bright energy in his palms, he hoped that this collision of forces would give him the key to salvation. But the tension turned out to be colossal, and thick blood gushed from his mouth, accompanied by a painful groan. With a frantic scream, the young man arched backward as destructive waves of green and red aura burst from his body, destroying everything around. The veins on his face bulged as he realized with horror that two mighty forces refused to merge into one. Instead of harmony, the red and green spheres inside him began to fiercely fight, trying to devour each other. Through hellish pain and flashes of lightning, the hero concentrated the last fragments of his will to forcibly balance these energies. He sharply sat in the lotus position, leveled his breathing, and allowed wild energy discharges to rage around his body. Gradually, his face relaxed, and the chaos inside began to obey the iron discipline of the mind. There was no time left, so in his subconscious, he transformed into a blacksmith who gripped the blazing aura with giant tongs to forge balance. Visualizing the process, he carefully directed the flows of green poison and red curse into a single form. With each strike of the imaginary hammer, sparks flew. The young man skillfully controlled the power, not allowing either side to prevail. At first, he suppressed the excess of the vengeful energy of the spirit tower, preparing the perfect base for fusion. And the freed space was instantly filled with the destructive power of the heavenly curse, binding them together firmly. Two deadly auras finally stabilized, forming a perfect network that pierced all the meridians of his body. From his lips slowly burst a trail of thick green steam, which became a symbol of absolute control over the new power. Above his head bloomed a dazzling spiritual flower, the highest form of concentration of poisonous chi, about which only legends had been told before. Clenching his fingers, the hero admitted with surprise that only thanks to the art of poison he had just broken through the wall of the absolute level. An unbreakable determination flashed in his eyes and a drop of sweat rolled down his face, a silent testimony of the hell he had passed through. He delivered a devastating blow into the void, tearing phantom bonds, and for the first time in his life felt absolute freedom. Filled with triumph, the young man stood among the ruins. He not only overcame the heavenly curse but also transformed it into colossal inner power. Stones continued to fall from the ceiling while he watched his hands in fascination, realizing the prospects of this divine poison. With a wild smile on his face, he rushed forward, breaking falling boulders with his bare fists. The cave finally turned into a deadly trap, forcing the hero to rush at a mad speed to avoid being buried alive. On the go, he sharply wound strong black threads around his fist, preparing to break his way out. With a predatory gleam in his eyes, the young man released a burst of energy, deciding to end this stone prison once and for all. Meanwhile, outside, the entrance to the cave was completely blocked by gigantic boulders. Seeing this disaster, the young girl fell to her knees in despair right on the damp ground. Her face twisted in horror, for the path was completely cut off, and behind her silently stood the Alliance warriors. With tears in her eyes, she screamed desperately, demanding to break through, because every second of delay meant death. However, the leader of the Sichuan branch of the Combat Alliance arrogantly raised his hand, coldly stating that they would stay outside. An elderly nun sharply interrupted the conversation, angrily accusing the leader of cowardice and betrayal of his own allies. The man nervously clenched his teeth and grimaced with rage, feeling how these words struck at his reputation. He burst out shouting, pointing to the impenetrable blockage and justifying his inaction by the impossibility of breaking inside. The Alliance leader continued to shout that behind these stones raged deadly poisonous chi, which would kill anyone. The nun looked at the pitiful warrior with contempt, throwing accusations of lack of brotherhood in his face. Suddenly, the situation escalated. Two fighters barely restrained their clan leader, who was trying to rush to the blockage. Ignoring the pleas of his subordinates to come to his senses, he harshly ordered them to immediately get out of the way. In his gaze read an icy threat as he repeated his order in a deadly tone. The subordinate cried out in despair, begging not to risk his life, for the leader's death would mean the end for their entire clan. Roughly pushing his men aside, the leader growled that he would not leave the young heir who was now waiting for rescue. A murmur of surprise ran through the crowd when the nun calmly stepped forward and authoritatively ordered the man to stop. Maintaining absolute calm, she declared her intention to go to the epicenter of danger together with him. Two more female warriors immediately joined them, one of whom confidently noted that her special sight would be useful. Their determination was interrupted by a sudden rumble. The ground beneath their feet shook wildly, causing the warriors to stagger. In a moment, the stone debris was torn apart by a colossal explosion of dazzling energy, throwing everyone present back in a wave. The women groaned, crossing their arms in front of their faces, trying to protect themselves from the fierce wind and sharp rock fragments. A thick veil of dust slowly rose upward, revealing a view of the completely destroyed mountain structure. The warriors' faces turned pale with horror as they realized that the cave had finally collapsed on the young master's head. The clan leader's eyes widened in silent shock, and inside him the last hope was broken. His legs buckled and he helplessly fell into the arms of his loyal subordinates, finally broken by grief. But suddenly heavy footsteps sounded through the thick dust, and a tall male silhouette appeared in the fog. The entire crowd froze, stunned, staring into the darkness when someone shouted that a living person had emerged from the ruins. The girl activated her glowing eye, trying to discern the aura of the survivor, and whispered the heir's name with hope. However, the euphoria turned into primal fear. The fighters sensed such a concentration of poison that they mistook the newcomer for the mythical poisonous demon. The alliance leader, with a twisted face, instantly commanded everyone to draw their weapons and prepare for battle. The clang of steel pierced the silence. Dozens of warriors drew their swords with trembling hands, expecting a bloody massacre. The nun suddenly felt something strange and turned to her companion in surprise, while her own aura softly glowed. Realizing the truth, the blue-haired warrior dashed forward lightning fast, desperately ordering the crowd to lower their weapons. Through the smoke, staggering and covered in black blood, a real young man came out to them, calling his father with his last strength. But the warriors noticed black spots on his body with horror, mistaking them for symptoms of one of the 8 supreme poisons, and began to flee. Having no strength left to stand, the battered boy began to fall, vainly begging them not to be afraid. At that very moment, the warrior woman managed to catch his heavy body, saving him from a harsh fall to the ground. Her face paled with fright when she saw up close the terrible condition of the young master. Pressing him to herself, she anxiously gazed into the features of the unconscious hero, distorted by black streams of blood. But suddenly, a barely noticeable victor's smile appeared on the bloodied lips of the rescued man, while the girl desperately called his name. In the bustling square, a man emotionally announced to the crowd the return of a terrible horror from the past. He proclaimed with pomp that from the shadows of the fallen Tan clan, a young dragon had finally emerged. The narrator pointed to Tan Si-un, calling him the #1 hero in Sichuan and the green dragon of the clan. According to him, after the execution of the treacherous Tan Ho Yal, the young man inherited the determination to confront the poison demon. The image of a mighty elder emphasized the scale of the danger, in the confrontation of which the Silver Phoenix from the Amei school also took part. The story revealed the hero's feat, who passed through deadly traps to save the hostages. Whispers spread in the crowd that the rescued was an ordinary bearer, and the hero risked his life for a stranger. Local warriors usually only collected tribute, so such a selfless act caused genuine admiration. Some skeptics doubted the young master's ability to fight the poison demon, but they were quickly silenced by threats. The Battle Alliance officially confirmed the rumors, although Si-un himself was balancing on the edge of life and death from severe wounds. Hope remained only in the leader of the Amei school, who personally took on his treatment. In the semi-darkness of the room, Ha-yan diligently wrung out a wet towel over a basin of water. The girl anxiously noted that the fever had not subsided for more than 3 days, placing a compress on the youth's battered face. She mentally reproached herself for her powerlessness, doubting her title of Silver Phoenix. Suddenly the door opened and the surprised Ha-yan greeted her mentor and the patriarch of the Tang clan. The tired patriarch refused excessive honors, not wishing to distract the girl from caring for his son. He sincerely thanked her for the round-the-clock supervision of the wounded hero. When asked about the boy's condition, Ha-yeon bitterly admitted the absence of any improvements. The mentor tried to calm the student, shifting the blame to her own lack of treatment skills. The patriarch gently asked the girls to go rest, leaving his son in peace for a while. Left alone, the bloodied and beaten young man lay motionless on the bed. Si-eun slowly opened his eyes, showing a cold, clear gaze without a trace of delirium. He quietly sat on the bed, carefully examining the empty room. The young man mentally admitted that he had to pretend to be mortally wounded, as he could not otherwise explain his rapid increase in strength after the fight with the demon. In his memories, a bloody severed leg appeared before him in the middle of the night forest. The demonic elder, with a malicious smile and a bloodied face, asked his student about his feelings. The boy's body weakly fell to the ground before the terrible enemy, acknowledging defeat. The student excused himself with fear for his own family, claiming he had no other choice but to betray. The elder rudely cut off his whining, flashing a sinister light from beneath his straw hat. He reminded that the demonic sword had destroyed far more innocent lives. The poison demon emphasized that this is the true power of the weapon created by the very defeated student. With frank contempt, the elder called him a true member of the bloody cult. The boy's face twisted with pain and anger because of these cruel words. In the darkness of the forest, he clenched his teeth and was forced to admit the demon's absolute correctness. Returning to reality, Si-eun coldly declared that he would not forgive this old man. Having dealt the demon of poison a powerful blow, he won himself precious time to recover. Looking at his portrait, the young man realized the urgent need to become even more powerful. His eyes flashed with determination to surpass the poison demon and one day destroy the bloodiest demon himself. Suddenly, he felt the approach of the long-awaited item from his master. Si-eun quickly returned to bed, pretending to be unconscious, while voices outside the door spoke of unwillingness to give the treasure to a stranger. The door cautiously slid open, letting the guests in. The mentor entered the room with a wooden box, explaining that the boy's heroism had moved even her master. Patriarch Tang looked at the box with distrust, amazed that the Amaze school had handed over a pill of golden essence. He could not believe his eyes, as these legendary medicines could pull a person back from the other world. The mentor directly confirmed that she brought this priceless treasure specifically to save Si-eun. The patriarch bowed low, swearing that his clan would fully repay such incredible mercy. The woman replied reproachfully that she was not a petty traitor to seek profit in allies. They both agreed that the young Master Tan was their savior, worthy of this sacrifice. The box opened, revealing a dazzlingly shining golden pill. The mentor carefully placed the medicine into the unconscious youth's mouth. She ordered Ha-yeon to step back and personally began circulating his chi energy. Lying with closed eyes, Si-eun mentally apologized to the abbess, preparing to absorb the full power of the artifact. Suddenly, the woman's face twisted in shock and incomprehension. Her own divine energy began instantly leaking from her body, absorbed by the youth's burning aura. She realized with horror that inside the boy hid a boundless monster greedily devouring her strength. Clenching her teeth, the abbess groaned from unbearable tension, losing control. Gathering the remnants of her will, she sharply tore the shining hand away from the young man's body, leaning back. The patriarch and Ha-yeon instantly rushed to the exhausted woman, supporting her. She barely audibly said that she had done everything possible, trying to restore breathing. The abbess added anxiously that now there was only hope for the boy's inner strength to endure this process. At that very moment, Si-eun abruptly stood up with a loud cough, shocking everyone with his sudden awakening. The patriarch rushed to his son, grabbing him by the shoulders and not believing his own eyes. The young man bowed his head and with feigned sorrow apologized for allowing the poison demon to escape. The father and the abbess dismissed his apology, reminding him that he had dealt the enemy a fatal blow and cut off his hand. Despite Si-eun's words about his own weakness, the alliance had already recognized his triumph as an indisputable feat. The mentor interrupted the young man's further self-reproach and asked Ha-yeon for help with the demonstration. The girl sharply turned to the unexpected call. She asked in surprise, completely not understanding the woman's intentions. Si-eun felt a powerful surge of energy and focused his intense gaze on the abbess. The woman drew her weapon, activating the technique of the wind sword. Her movements were accompanied by powerful golden streams that aggressively sliced the air around. With incredible speed, she performed the great secret of reflection, creating a vortex of power. The room was illuminated by a bright flash from her final stance, leaving the spectators in complete awe. The abbess stopped inside with relief, lowering her weapon and dissipating the aura. Si-un respectfully folded his hands, hiding a satisfied smile from the knowledge gained. He acknowledged that even a single observation of this technique would bring him tremendous benefit in battle. The mentor nodded approvingly, sincerely hoping for his further development and improvement. However, the young man cautiously asked if it was permissible to teach the secrets of the Amei school to someone who was not their student. The woman lightly coughed and mysteriously replied that everything in this world has its own reason. She suddenly suggested that Si-un go with her to meet the divine doctor, causing his surprise. The abbess smiled slyly, enjoying the puzzled reaction of her interlocutor. According to her, she was going to ask her master to take the young man as an apprentice, which greatly shocked Ha-yan. The girl instantly blushed and opened her eyes wide at the heard proposal. A tense silence fell in the room as everyone digested this unexpected statement. Si-un awkwardly touched his cheek, covered with cold drops of sweat before the inevitable prospect. In his imagination, a vivid image of a closed female monastery appeared, as the Amei school was famous as a place where men were strictly forbidden to enter. The abbess of the Amei sect smiled warmly, noting that the young man had finally begun to speak according to his age. Respectfully folding his hands, he listened attentively to the woman's proposal. It turned out that the Supreme Abbess Boyan possessed the best medical skills in the world. The young man hoped mentally to forever get rid of the heavenly curse thanks to her talent. The woman suggested asking Boyan to take the boy as her external apprentice so that he could avoid the strict rules of the sect. She added that this status would instantly resolve all his fears about leaving his native clan. Other female students whispered in shock, not believing in such an incredible opportunity for a stranger. One of the girls blushed deeply, realizing that now this young man would formally become their elder uncle. The abbess respectfully bowed and called the boy the leader of the sect. However, he sharply refused the privilege, folding his palms in a gesture of deep respect. All present froze in shock, digesting such an unexpected response to the generous offer. The boy mentally excused himself with the rapid changes of the future and the urgent need to find the poisonous demon. The young man respectfully added that he did not devalue the Amei sect and now perfectly understood the bitterness of the alliance leader after refusal. The abbess reproached him offendedly for giving her hope only to mercilessly trample it. The attention of those present sharply shifted to the adult man silently accompanying the boy. The senior warrior mentally marveled at the fact that both the alliance leader and the divine doctor literally begged the young man to become their disciple. He looked at his companion with considerable pride, amazed at the speed of his spiritual growth. Meanwhile, in the gloomy night forest, a solitary raven watched the terrifying scene of the slaughter. Amid torn bodies and pools of blood stood the figure of a ruthless warrior. The sword demon, deputy leader of the bloody cult, disdainfully surveyed the battlefield, calling the mass slaughter a mere nuisance. From the boiling bloody lake suddenly emerged a muscular elder, the poison demon, predatory inquiring about the purpose of the visit. The swordsman coldly replied that his body had finally felt true lightness. The elder, with an open sneer, offered to sew the guest's severed arms back on. The face of the sword demon instantly twisted with rage. He drew his blade and promised to cut out the insolent old man's tongue. The poison demon only maniacally grinned, realizing that the swordsman had not come for pleasantries. The guest pierced him with a gaze and directly asked if the bloody demon himself had given the order for destruction. The face of the poison demon sharply tensed from the unexpected revelation of his secret. Wasting no time, the sword demon launched into attack, predicting a swift and painful death for the enemy. The tip of the blade struck an invisible barrier, sparking a dazzling flash of energy. The swordsman unleashed a barrage of deadly strikes on the opponent, desperately trying to break the defense. Thick black blood slowly dripped from the blade of his weapon. The poisonous demon suddenly burst into mad laughter, releasing a colossal crimson aura around himself. The swordsman froze in shock, realizing that the old man had broken the boundary and reached the absolute peak of the transformation stage. The old man's eye glowed eerily crimson as he ordered the enemy to deliver a message about his new power. Shrouded in a bloody glow, the poisonous demon triumphantly declared the acquisition of the legendary spirit tower of Yang. Understanding the critical difference in strength, the sword demon cautiously retreated, preparing for an immediate escape. Calling the opponent a lunatic, he sharply turned around and rushed away from the bloody lake. Behind him, a powerful explosion sounded as the old man unleashed a destructive wave of crimson energy. The poisonous demon continued to laugh maniacally, enjoying his absolute triumph. He confidently stated that his brilliant victory was inevitable and completely obvious. Stroking his beard, the old man mentally admitted that he could never personally kill his most precious disciple. Rising above the boiling lake of blood, the monster promised a swift meeting with his protege. Later, the events moved to a peaceful night city, where a new bloody conspiracy was already unfolding in the shadows. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak approached the brightly lit, luxurious residence. The stranger confidently entered the room of the clan leader, holding a heavy bloodied sack in his hand. He bluntly threw the bundle on the table, showing the severed head of the next target. The maid covered her mouth in horror, while the mercenary lazily apologized for his sudden and audacious intrusion. The young man calmly sat at the table, brushing off that the brought head was just a random target he destroyed on the way. The killer took a sip of tea, disdainfully dismissing the owner's claims about the excessive difficulty of the task performed. Suddenly, he spat out the drink with undisguised disgust right before the shocked clan leader's eyes. The boy irritably asked why the tea was so bitter, suggesting that someone was trying to poison him. After hearing the frightened owner's excuses, he stated that he hated bitterness and expected a better taste from the elite variety. Changing anger to mercy, the mercenary with a predatory smile ordered sweets of the Tan clan to be brought to him immediately. When the frightened maid fled, the clan leader sharply turned to the main purpose of their secret meeting. Throwing his leg on the table, the young man with a defiant smile ordered to name the next target. The old man snorted with satisfaction, highly appreciating the cynical straightforwardness of his interlocutor. He laid a highest-rank contract on the table, demanding cruel revenge for his mutilated son. With a face distorted by rage, the client ordered to bring the head of the direct heiress of the Tan clan, Tan Si-woon. The assassin thoughtfully looked at the flickering lantern, quickly analyzing the proposed deal. With a cold smile, he unexpectedly refused this extremely profitable task. The clan leader began to shout indignantly, trying to justify the terrible actions of his heir. The young man harshly interrupted him, categorically stating that this bastard absolutely deserved death. Suddenly, their tense conversation was interrupted by a piercing female scream of horror from the corridor of the residence. A mad young man burst into the hall with a bloodied sword, revealing himself as the client's son, joyfully shouting about the murder of Tan Si-woon. His shadow ominously reflected on the paper doors during another cruel strike on the invisible victim. Bursting into the room, the deranged man noticed the mercenary and maniacally shouted that he had found the demon who was hiding. Saliva dripped from his mouth, and his white rolled-back eyes blazed with an exceptional desire to tear the enemy to pieces. The madman instantly launched into an attack, swinging his weapon high for a decisive strike. The mercenary only sighed wearily, perceiving this deadly attack as a mere minor annoyance. With a lightning-fast move, he easily dodged the blade and harshly pressed the attacker to the floor, knocking the weapon away. Firmly holding the enemy, the killer looked coldly with interest into his face distorted by madness. He carefully examined the condition of the defeated, finally convincing himself of the irreversibility of his mental destruction. Throwing aside the knocked-out sword and leaving the body on the carpet, the young man unexpectedly declared that he had changed his decision. Turning back to the stunned clan leader, he coldly agreed to carry out the bloody order. Forcefully stabbing his blade into the table, the mercenary harshly ordered to prepare an astronomical sum of money. His eyes narrowed into a dangerous squint as he admitted that he had a personal interest in this matter. Wrapped in a threatening emerald aura, the young man mentally boiled with uncontrollable outrage. He tightly gripped the weapon's hilt, radiating an incredible thirst for blood. He was finally thrown off balance by the fact that some girl from the Tan clan dared to illegally seize his absolute technique. The workers confidently secured the new sign on the facade of the estate, marking the beginning of a new era for the clan. The family leader solemnly exited the gates accompanied by his retinue, enveloped in an aura of absolute power. His gaze was unwavering, confirming readiness for the upcoming changes and new challenges. Casting his eyes over those present, he mentally noted the arrival of masters from other sects, indicating the furious growth of their influence. The man restrainedly apologized for his previous aloofness, emphasizing his desire to restore strong alliances. Inviting the guests to enjoy the celebration, he barely smiled when someone from the crowd respectfully called him the full-fledged head of the clan. In the crowd, people whispered excitedly about how status had changed the young man, and how his agency had received orders for half a year in advance after he personally cut off the hand of the poison demon. The guests acknowledged that the son of the tiger remained a dangerous predator, to which the leader modestly waved off the flattery. A girl from the crowd joyfully noted the unprecedented number of guests, predicting the Tan escort agency would gain the status of the main representative of all Sichuan. Elder women confidently agreed that under the leadership of the young master, the clan was inevitably awaiting an era of unprecedented prosperity. The murmur of the crowd grew louder, filling the square with an atmosphere of general triumph and recognition. Even proposals of marriage began to approach the leader, praising the best candidates for such an outstanding party. However, the true concerns of the hero lay far beyond festive banquets and empty social conversations. Far from the noise, Si-un purposefully walked through the dense forest, leading behind him an exhausted companion. The weakened woman sighed heavily and quietly called his name, barely keeping up with the frantic pace. She pleaded to slow down at least a little, to which the young man responded with sincere incomprehension. Leaning on her knees, she reproached him that she had been hearing the promise of a quick arrival for a whole hour while he easily overcame mountain obstacles. Looking back, Si-un smiled warmly and assured that this time they had really almost reached their goal. Sinking to the ground from fatigue, the woman muttered that she had not at all expected an ordinary walk to turn into an exhausting survival training. The young man humorously replied that physical exertion was only good for her, mentally recalling the past and his initial caution. She only breathed heavily and discontentedly, trying to catch her breath after the steep climb. A moment flashed in his memory when he was forced to accept a precious gift from the Amei sect, firmly deciding to keep away from them in the future. Si-un clearly realized, to prevent a large-scale tragedy, his own efforts would not be enough and action must be taken immediately. Catching her breath, the woman anxiously changed the subject, recalling the growing discontent of the Dark Flame squad. The young man stopped and coldly suggested that their offense was caused solely by the fact that he did not choose them for his plans. She admitted that she perfectly understood his motives, but her heart still tightened with anxiety over the consequences of such a conflict. Si-un slightly frowned, turning around and asking again if it was really this squad that dared to openly rebel. He harshly remarked that he had not even had time to announce his true intentions, and the subordinates were already allowing themselves insolent complaints. His eyes flashed with icy fury as he stated that they had rudely crossed the line of what was permitted. The woman gently placed her palm on his shoulder, trying to calm the sudden outburst of destructive anger. She kindly reminded him that people were outraged not for their own benefit, but out of sincere concern for the future of the family. The companion wisely added that a true leader must be able to soothe the hearts of his subordinates, and asked him never to forget this. Having calmed his emotions, Si-un respectfully folded his hands and firmly promised to engrave her instruction in his memory. Seeing his submission, the woman's face was illuminated by a warm, almost maternal smile. Her gaze was filled with deep tenderness and boundless pride for the mighty warrior he was becoming. With nostalgia, she jokingly stated that for her he would forever remain a 5-year-old child, to which the young man ironically asked where she had seen such gigantic children. Eventually, they reached their destination and, with a lit torch, delved into the gloomy depths of the abandoned mine. Looking back at the cold walls, she asked in surprise why he needed this completely useless territory obtained from the Amei sect. Instead of answering, Si-un abruptly stopped and ordered his sister to be extremely careful, as deadly energy was swirling ahead. The woman instantly covered her face with a cloth, shocked by the incredible density of the poisonous aura in an ordinary cave. Frightened, she suggested retreating immediately, but the young man authoritatively ordered her to start the circulation of the poisonous heart formula. He explained the deadly method in detail. Instead of the usual meridian protection, she had to use the acupuncture point of destruction to absorb the poison directly into herself. Si-un ordered to concentrate true energy and mix it with the poison, then pass this lethal mixture through the entire body. Noticing her panic, he looked her straight in the eyes and firmly asked her to trust him. The woman froze, looking at his confident figure, and sudden memories carried her away in a powerful wave to the distant past. Before her eyes appeared a scene from childhood, when she, angry and crying, cruelly pushed her little brother away with words of hatred. Then their mother gently scolded her, explaining that Si-un was seriously ill, and she had to be an understanding older sister. But in her soul she screamed in pain, for she herself was only a little child desperately needing a crumb of attention. Bitter tears of loneliness often became her only friends in the dark, empty corridors of the huge mansion. In moments of greatest despair, she whispered to the darkness that she dreamed of being the only child in the family. However, her sinful thoughts were interrupted by the frantic cry of the servants, announcing terrible trouble with the young heir. In panic, orders were shouted to call the healer, for the boy had suffered terrible burns in the forge's flames. She ran through the corridors, gasping from tears and cursing herself, convinced that this was karmic punishment for her cruel wishes. Bursting into the room, the girl froze before the bed where her tiny brother lay, completely wrapped in bloodied bandages. Despite the hellish pain, he extended to her a roughly forged dagger wrapped in his hand, the true cause of his injuries. In a weak voice, the boy whispered that he had made this weapon as a gift especially for her. At that moment, her childish heart shattered into pieces, and she made the most important decision of her life. Firmly embracing her maimed brother, she vowed to believe in him and protect him to the very end, even if it cost her life. Memories dispersed like smoke, and the woman, resolutely closing her eyes, began fearlessly drawing in the deadly emerald aura. She mentally screamed, feeling how the aggressive poison did not burn her organs, but obediently concentrated inside. The energy was not just accumulating, it perfectly merged with her own power, becoming her absolute weapon. With indescribable shock, she opened her eyes wide and looked at her palm, which radiated a dense green glow. Deeply impressed, she asked her brother about the nature of this miracle, to which he calmly called it an ordinary trifle. Si-un casually explained that he had only applied the Amei teachings to their formula, mentally deciding to conceal the art of the poison demon to avoid unnecessary questions. But as an experienced warrior, the sister immediately understood that such perfect synergy could not be a mere coincidence. Without letting her recover, the young man led her deeper into the cave, assuring that further concentration of the poison would bring absolute benefit. Following him, she looked at him with reverence, shocked by the realization that her brother had created a higher, perfect combat technique. She wondered whether he possessed the talent of a true grandmaster, since absorbing deadly poison now felt like swallowing healing century-old ginseng. The power of this new technique, which she mentally named the Poisonous Cloud Formula, continuously filled her danchin with pure energy. The mechanism was insane. Half of the poison turned into a weapon, and the other half became life force, opening the path to absolute might. Suddenly, Si-un stopped, seeing that the emerald aura around the woman had reached its peak. He noted with satisfaction that her previous training had become the perfect foundation for breaking through the spiritual barrier. The woman fully immersed herself in a state of absolute trance, rapidly breaking through to the early stage of the peak level. The young man carefully lowered the torch to the ground, fully concentrating on the process. Recalling his former helplessness, he decided with manic determination to personally direct her flows to lead his sister beyond human capabilities. Si-un stood behind and released his aura, forcibly stabilizing her energy during the most dangerous stage. A predatory focus appeared on his face as he mentally forced the energy to obey, knowing that only one step remained to triumph. The cave space was torn apart by a dazzling flash of energy lightning, as the chains of her old limitations were destroyed forever. The wave of power gently subsided, and the woman slowly exhaled, opening her eyes, in which now burned the fire of a true master. Her face expressed pure shock at the realization that the insurmountable long-standing barrier had finally been broken. Si-un folded his hands in a traditional greeting and proudly congratulated his sister on the grand rebirth. Shrouded in remnants of emerald flame, she towered in the darkness, having reached the highest point of the peak level. Her voice trembled with sincere devotion as she looked at her brother and quietly spoke words of boundless gratitude for this new power. A youth from the Tan clan proudly acknowledged his sister as the strongest among them. The girl promised to definitely repay this favor, although the brother brushed off her words. He insisted that it was only the result of her own efforts, but the sister clearly understood that she could never have managed on her own. The flame of the torch illuminated the rocky ground as the youth reminded that their mission here was not yet complete. Before them swirled a dense purple aura of poison, which the boy now clearly felt thanks to his new level of power. The sister agreed to go further, and they together moved deeper into the dark cave. The girl anxiously noted that ordinary plants could not emit such powerful energy, suspecting the presence of a giant poisonous beast. The brother, with a torch in hand, warned that a deadly battle might await ahead, but the acquired core was worth any risk. He decisively stepped forward, knowing that this find would surely help overcome the heavenly curse of C1. The sister froze in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. She puzzledly looked around the emptiness, noting that there were neither monsters nor toxic herbs here. The youth knelt by the black crystals and triumphantly reported the find, further confusing his companion. The girl disdainfully called it an ordinary spent stone, abandoned because of its worthlessness. The brother's palm shone with golden energy over the ore. He explained that after 10 years in the air or under the influence of internal energy, this stone releases a deadly poison. Under the influence of his power, the boulder flashed with gold, and the young man revealed its true name, mineral poison. The sister's face stretched in shock, as until now she had encountered mentions of this only in ancient treatises. To her question about the source of knowledge, the brother coldly lied about a hint from a patient of the Hall of Heavenly Medicine. He recalled an old miner with accumulated poisonous chi, who supposedly once worked in these caves. The girl sincerely admired the brother's insight, although he modestly attributed everything to luck due to lack of evidence. In his thoughts, the young man admitted the lie, as the true nature of this ore was actually revealed only by the bloody cult. He lightly kicked the glowing stone, realizing that this find would open a new path for their impoverished clan. The sister's cheeks flushed with hope that the poison art of the Tan clan would finally be revived to the joy of their father. A predatory smile played on the young man's face. He himself was eagerly awaiting this triumph. The boy commanded to start work, once again making his companion blink in surprise. He threw a huge sack to the ground, completely confusing the girl with his intentions. Having found the pickaxes and shovels abandoned by the miners, the brother confidently approached the tools. He firmly gripped the handles, noting that only a few are capable of withstanding the poisonous energy of this place. The young man slung the pickaxe over his shoulder and with an innocent smile hinted that they would have to mine the ore together. With a ringing crash, his tool struck the black stone, scattering sparks. The girl clumsily struck the rock, after which the brother began patiently correcting her technique. She raised the pickaxe high, trying to make the widest and most powerful swing possible under his guidance. Furiously breaking the stone, the sister swore through her teeth never to sign up for such terrible outings again. Meanwhile, above the great training ground of the Tan clan in Sichuan, the sun shone carefree. Two warriors fiercely crossed swords in sparring, while one of them irritably doubted the meaning of their efforts. The senior fighter with a scar on his cheek gloomily asked if they would ever have a chance to engage in a real fight. He was outraged that the decision to hire a strategist instead of guards made the entire Dark Flame squad completely unnecessary. A red-haired warrior approached him and harshly cut off, saying that the young leader's distrust was entirely justified. The youth contemptuously reminded that it was their inability to stop the killer that caused such disgraceful treatment. The veteran angrily glared at the newcomer, brutally ordering him to keep his tongue behind his teeth. But the redhead only mocked, calling the elders whining pathetic excuses of a loser who failed to defend against the ambush. Tension flared instantly. The young warrior boldly repeated his words right to the veteran's face, accusing him of loser mentality. The enraged fighter with a scar abruptly stepped forward, roaring that instead of talking, more training was needed. Losing control, he roughly grabbed the red-haired warrior by the kimono collar. With a face reddened by anger, the veteran fiercely demanded the youth to repeat the insult once more. While he threatened the audacious one, a tall, authoritative figure of the leader slowly approached the epicenter of the conflict. Someone's mighty hand suddenly intercepted the wrist of the furious warrior, firmly blocking the strike. It was Ha Huyan, vice-captain of the Dark Flame squad, who in an icy tone ordered to immediately stop this circus. The veteran instantly unclenched his fingers and, lowering his gaze, quietly apologized for the outburst of anger. The vice-captain calmly explained that he understood their dissatisfaction, but the young clan leader definitely had his own weighty reasons. However, looking at the cloudless sky, even he himself felt doubt about the bizarre idea of making the strategist a guard. Deep in his soul, the man strained to decipher what exact plan had matured in the head of their young master. The action shifted to the noisy, sunlit streets of Sichuan, where city life was bustling. A young maid with a joyful smile held a full basket of vegetables, dreaming of preparing a lavish dinner. Seeing the juicy meat, she decided to thank the hosts and buy the favorite dish of the young master. While the butcher skillfully chopped the carcass, a stranger addressed the girl, confessing that he was a traveler and in the city for the first time. Flashing the lenses of his round glasses, the boy politely inquired how to get to the residence of the Tang clan as quickly as possible. This confused youth in simple clothing looked completely helpless amid the bustling crowd. The maid sighed with relief, realizing that before her was an ordinary scholar, and therefore, bringing him to the estate would be quite safe. Introducing herself as a clan worker, she offered to be his guide, to which the traveler gladly agreed. Their route lay along a picturesque forest path, wrapped in the golden rays of the evening sun. They confidently walked on solid ground, leaving the noisy city far behind. Along the way, the boy did not stop for a moment, emotionally reflecting on the unfortunate fate of the strategist who made a mistake in choosing the Lord. Waving his hands, he sprinkled historical names, recalling corrupt ministers and the miserable ends of loyal servants. The girl silently walked ahead, barely restraining her irritation at this unbearable loudmouth. When the young man started another long song about the cursed masters, the maid seriously wondered if it would be better for her to just run away into the forest. Suddenly, the walk was abruptly interrupted by someone's heavy leather boot, threateningly stepping onto the path right in front of them. In front of them stood the young leader of the Tan clan, whom the girl immediately joyfully recognized and called out to. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the terrible condition of her masters. The exhausted sister barely stood on her feet, while the brother, with an awkward smile, carried a dirty sack with ore on his shoulder. To the frightened questions of the maid, the exhausted girl just waved her hand, having no strength to explain all their adventures. The attention of the clan leader was instantly caught by a stranger in glasses, who rudely approached and began scrutinizing his face. The scientist muttered fascinatedly about dark eyes, perfect eyebrows, and expressive cheekbones, which caused the young man silent surprise. Having assessed the structure of the jaw and forehead, the boy pompously proclaimed that this face was made to command an entire court of officials. The lenses of his glasses flashed with the fire of fanaticism as he wildly exclaimed that before him was the true physiognomy of the supreme ruler. The maid awkwardly intervened, apologizing for the strange scene, and explained that she had brought this prophet to their residence. The youth instantly dropped to one knee and with deep reverence folded his hands, declaring that from today he would serve as the personal bodyguard of the young leader. The heir of Tan fixed his icy, impassive gaze on him, coldly accepting this statement. In the imagination appeared the majestic figure of a strategist playing with fates on the global map of the world, for in all lands he was known as the greatest mentor of the Celestial Empire. Before the clan leader bowed low the instructor of 1,000 gazes himself, the legendary strategist Yo-sun. Only novices remained on the training ground, whose fighting spirit was completely shattered after the captain's disappearance. The senior warrior with long hair silently observed this chaos, mentally asking himself whether today's training was over. Suddenly, a stern order to stop was heard, and the master stepped forward with firm steps, declaring that this could not continue any longer. The young clan leader appeared accompanied by the bespectacled man, coldly noting that the situation was even worse than he had expected. The warriors instantly knelt, paying homage to their young ruler, who reproached them for turning the training into a pathetic rest. One of the fighters shuddered discontentedly when the leader contemptuously asked if they had decided to turn the exercise into an ordinary game. Maintaining icy calm, the young leader suggested starting with an official introduction. He introduced the young man in glasses, declaring him unequivocally as his personal bodyguard. A wave of outrage and skepticism swept through the crowd, as the fighters could not believe that this frail boy was capable of protecting anyone. The bespectacled boy awkwardly panicked but quickly composed himself, loudly promising to bravely defend his master like a true legendary warrior. Suddenly, the leader's heavy boot came down with devastating force on a massive stone, shattering it completely. Black fragments of the mysterious ore scattered with a rumble across the entire platform, causing the warriors to reflexively retreat. The accomplices recognized with horror in the fragments a mineral poison, whose destructive power equaled that of the 8 deadliest toxins in the world. The news of the presence of such a terrible substance caused panic among the fighters, who began to recoil in fear from the dangerous stones. The leader's eyes remained cold and emotionless as he carefully studied every reaction of his subordinates. He mentally noted that among all this crowd there were still a few worthy warriors who maintained steel composure. However, the majority proved to be an absolute disappointment, cowardly retreating at the very first threat. Calming his subordinates, the leader assured in a calm tone that he and his sister had already completely suppressed the toxicity of the ore. His hand authoritatively rested on one of the fragments, demanding maximum concentration and attention from those present. The leader's face was illuminated by an ominous greenish glow of poison as he unequivocally declared the return of the Tan clan to the forgotten art of poisoning. Outrage instantly flared among the ranks of the fighters, as such a sudden decision seemed to them utter madness. One of the warriors exploded with anger, desperately reminding that due to the ban on poisons they had honed exclusively the skill of hidden weapons for years. The fighters insisted that they could not simply discard years of training, especially when the clan currently did not even have proper poisoning techniques. Ignoring any protests, the leader officially expanded the powers of his frail bodyguard. The bespectacled man was astonishingly appointed chief instructor with absolute control over all combat units. The young man in glasses was so shocked he almost lost the power of speech, incredulously pointing at himself with a trembling finger. Tension reached its peak, and one of the veterans bitterly asked the leader at least not to insult their long-standing loyalty to the clan. The dissatisfied fighter's face twisted with rage and deep offense at such radical innovations. The young clan leader cut off all complaints in an icy tone, looking down on the rebels. He harshly ordered to divide the people into 2 groups and gave them exactly 10 days of preparation before the friendly duel. A heavy, oppressive silence hung in the air as the warriors digested what they had heard. The ruler promised that in case of defeat of his people, he would immediately dismiss the new instructor and voluntarily go into exile. Shrouded in a threatening green aura of power, he clenched his fist white and grimly warned of cruel consequences in case of his victory. That same night, under the cover of darkness, the leader and his new instructor gathered 3 specially selected fighters before them. The young ruler calmly greeted the recruits, scrutinizing their readiness for the special trial. The fighters one by one began to eagerly shout out their names, demonstrating determination. The last to proudly introduce himself was a burly young man named Chan Yi, staring tensely directly at the command. The leader closed his eyes and indulgently allowed the warriors to freely express all the doubts swirling in their heads. The strategist with glasses instantly became embarrassed, nervously laughed and tried to justify himself, saying he was only a desk theorist. However, the ruler mercilessly ordered him to immediately demonstrate his true abilities before the formation. The analyst was horrified to the depths of his soul, realizing that the young leader had somehow learned his most secret secret. Understanding that empty excuses would no longer work, the boy was forced to accept this challenge. Gathering all his willpower, he sighed heavily and decided to show his talent, mentally demanding a worthy reward for it. The instructor confidently ordered the mighty warrior Dian to step forward for a detailed analysis. From just one sharp, piercing glance of the bespectacled man, the experienced fighter felt an inexplicable animal fear. The strategist's golden eyes shone predatory through the lenses, flawlessly scanning every muscular detail of the opponent. Dian knelt in horror from the incredible psychological pressure unexpectedly created by this unassuming youth. The space around seemed to physically contract under the weight of the ruthless analytical gaze of the new mentor. Without blinking, the bespectacled man fixed his gaze firmly on the target, preparing to deliver the final verdict. He stunned the warrior with a direct question about why he so diligently hides his true combat specialization. The strategist pointed out in detail the extraordinarily developed grip strength and incredibly powerful arm muscles of the fighter. Confidently adjusting his glasses, he continued the ruthless analysis, drawing attention to the unusually broad shoulders of the man. Stunned, Dian froze in place, realizing that his greatest secret had been revealed in a matter of seconds. The analyst harshly criticized the choice of the whip as a weapon, calling it a pathetic attempt to disguise his true deadly style. Emotionally waving his hands, the bespectacled man accurately described the unique feeling of the wind and the incredibly wide field of vision of the warrior. The conclusion sounded like thunder. The true strength of this fighter came from the boundless steppes, and he was a natural, brilliant archer. The young leader watched this scene with considerable pleasure, finally convinced of the phenomenal talent of his instructor. He mentally bowed before the abilities of the legendary mentor of 1,000 gazes, capable of seeing through any person. This brilliant teacher in his past life had trained countless unparalleled masters during the bloody war with the cult. His divine gift allowed him to instantly decipher even the most intricate martial arts and swiftly find the perfect counter to them. Despite the fact that this strategist had tragically died earlier due to choosing the wrong lord, now his fate was to change radically. Totally exposed, Dian humbly and shamefully dropped to one knee, begging forgiveness from the young leader for his lies. The warrior bitterly admitted that he had concealed his true origins solely out of fear of being rejected when joining the elite Dark Flame squad. The ruler silently and sternly listened to this sincere confession, showing not a drop of emotion on his stone face. Without uttering a word, the leader sharply turned around and walked away, leaving the fighters in unbearable tension. The strategist began awkwardly and shyly apologizing to the warrior for cruelly exposing his painful secret to the light. But Dian's gaze was filled with sadness only because he himself had chosen the wrong path of deception from the very beginning. Suddenly, right in front of the stunned fighter, a luxurious bow and a quiver full of arrows fell with a heavy thud. The leader, who returned with the weapon in a flash, declared unequivocally that honing true skill requires the right tool. The stunned fighter, with tears in his eyes, timidly asked if the ruler was really ready to turn a blind eye to his origin from the steppes. To which the leader only raised an eyebrow in surprise, making it clear that the warrior's past meant absolutely nothing to him. Approaching closely, the young ruler looked piercingly into the fighter's eyes and asked only one, most important question about his clan affiliation. Pure, untamed power radiated from the leader as his hand firmly gripped the weapon in anticipation of the answer. The air literally sparkled with emotional tension as the warrior realized the grand scale of the trust bestowed upon him. Dian burst out in a desperate cry, proclaiming himself through tears of loyalty as the true and lifelong son of the Tan clan. A barely noticeable but sincere smile touched the leader's lips, who contentedly acknowledged that this loyalty was the only thing that truly mattered. The protagonist gave a harsh order to dismantle the martial arts of the three subordinates and create an entirely new foundation for them. He challenged Yo-sun and he, blushing deeply, confidently agreed to handle the task. The scientist was to lay the theoretical foundation, while the protagonist took on improving the poison techniques. Three fighters stood at attention, their faces radiating unwavering determination and readiness for hellish trials. The warning that from now on they would forget about sleep only encouraged the subordinates. One of them shouted that he would sleep only after death. Pleased with their fanaticism, the hero ordered preparations for training, to which the squad instantly responded with a loud chorus of obedience. Night fell on the luxurious residence, and only in one window did a warm, lonely light continue to burn. In the silence of the room, Yo-sun sat opposite his leader, anxiously asking how exactly he had uncovered his true identity. The protagonist coldly recalled how in his past life letters analyzing basic martial arts caused real chaos in the martial arts world. The scientist shuddered, realizing that it was these letters that exposed him, and bitterly regretted his fatal mistake with the Namgun clan. The hero knew that the enemies were still sharpening their blades, recalling how in the past the mighty swordsman Namgun Mayan used Yo-sun and threw him away like a useless dog. His gaze darkened with hatred, and he silently swore that in this life he would not let Mayan get away scot-free. Calling the scientist the last descendant of the mighty Lu Bu, the protagonist made him freeze as behind the youth's back emerged the bloody ghost of his great ancestor. Yo-sun jumped up in panic, cold sweat rolling down his forehead as he hysterically demanded an explanation of how the hero knew this secret. Ignoring his fear, the leader silently moved forward, his heavy steps echoing off the wooden floor. Suddenly his body flared with a roaring green aura as he promised to fulfill the scientist's cherished dream, to lead him to the very pinnacle of the martial path. A blast wave of energy knocked Yo-sun off his feet, forcing him to shield his eyes from the blinding flash. A gale tore through the room, and the scientist could not hold back a scream of terror at this inhuman power. His eyes widened in shock, for his mind refused to believe that a mortal could emit such a dreadful aura. He recognized in this storm not one, but at least three different chi energies, while the mighty silhouette of the hero towered in the center of the chaos. Blue, purple, and yellow energies wildly swirled in the protagonist's palms before he perfectly fused them into a single whole. The mesmerized Yo-sun was promised that he would stand exactly where his legendary ancestor once stood. The hero clenched his fist tightly, and dazzling lightning cut through the air, promising the scientist a true vision of martial arts. Adjusting his glasses with a trembling hand, Yo-sun was left speechless by such an incredible and audacious statement. The protagonist silently towered over him, radiating the absolute, unwavering confidence of a leader. At that moment, the scholar saw behind the hero's back the majestic spirit of the white dragon, preparing to engulf the heavens. It was a hidden dragon which until now had only concealed its fangs, patiently waiting for the moment to soar. Realizing the greatness of this man, Yo-sun understood that beside him he could truly grasp the absolute essence of martial arts. With reverence, he fell to his knees, bowing his head to the very floor, and for the first time called the hero his true lord. Later, Yo-sun sighed habitually, realizing that the protagonist had come again to borrow the blacksmith's tools. Sparks flew in all directions as the mighty hammer blows of the hero struck the glowing metal in the very heart of the forge. Setting aside the tool, he confidently approached the burly, muscular master of the blacksmith hall. Calling him Lord Manhwa, the young man was not surprised that the old wolf was already waiting for his visit. The blacksmith smiled slyly, attributing everything to keen hearing, while the hero mentally decided that it was time to win this veteran to his side. A painful memory flashed before his eyes, the broken man Hall on his knees beside a bloodied woman, which was the reason for his departure from the Tan clan. When the young man mentioned his new subordinate, the old blacksmith responded with a dry, emotionless agreement. However, the hero's gaze became icy when he declared that this was not enough, since the Tan clan still remained divided despite the death of Tan Ho Yal. The warning that they would not survive the inevitable catastrophe in such a state made Man Hall shudder with surprise. The protagonist's face remained impassive, but his eyes burned with fanatical faith in his goal. The old man closed his eyes with difficulty and, sensing the scale of the threat, ordered the young man to tell everything to the end. Hearing about the plan to unite the clan, the blacksmith skeptically asked if he was not aiming to seize the entire Sichuan province. The hero just turned away, throwing out that it was too petty. His goal was to create the greatest house under the heavens. He clenched his fist tightly, emphasizing that only such absolute power would allow them to protect all their people. To achieve this, the protagonist demanded involving the former clan head, to which Man Hall instinctively tried to refuse. But the young man struck at the weakest spot, recalling the terrible name of the Flame King Jin Mubek, whose fiery phantom invisibly stood behind the old man. The pale blacksmith stepped back, whispering the name Saul in confusion. The hero mercilessly reminded that Saul was his granddaughter, whose tender image still lived in the wounded heart of the veteran. The young man directly stated that saving the girl was the only reason why the Flame King could even side with him. Bowing his head crushed, Man Hall admitted defeat, shocked that his most terrible secret had been revealed. Pointing at the giant blades on the wall, the old man asked if the hero knew the bloody history of his title, to which he responded negatively. Clenching his fists, the blacksmith admitted that he mercilessly burned alive everyone involved in the death of his wife. He sent them all to hell, bitterly looking at his calloused hands, which were once bloodied up to the elbows due to the thirst for revenge. Bitterly laughing, the old man explained that debts and grudges in the martial world are too heavy, so he had to erase his name and become a mere shadow. Falling to his knees before the forge fire, Man Hall called the hero his savior for protecting the only meaning of his life. With eyes full of tears, the veteran vowed to carry out any order to repay the incredible mercy. The protagonist tensed his hand, realizing that having a master of 100 battles as a servant would be an incredible advantage. But his face softened. He was not looking for a mindless weapon, but something much more important. He warned the old man about a terrible storm that would soon throw the entire martial arts world into the abyss of bloody chaos. Standing before the flames, the hero promised to sacrifice his own life to protect the Tang clan. When the stunned Man Hall asked about the reasons, the protagonist simply replied that Saul was also part of the Tang family, and he did what he had to do. Turning to the veteran, he firmly stated that there could be no debts between them. Extending his hand, the young leader asked the old man to lend him his power solely for the protection of their shared family. Man Hall's eyes widened, and the remnants of his inner cold instantly dissolved in the sincerity of these words. Unable to contain his emotions, the mighty Flame King fell prostrate, bowing his head to the very ground in a gesture of absolute devotion. The words of the previous head, who always considered Man Hall and Saul inseparable parts of the clan, surfaced in his memory. The warm phantom smile of the Poison Lord confirmed that they had always been one big family. Tears flowed from the eyes of the hardened veteran as he whispered the name of his late lord with reverence. The majestic ghost of the Poison Lord silently stood behind the protagonist, proudly watching his worthy successor. Golden light enveloped the hero, who stood unwavering, like the living embodiment of the former leader's unshakable will. The master and his new lord remained standing in the middle of the forge, united by a single mission. The protagonist decisively grabbed the blacksmith's tongs, ready to forge the future with his own hands. Pouring molten metal into the mold, he calmly noted that they still had a lot of hard work ahead. A predatory, confident smile played on the hero's face, for his plan had worked perfectly. Now, having behind him a devoted scientist, a squad of fanatics, and the legendary King of Flame, he finally gained people to whom he could entrust his own back. Finally, the long-awaited day of the friendly tournament arrived, and the morning sun brightly illuminated the majestic arena. In the crowd, two spectators whispered to each other, gloating and confidently predicting a very quick end to the match. Those present in the stands actively pointed fingers, lively discussing the appearance of the first fighters in the center of the square. The spectators openly doubted the strength of the young clan leader's team, considering them a bunch of green novices. Despite skepticism about the insufficient 10 days of preparation, some in the crowd still kept faith in the leader. Someone's feet confidently stepped over the stone slabs, firmly heading to the place of battle. Meanwhile, the clan leader solemnly arrived at the arena accompanied by his respected retinue. He addressed those present, noting with slight nostalgia that the clan had not gathered in such full composition for a long time. The man smiled kindly, urging everyone to cast aside worries and fully enjoy the spectacle. In response to his words, the stands erupted with a deafening roar of impatience. The young clan leader observed this scale, and a satisfied smile played on his face. Tension in the air rapidly grew, enveloping everyone present in the arena with an invisible wave. The judge stepped forward and sternly announced the rules. Only blunt weapons were allowed, and strikes to vital points were punished by immediate disqualification. He also clearly added that only representatives of the vanguard from each team would remain on the field. A deep incomprehension of the sudden changes was reflected on the face of one of the enemy fighters. The red-haired warrior Da'un steadfastly took his position, although the presence of the instructor nearby continued to confuse the crowd. Instructor Yo-sun, wearing glasses, energetically clenched his fists, fervently convincing the young man of his unquestionable victory. The young leader calmly gave a brief order to begin. The older man nearby immediately tried to lecture him, claiming that a deliberate defeat was the best way to calm angry subordinates. The uncle, with an extremely self-satisfied look, continued philosophizing that sometimes losing equals winning. The young man only asked in surprise, completely not understanding the sick logic of his interlocutor. For a moment, a drawn-out silence prevailed, broken only by the whistle of the wind. The atmosphere in the arena sharpened to the limit before the first clash. Opponent Bem Payan loudly burst into laughter, perceiving all this preparation as a pathetic joke. When the distribution of training equipment began, he confidently grabbed a wooden sword. However, his mocking gaze suddenly caught on the strange choice of the opponent. Da'un tightly gripped a bow in his hands, openly shocking the spectators who expected to see his usual whip. An experienced warrior in the crowd skeptically noted that such a weapon would not allow a smooth transition from defense to attack. Amid contemptuous comments about the futility of an archer in close combat, a loud signal sounded to start the duel. Bem Payan arrogantly said that he held no personal grudge and prepared for a quick dispatch. Instead, Da'un completely ignored him, focusedly muttering trajectory calculations under his breath and slowly drawing the bowstring. This blatant ignoring made the swordsman grind his teeth in blind rage. Bem Payan's foot pushed off the stone slab with enormous force. He swiftly rushed into attack, intending to finish the fight with one devastating blow. His dark silhouette blurred in space from the incredible speed of the rush. Da'un did not even flinch, cold-bloodedly preparing to face the enemy. The red-haired youth suddenly made a sharp movement with the bow, using it as a close combat weapon. His Black Eagle arrow technique, which previously consisted of a barrage of fire, now revealed its true purpose, a single deadly shot. Memories showed how proper energy control allowed the restoration of the original terrible power of this stance. The youth perfectly drew the weapon, concentrating all his turbulent aura into one movement. The released shockwave literally tore the stone surface of the arena into small pieces. Da'un himself was stunned by the destructive power, sharply feeling the transition to a new level of mastery. All this became possible exclusively thanks to the hellish training with Yo-sun. In the recent past, the young leader ordered the instructor to infiltrate the dark flower base and develop countermeasures. Yo-sun then almost fainted in panic, fearing being caught by a crowd of 20 enemies. However, he received the most indifferent advice: just run for your life in case of failure. Returning to the harsh reality, the blunt arrow flew at a crazy speed straight at the stunned Bempayan. The swordsman barely managed to raise his weapon, instinctively trying to block death. A terrible force of impact mercilessly threw him back, tearing a hoarse groan from his chest. The uncle in the stands froze, stunned that De-un had quietly broken through to the first-class level. Bempayan fiercely bared his teeth, refusing to accept such a shameful humiliation. His body rolled on the ground with a rumble, raising a thick cloud of dust. Driven by the pride of the elite unit, he gripped the ground with incredible effort, stopping the fall. With a wild roar, the swordsman charged the attack again, completely ignoring the pain. But De-un acted preemptively, instantly closing the distance for a strike from behind. Bempayan miraculously blocked this attack, instinctively defending with his foot. A fierce exchange of quick strikes at an extremely close distance flared up in the arena. The swordsman finally found a gap in the opponent's defense and struck hard at his weapon. A dull sound of a step rang out as Bempayan firmly pressed against the stone floor. Feeling the longed-for advantage in hand-to-hand combat, he unleashed a hail of devastating blows on the red-haired one. The uncle joyfully jumped up from his seat, convinced of his favorite's swift victory. The young clan head continued to sit with an absolutely cold and indifferent gaze. A heavy fist struck directly into De-un's jaw, sending out bloody splashes. But the history of battles always proved, when a warrior blindly believes in his advantage, his judgment irreparably dulls. And it was this brief moment of triumph that became the perfect target for the final trap. De-un suddenly thrust his hand forward, lightning-fast imitating the movement of an arrow. Bempayan mockingly shouted at him to surrender, seeing no threat from bare hands. However, the very next second his pupils narrowed from paralyzing horror. He realized too late that the opponent's hand concealed a deadly secret. Consciousness desperately registered a blunt projectile tightly clenched in the enemy's fist. A terrible blow crashed right into the face, splitting the space with a dreadful crack. The red-haired victor proudly stood over the fallen opponent, breathing heavily and wiping blood. The body of Bempayan lay limp on the slabs, drooling from a deep knockout. The judge, pale from shock, announced the results of the first match in a trembling voice. The arena erupted with wild screams, celebrating the absolute victory of the young leader's warrior. The uncle turned completely pale and squeezed into the chair, refusing to believe in the crushing finale. And the young leader only smiled fiercely, fully understanding that the real bloody spectacle was just beginning. The red-haired youth confidently clenched his fists, discussing the next opponent with his friend in glasses and burning with a desire to fight. Watching their triumph, the dark-haired leader mentally noted that such fighting spirit would allow him to squeeze even more from his subordinates. The gray-haired judge raised his hand, announcing a 15-minute break for regrouping before the next battle. Meanwhile, the captain of the Dark Flower Squad stood gloomily in the arena, listening to his deputies' confused questions about further actions. The leader only wearily closed his eyes and sighed heavily, trying to maintain calm in the crisis situation. He admitted that the enemy's sudden leap in strength was unexpected, but their devastating defeat had another significant reason. At this time, the red-haired fighter heavily sank onto the stone floor, completely exhausted after putting all his strength into each of his strikes. Suddenly, the young clan leader confidently approached the weakened warrior, causing the opponents to tense up. With an emerald glow, the leader placed his hands on the youth's shoulders, enveloping him in a dense aura of healing energy. A powerful impulse of the technique instantly pierced the fighter's body, brightly flashing as it restored his damaged channels. The red-haired man closed his eyes, feeling the circulation of power, and mentally admired the unparalleled medical skills of his commander. The judge immediately intervened, stopping the process with his hand and sternly warning that such assistance violates the tournament rules. However, the young leader only carelessly shrugged, countering that he did not give the fighter any additional energy, but merely reset his state to the initial one. The judge found no arguments and, turning around, sharply asked the opinion of the Dark Flower Captain regarding this incident. Sweat ran down the veteran's face as he bitterly admitted his absolute superiority in numbers and strength at the start of the tournament. He perfectly understood that any complaints now would only make their elite squad a laughingstock before the entire crowd. Therefore, the captain calmly agreed to continue the fight on the condition that the opponent was simply restored to basic strength. With a new strike, the second round began, and the restored red-haired warrior fiercely drew the bowstring of his bow. The air around the arena vibrated with growing tension before the inevitable clash. The body of the Dark Flower fighter collapsed helplessly to the ground, marking another lightning-fast victory for the young leader. The red-haired one entered a frenzy, delivering a series of devastating blows and sweeping enemies one by one amid loud shouts. The face of the enemy fighter distorted with shock and disbelief at his own helplessness. The young leader's swordsman unleashed a hail of fierce attacks, forcing the opponent to desperately hide behind a massive shield. A powerful swing of the wooden weapon knocked the shield-bearer out of the arena, bringing an unquestionable victory to the team. Another warrior burst into the fight, delivering quick strikes with a club and causing the enemies to panic from such a striking shift in power in just 10 days. The opponent with a broken face fell to his knees, confirming another triumph of the young leader's subordinates. Watching this horror, the captain of the Dark Flower realized that the skill level had incredibly increased in the entire enemy squad. The arena was engulfed in smoke from the fall of another defeated, bringing the score to 9 consecutive victories and leaving the captain with only 8 fighters. A commotion arose in the crowd. The spectators could not understand how mediocre warriors had turned into absolute elite under the guidance of the new mentor. The eyes of the Dark Flower commander narrowed with a grim understanding of the inevitability of their total defeat. The young man in glasses smiled joyfully, sincerely impressed by how they had learned to perfectly block all enemy techniques. The captain recalled the pale face of the young leader in the past and realized that his condescending attitude towards the sickly youth had been a fatal mistake. Clenching his hand on his belt, the squad leader bitterly decided that the only worthy option was an immediate retreat. However, at that very moment, the young leader stepped forward and loudly proposed to radically change the rules of the game. With a predatory and confident smile, he declared that duels had become too boring and demanded a mass battle of squads. The captain's face stretched in shock when he heard the audacious proposal to arrange a group fight. Among the spectators, a wave of whispers rolled again while the leader of the Dark Flower tensely wondered if the boy was trying at least this way to preserve their remnants of honor. However, looking closely at the young leader's arrogant and cold smile, the captain instantly dismissed these naive thoughts. The gray-haired judge gave the official start to the final group confrontation with a sharp wave of his hand. The commander strictly ordered his warriors not to relax for a second, justly suspecting the enemy's treacherous plan. The two teams lined up on the stone arena, burning each other with focused gazes. With a wave of his hand, the judge gave the final order to begin the fight. The face of Captain Dark Flower twisted with rage as he commanded to deploy the deadly formation Black Arrow with full force. His fighters instantly charged into attack, forming a battle wedge and trying to crush the enemy's defensive line. The power of their joint surge raised a thick dust cloud into the air, creating a furious dynamic on the battlefield. The enemy suddenly used a hidden weapon, releasing a hail of blades at maximum speed. The red-haired fighter nearly panicked, desperately trying to dodge the dense stream of shurikens. His comrade intervened swiftly, deflecting the deadly blades with his weapon and saving his partner from certain death. A loud metallic clang tore through the air as the blocked weapons scattered sparks across the entire arena. The warrior with the shield gritted his teeth and with incredible effort took on another wave of throwing knives. The force of the enemy's strike was so powerful that the shield-bearer was roughly thrown back across the stone slabs. The fighters of Dark Flower quickly and tactically surrounded the group of the young leader, continuously bombarding them with sharp blades from all sides. In the very midst of chaos, the red-haired youth firmly grasped a steel spear with a red battle flag. With a face distorted by maximum tension, he roared a signal for a counterattack and sharply waved the banner. Immediately after this, one of his fighters snarled fiercely and threw a whole handful of unknown spheres directly at the enemies. The Dark Flower warrior instinctively tensed, mistaking them for explosives, but instantly realized his terrible mistake. The young leader smiled sinisterly in the shadow, coldly noting to himself that it was already too late for them to escape. The Dark Flower captain screamed in absolute panic to his men to scatter as the mysterious spheres shattered in the air. The young leader's superior gaze shone with triumph. He a priori could not enter a mass battle without a perfect means to destroy the enemy formation. The face of the Dark Flower veteran paled beyond recognition when he recognized the legendary and deadly green snowflakes in the green smoke. The poisonous fog instantly enveloped the enemy fighters, forcing them to clutch their throats and helplessly fall to their knees from unbearable pain. A dense green cloud completely covered a significant part of the arena, hiding the fallen elite warriors within it. The captain recoiled in deep shock, finally realizing that the terrible poisonous arts of the Tan clan had just been used against them. His face froze in animal terror before the icy, demonic smile of the young leader who had just mercilessly destroyed the entire pride of his squad. The young clan head respectfully approached the elder when he sternly demanded explanations about the recent events. The elderly man's gaze became sharp, and he directly asked where the youth had obtained the legendary, immortal cripple. The crowd around suddenly buzzed in shock, realizing that before them was the long-lost poison of the Poison Lord, capable of dispersing energy. This toxin destroyed the internal energy of martial arts masters, but for ordinary people without cultivation, it became absolutely deadly. At one time, the enraged imperial court ordered the complete destruction of this substance, leaving only a variant safe for commoners. The aura's light suddenly flared, emphasizing the terrible power of the forbidden technique that shocked everyone present. The fighters froze in silent stupor, watching with fear the devastating effects of the dangerous substance. The young man calmly stopped the healer's panic, explaining that he had changed the ingredients so the poison's effect would soon dissipate on its own. Slightly bowing, he apologized for the late explanations and harsh actions, which had to be applied solely to calm the clan. His face darkened as he confirmed without a shadow of doubt that the substance he used was indeed the immortal calica. The elder turned pale and, covered in cold sweat, shouted in horror, asking if the young man had received this forbidden formula from the poison demon. The young master held a perfect pause, maintaining absolute calm before the panicking interlocutor. A predatory smile played on his lips as he boldly suggested shifting all the blame onto this very poison demon. A shadow of deep doubt flashed in the elder's eyes as he tried to grasp the scale and audacity of this plan. The young man recalled how the demon of poison himself writhed in agony, fiercely cursing his grandfather during the destructive action of the substance. The elderly man emotionally clapped his hands, proving that it would be impossible to create a perfect poison from the failed mixture. The young man patiently explained that the demon had long and in vain searched the whole world for a component capable of changing the nature of the mixture. Pulling out a dark crystal, he demonstrated the black spent ore that instantly transformed the demonic poison into perfection. It was then that the boy realized that the substance refined by the ore was the very legendary, immortal cripple of his grandfather. The courtyard exploded with enthusiastic shouts. The fighters understood that this power would restore their status as the most powerful clan of Sichuan. The faces of the warriors lit up with fanatical hope and a predatory thirst to regain lost power. The elder's eye twitched nervously from shock as he realized the colossal scale of the power that had fallen into the boy's hands. Suddenly, one of the fighters fell to his knees, loudly begging for any punishment for daring to doubt the leadership's intentions. The young man pierced him with a cold, appraising look, causing the entire crowd to hold their breath in tension. The air in the courtyard became extremely heavy as everyone present awaited the verdict for the guilty. The young leader's eyes flashed dangerously as he unequivocally declared that such audacity demanded inevitable and severe punishment. A young man in glasses named Yo Sun smiled joyfully, reporting that he had already prepared everything necessary for the next step. The elder recoiled in shock upon seeing the mighty master of the Iron Hall who unexpectedly stepped forward. The giant respectfully bowed his head before the young man, swearing to carry out his order without any hesitation or deviation. The clan watched with reverence the absolute devotion of the strongest blacksmith of their order. It turned out that the young leader forged the new weapon with his own hands, not leaving the anvil for the past 10 days. The elder exhaled in amazement, not believing that the boy managed to conquer and sway even this stubborn master to his side. Distributing shining blades to the fighters, the young man sharply cut off, saying these were not gifts at all. His blue eyes flashed with a predatory fire as he ordered to consider these swords as payment for their last journey. Cold steel gleamed in the hands of the warriors, reflecting their unwavering readiness for the worst-case scenario. Pointing to the massive doors, the young man calmly allowed all the frightened to leave without any consequences. Clenching his fist with a victorious smile, he demanded from those who remained readiness to risk their lives for true power. The fighters erupted with a unified battle cry, vowing to engrave his words in their hearts and go to the end. Standing under the blood-red flag, the leader promised to unite them into an invincible force before the upcoming war with the bloody cult. His gaze became as hard as steel when he vowed that none of his people would die in this battle. That same night, swiftly jumping over the bamboo forest, the young man decided to relax and drink without any restrictions. His foot sharply pushed off the bamboo trunk, propelling his body high into the night sky. Gracefully falling through the leaves, he smiled, thinking it was a pity to miss the banquet he had not attended for so long. The light of the full moon illuminated his slender silhouette, silently and swiftly gliding among the dark thickets. Softly landing, he looked up at the moon, recalling that he had not been here since the bloody execution of Sun Wukong. He quietly noted that few knew about this place, but nowhere else had such a perfect view. Without even turning, the young man calmly invited the one hiding in the shadows to come out and enjoy the scenery instead of playing hide and seek. The wind ominously rustled the bamboo, finally revealing the presence of an uninvited guest in the forest. From the darkness emerged a man, scratching the back of his head and nervously laughing at his failure to deceive the young master's senses. The young man did not even flinch, coldly stating that hiding breath and footsteps was only the basic level of tracking. His eyes sharply darted aside, piercing the killer with a sharp question about the true purpose of his visit. The stranger froze, gripping his weapon tighter and preparing for the inevitable bloody clash. The clan leader assessed the opponent's short spear and asked in surprise why he had flying daggers if they were not his main weapon. The spear blade dangerously gleamed in the moonlight, revealing the killer's tension before the attack. A cunning smile appeared on the mercenary's lips as he quietly inquired how long his target had known about the tale. The young man laughed openly, admitting he had known about the surveillance from the first second, and mocked the mercenary for 10 days of futile efforts. Suddenly, the killer exploded with a lightning attack, directing a powerful blow straight to the boy's head. The young master playfully parried the strike, calmly promising to return the weapon to its owner. The terrible force of the collision made the opponent jump back, increasing the distance. Smoothly drawing his own blade, the young man coldly warned that he had not forged it carelessly just because it was meant for a killer. The perfectly forged weapon radiated a deadly aura, ready at any moment to tear flesh. The killer laughed eerily, praising the young man for his cleverness, and suddenly grabbed his own face. With a disgusting crack, he tore the mask off himself, revealing a maniacal smile, and reproached the boy for not understanding the value of this item. The leather mask fell powerlessly to the ground, while the young man calmly pondered the chaos currently reigning in the assassin sect. The boy looked at the enemy's true face with icy contempt, calling it pathetic that the mercenary was forced to wear such a cheap fake. The master flawlessly read the opponent's abilities, noting his mastery of instant kill techniques and deep knowledge of their inner workings. His gaze narrowed into slits as he demanded in an icy tone to know the attacker's real name. The assassin's face was covered by a thick shadow, adding even more menace to his figure before the confession. Stepping into the light, he pompously introduced himself as the third of the Black Assassin's squad, declaring he had come here solely for the flying dagger. Memories shifted to the forge, where the mercenary asked the young man if he had a weapon capable of piercing the neck of the bloody demon himself. Returning to reality, the young man glanced fiercely at the third, harshly asking about his payment for such a job. The mercenary smiled sadistically, offering a choice, either a way to kill the target or that he himself would carry out the assassination instead of the master. The young head sighed in disappointment, stating with disgust that the assassin sect had fallen to the very bottom, taking on a job without even studying their client. The impenetrable darkness of the forest seemed to thicken around them, turning the bamboo grove into the perfect arena for a deadly duel. With burning demonic red eyes, the third rushed forward, unleashing a devastating vertical strike on the young man. The master perfectly and effortlessly blocked the furious attack, sparking a shower of sparks in the night air. The killer grinned maniacally, realizing that their conversation had reached a dead end and only pure violence remained. The young man deflected the blade with incredible strength, coldly promising that they would continue this conversation only after he cut off the mercenary's hand. In the dense bamboo forest appeared a man in blue attire, around whom swirled a sinister dark aura. Seeing the opponent, he greeted him with cold confidence as an old friend. A sudden energy flash tore through the darkness, but the warrior swiftly dodged the strike. From above, a dark-haired attacker lunged at him, but his blade cut only emptiness and a residual image. The master instantly counterattacked, with a powerful sword swing throwing the enemy to the ground. From the clash of their auras, the earth trembled, shattering the bamboo forest to pieces. Fragments of massive stalks rained down on the battlefield, emphasizing the warrior's destructive power. This incredible might was explained by his flawless physique, granted by the heavens for the absolute mastery of martial arts. His combat talent was recognized by Bloody Demon himself, as this killer never failed a single mission throughout his career. He easily absorbed the skills of his victims, walking away with the body of the next target on his shoulder. The reflections were interrupted by an apocalyptic explosion from the grand collision of the supreme flame and the tempered fire. The attacker realized that before him was stolen technology from the palace of the Son of the Southern Sea and rushed to close the distance. The fight turned into a furious aerial confrontation among falling trees. The long-haired warrior aggressively broke forward, extending his hand for a grab and swinging a wide blade. The space was torn apart by a new fiery flash as their weapons just crossed. The enemy unleashed a flaming whip and confidently declared that the current level of the opponent was too weak to overcome the tempered fire. Avoiding the strike, the master gracefully pushed off the trunk, blending with the night shadows. He softly landed right in the middle of the raging fire, maintaining icy calm. The attacker smiled sinisterly, convinced that a simple imitation would never surpass his true mastery. With this thought, he put all his fury into a vertical lunge, trying to pierce the enemy through. The blade froze a millimeter from the victim's eye, and at that moment the attacker was pierced by horror from realizing the colossal difference in strength. The long-haired man easily parried the deadly sword strike, finally breaking the opponent's confidence. Without giving him time to recover, he gripped the weaponsmith's wrist with a death grip. His hand blazed with a foreign fire as he forced the opponent to look him in the eyes, demanding the secret of the last strike technique. The attacker froze, staring in horror at the changed face of his former comrade. His eyes widened with panic at the thought that the flame no longer obeyed him. The victor mockingly asked if he really believed in his victory, crushing the space around with mighty energy. Realizing his defeat, the enemy gritted his teeth and jumped back, trying to break away from the pursuer. Panic seized his mind. The only thought was to escape as quickly as possible. But his body suddenly stopped, bound by strong invisible threads. He tried to burn them with his aura, irritably calling these bonds pathetic. However, the fire had no effect, and absolute shock again appeared on the fugitive's face. He realized with horror that a devastating icy energy of yin was flowing through the threads. Wrapped in the blue glow of the inner core, the warrior cold-bloodedly advised his opponent not to waste his strength in vain. The enraged captive hissed, asking if he intended to drag him to the grave. In response, the master sharply pulled the threads, drawing the victim closer to himself. A dagger hung in the air, becoming a symbol of the inevitable outcome. An emotionless voice stated that this fight would end only with the death of one of them. Understanding the hopelessness, the attacker snarled fiercely, realizing the trap's inescapability. Suddenly, the dagger froze right in front of his face. The long-haired man suggested taking the weapon if he was truly ready to fight to the death. The dark-haired man cautiously caught the blade, trying to decipher the true intent of his opponent. The master explained that he knew about the enemy's desire to fight only under absolutely equal conditions. Drawing his own sword, he resolutely declared that today they would once and for all decide who is the true heir of the assassin sect. The attacker frowned incomprehensibly, calling these words outright nonsense. Then the long-haired man revealed the cards. This duel is the breaker of bonds, a traditional trial of their sect. At this news, the blood froze in the veins of the bewildered fighter. The rules were extremely cruel. Their bodies were tied, and they would inflict injuries on each other until someone surrendered. A nervous laugh burst from his chest as he came to understand the true meaning of these bonds. But the master slowly raised his weapon, ordering to stop the pitiful attempts at deception. The enemy had no choice but to clench the shining sword and take a fighting stance. The aura of the long-haired man became deadly as he whispered that he had never known the true truth. A memory of peaceful times suddenly surfaced, the sound of poured wine and the question of a former comrade about his greatest regret. Then this man wiped his lips, bitterly admitting that he had failed to recognize the traitors in the sect in time. He struck the table fiercely, regretting that he could not personally reduce to dust those who killed his brother. The long-haired man sat opposite, silently sipping tea while being asked about his readiness to help in revenge. Pouring another cup, the elder sighed, noting that the apprentice was too weak at that time. He smiled fatherly, advising to stay in the shadows and not give life away for nothing. His warm smile seemed sincere when he suggested simply enjoying the wine and forgetting the pain. The memory ended with a raised cup and an address to a dear friend, which now sounded like the most terrible curse before a deadly duel.
In the bamboo forest, Mumayon silently watched the enemy. He slowly flexed his fingers. Sudden movement. The opponent grabbed a weapon, promising to fulfill his teacher's last will. He sprang from his place. He rushed into the attack. Mumayon blocked the attack with crossed daggers. He replied that according to the tradition of the assassin sect, he begins the binding break. Blades crossed in the air. The metals clashed with a deafening screech. Muman walked forward calmly. His figure dissolved into the shadows. "I will make you beg for the chance to speak." Coldly he threw. A sharp gust of wind rushed through the thickets. Bamboo shuddered from him. They collided again, exchanging lightning-fast strikes. Muman's gaze sharpened. He instantly intercepted the dagger. Mumayon unleashed a series of rapid thrusts. The opponent was forced to retreat. Mumayon deftly parried the next attack. He changed direction in a flash. This completely confused the enemy. A powerful kick threw the adversary into the thicket. He groaned in pain. Not giving the enemy time to recover, Mumayon rushed after. He raised the blade above his head. The blade struck down with fierce force. Mumayon unleashed a barrage of deadly attacks. The enemy barely managed to dodge. His eyes widened in horror. It was the very same throwing dagger technique. The blades clashed again. A cloud of dust flared from the impact. The opponent fell heavily to the ground. Even the method of applying the technique was absolutely identical. From the dust emerged the figure of Mumyon. The one-point kill was approaching. The enemy gripped his weapon tightly, declaring that with such identical styles they would stand here all night. Mumayon smiled and promised that this time everything would be different, and he rushed forward. The opponent activated his one-point kill. The weapon was enveloped in a crimson aura, but a moment before the strike, he blinked in shock. Mumayon had a reverse grip. It was the secret technique of the reverse one-point kill. Mumayon unleashed all his strength on him. The strike hit the target. The space was torn by a powerful flash of red energy. In the moonlight, the hostile blade cracked. A crack spread across the blade. The sword shattered into small fragments. The broken blade stuck into the ground. Mumayon reminded that now it would be necessary to beg the enemy. The disarmed opponent fell to his knees and admitted defeat. Stunned, he asked what had just happened. Hearing the name reverse killing with 1 point, he sighed heavily and acknowledged it as appropriate. Everything, from the grip to the flow of internal energy, was reversed. This martial art far surpassed the original. He stared in amazement. It turned out that the technique was recreated anew, and all this, especially for one person. For the one who preferred the reverse grip, a memory pierced his mind. The old master scolded him for holding the knife incorrectly, but the boy stubbornly shouted that it looks cooler that way. He was overwhelmed by despair. He desperately struck the ground with his fist. "I can't believe I'm hearing this from someone else," he said with pain. Looking at the moon, he sighed bitterly. The master should have shown such care while still alive. Mumyon coldly cut in. "Guilt is unnecessary here, since the old man achieved his goal." The enemy stood up. He proposed an exchange. The most secret information in Zhonghu's history for the complete history of this technique. He promised to reveal the whereabouts of the assassin sect, and ordered not to break the promise. Mumyon agreed and began. Exactly 5 years ago, he discovered the last traces of his brother. Then he went to the mountains for poisonous herbs, but he slipped and fell off a cliff. The enemy nervously recoiled and waved his hands, asking if this was not a joke. He laughed nervously. Such a heavenly coincidence seemed completely absurd. After coughing, he still decided to listen to the story. Mumayon continued. Clinging to life, he found a hidden cave. "And there was a skeleton?" the opponent interrupted. "No. There lay a manual with secret techniques and old bloodstains." The enemy boiled over such a cliché and called it a cheap novel. Mumayon coldly asked if he should be silent. He dryly apologized, saying that he had offended his expectations. With the words, "If you don't believe, forget it," Mumyon turned around, but the opponent abruptly grabbed him by the shoulder. The enemy sincerely apologized, to which Mumyon emotionlessly ordered him to just shut up and listen. "This is your last chance," Mumyon said, and turned back to the story about that manual with secret techniques. The manual contained not only martial arts. The truth about the incident and the master's dying wish were written in blood. The young man in blue reported that the master's last will and the truth about the attack were written in blood. And all this by the order of the blood cult. The assassin froze in amazement. He looked at the ghostly bloody lines. The young man clenched his fist with a crunch, not believing that he himself turned out to be the traitor. The young man admitted that he had no choice but to believe. The message was encrypted with a code known only to the two of them. And after opening the upper Danchan, his memories finally cleared up. He remembered the secret guide transmission and asked if the brother had asked for revenge. The assassin denied it. The brother only said that it was something his younger brother had to do. The killer added that he was only entrusted to pass on improved techniques. The young man intercepted the dagger, reminding that the assassin received the manuscript 5 years ago, along with the whole truth. The killer explained his absence by the brother's direct prohibition to act recklessly until his skill reached the highest peak. Suddenly, he remembered someone who immediately tried to cut off his hand and his eyes widened. The young man sharply pressed the blade to his throat. He demanded to reveal the assassin sect headquarters to end all this. Cold metal touched the skin. The boy explained his motive. Assassin's contracts are absolute, so a new attempt should be expected. The blade pressed deeper. He calmly suggested killing their common enemy with his own hands to nip the problem in the bud. Any last words? The assassin turned pale, and suddenly he pitifully exclaimed, "Please, spare me." The young man even blinked at such a surprise. He retreated confusedly. He admitted that he had always considered mercenaries indifferent to death. "That was true until I met you," the assassin grumbled. Rubbing his bruised hand, he brazenly declared that now he wanted to live. And it was entirely the young man's fault. Extending his bloodied palm, the killer added that he could not die knowing the name of his brother's killer. He suggested sparing him as an apology. And even better, to teach a countermove. The young man swung his sword indignantly. He decided to end this circus. "I will give you the assassin sect," the assassin blurted out desperately. The blade froze a millimeter from the target. The boy confessed that he was the legitimate heir of the sect. He promised to give absolutely everything as soon as he became the head of the school. He had only one condition: the right to personal revenge. A bitter memory flashed before the assassin's eyes. The past defeat by Cavalli. The young man firmly grabbed his bloodied hand. He sharply lifted the assassin to his feet and ordered to achieve success for the sake of freedom. Hiding the weapon, the boy resigned himself to the necessity of learning the secrets of the sect, although it contradicted his desires. Promising to wait for that day, the young man sharply pushed off the ground and soared into the night sky. The assassin only snorted, watching his swift leap. Standing in the rain, he smiled and admitted that the boy inherited the lousy character of his brother. "You left behind a real monster. Let that comfort you in the afterlife," he said quietly. Picking up the broken dagger from the ground, the assassin pondered the mysterious blood cult and about the treasure for which the brother betrayed. He clenched the shard of the blade with force. It shattered into pieces. The culprit was known: the head of the assassin sect. The killer's eyes flared with rage. Kian An. Meanwhile, high in the sky loomed the gloomy mountain of the bloody demon. In the luxurious hall before the empty throne, there was a tense silence. The second elder of the blood cult was dissatisfied. He noted the absence of the first and the 10th. The 5th and the 7th also did not hide their irritation. Long waiting was driving them mad. From behind the screen came the growl of a monster, outraged by the delay. In response, a mocking laugh sounded. It was the Witch of the Blackbone, the 8th elder, lazily fanning herself with a fan. She assumed that the 10th was clinging to the last hope, having turned to the armless, poisonous demon. Someone asked her in surprise. The witch mockingly said that the interlocutor was too slow-witted. The 9th elder, the white Yaksha grimly intervened. He is probably aiming for his position. The witch continued to throw jabs, driving the Yaksha mad. He threatened to tear out her tongue. She just laughed in his face. She openly mocked his strength. Suddenly, the massive doors opened. Beaten guards flew inside. The poisonous demon appeared on the threshold. He complained that he had ruined the new materials for corpse poison. The witch nervously covered herself with a fan. She felt his frightening, deadly aura. The poisoner called to postpone the fights. It was time for the audience. The second elder asked confusedly. There was still half a year left until the end of the Lord's training, but the unexpected flash made him shudder. The space around the throne trembled. He exploded with pulsating bloody energy. "The Lord of all demons has appeared," exclaimed the white Yaksha, recoiling. Meanwhile, others fell to their knees. All present instantly dropped to the floor before this incredible power. A foot stepped onto the stairs, and a mighty hand dominantly clenched into a fist. The Lord of the Blood Cult towered over them in the rays of a crimson aura. He demanded that the servants worship their god. The servants cried out in ecstasy that the bloody demon had returned. They collectively glorified the divine cult. The poisonous demon raised his gaze. He stared in shock at the leader. A devastating energy burst from the Lord's eyes. "Show proper respect." The demon was instantly crushed into the floor, and he spat out a fountain of blood. He laughed hysterically at the realization of his own worthlessness. The Lord cold-bloodedly proclaimed his will. "The start date of the great plan is postponed." His gaze stopped on the 9th elder. He ordered him to go to Kaifan. He bowed low, fully understanding the order. The target became the headquarters of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. A crimson hand reached for the map of the Central Plains. On it was marked the headquarters of the Murim Alliance, the next target. In the city, bizarre rumors began to spread. They whispered about a mysterious mission escorting the Emerald Dragon of the Tan clan. Someone swore that he single-handedly defeated the infamous Negan fortress, but most dismissed it as a fabrication. However, one of the men in the tavern reasonably noted that after the victory over the poisonous demon, a bunch of forest bandits was a mere trifle for the dragon. The interlocutor still doubted, as no one had seen the battle with their own eyes. But whatever the case, the commotion around the dragon did its work. Crowds of new people streamed daily to the Tan clan's estate, eager to join the great power. Meanwhile, at dawn, the rhythmic ringing of metal already echoed from the clan forge. The guards whispered, amazed at Seun's frantic diligence. The boy hadn't left there all night. His zeal inspired others. Everyone worked at the limit of their abilities. Si-yun sighed heavily and finally lowered the hammer. He had just unlocked the thread of the ice wheel, capable of resisting the fiery energy of Yang. Yet he still felt that this was not enough. The young man clenched his hand, realizing, if the enemy used true power, his current skills would not be enough to win. To fully unlock the potential of the new technique, he needed to find and absorb the materials of 10 demonic tools. One of them turned out to be the white water fan. It belonged to the supreme demon Solaran. A memory flashed before Se-yun's eyes. An endless icy wasteland. Then, in the middle of the snowy void, the demonic craftsman handed him a weapon. A white-haired girl stood nearby. He remembered her icy gaze forever. Se-yun dispelled the delusion and sharply returned to reality. He assumed that the materials needed for the fan might be stored in the Murim alliance. The journey there was inevitable. But first, he had to deal with one persistent problem right in the forge. Se-yun suddenly threw an energy whip into the shadow under the ceiling. From there, he knocked out a lurking spy. The figure fell from the ceiling. The stranger heavily crashed onto the floor. The blacksmith cold-bloodedly loomed over him. He reminded that spying could easily cost one their life. He grabbed the prey by the collar and coldly said that even death would not be an excuse here. The uninvited guest only groaned painfully. The assassin tried to joke, complaining about the failed landing and back pain. His smile instantly faded when Se-yun brought a ladle of molten cast iron to his face, offering to wash up. The spy immediately jumped to his feet, laughing nervously. He frankly did not understand how his perfect shadow concealment technique could be uncovered so easily. Se-yun casually poured the molten cast iron. He asked why this bungling killer had been hanging around here for 10 days already. The assassin plaintively exclaimed that he would be glad to leave himself, but the target was too difficult and required long preparation. Se-yun mentally recalled the head of the assassin sect, wondering under whose exact orders this guy was acting. Realizing that hiding further was pointless, the uninvited guest brazenly asked to live in the forge a little longer. He justified this with the assassin's rule: always stay close to the target until the perfect moment for the strike arises. The assassin stubbornly insisted they must stay closer to the target, no matter how many years it takes, and Se-yun was only surprised by his persistence. He offered himself as an elite bodyguard in exchange for shelter, but Se-yun roughly pushed him away. The spy flew out the door. He muttered offendedly about the host's lack of manners. Their argument was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a messenger from the clan. The old man was breathing heavily after running, apologizing for the intrusion, but Se-yun immediately ordered to get to the point. The news stunned him. The Murim Alliance officially invited him to use their great forge. This meant that his long-standing request was finally fulfilled. There was no better moment to wait for. The young man ordered to immediately prepare a meeting with the head of the clan to set off on the road as soon as possible. He walked away with a confident step. Soon Se-yun was already standing in the main hall before the highest leadership. The head of the clan dryly clarified his intention to immediately go to Kaifeng. The young man explained that at the same time he would take on the mission of escorting an important cargo for the financial estate. The father refused to let him go alone, giving the order to his personal bodyguard to accompany his son. Se-yun's sister instantly intervened in the conversation, declaring that she would also go with them. The chief manager of the clan warned anxiously, "The road there will take no less than a month," but Se-yun only smiled confidently. He promised to reach the place in just 15 days. The manager was stunned and lost the power of speech. When asked about the secret route, he only slyly squinted. That same night, his shortcut made itself known. It ran through sheer cliffs of a wild mountain gorge. Se-yun effortlessly jumped over stones, carrying the shock bodyguard right on his own back. The sister barely caught her breath, using her last strength to jump. In her mind, she cursed this crazy route. She remembered how earlier that day, Se-yun categorically refused to take a cart with him. Then he logically explained that the cargo was only paper banknotes. Going around the mountains on the plain would be a waste of time. Reality turned out to be much harsher. The girl barely held on to the ledges, begging her brother to slow down. He only glanced indifferently over his shoulder, ordering her to move faster. Suddenly, the girl's fingers slipped off the wet stone. She plunged into the dark abyss. 3 companions swiftly climbed the dark ravine, dodging stone boulders. The exhausted girl cursed this so-called shortcut that had been draining them for 2 weeks. Before them finally stood the majestic multi-tiered building of the Chikonin financial estate. The gray-haired master of the estate personally received the guests. He noted the difficult journey they had overcome from Sichuan. The young man calmly handed over the ordered goods. The old man gratefully accepted them. In the noisy courtyard of the estate, the guest politely waved off any trouble. The old man inspected the chest, noted its impeccable condition, and was surprised that the delivery had arrived much earlier than scheduled. He apologized for the modest reception. The young man thanked him for the very personal meeting. The old man smiled warmly and thanked the guest for his understanding. The young man explained his speed by a new secret route and offered to continue cooperating with the Tan Clan security agency. The host was mentally impressed, such unheard of ambitions. And from a 20-year-old youth, he recalled rumors about the recent commotion this boy caused in Sichuan. A true genius stood before him. His name would soon resound throughout the Central Plains. The old man laughed joyfully. He was impressed by what he heard. He granted the Tan Clan's agency exclusive rights to all escort missions in the region, and then suddenly remembered his companions. The host leaned closer with concern. He inquired whether everything was all right with the young man's exhausted companions. The travelers gladly agreed to the proposal to rest. Title, Chapter 33. Murim Alliance. In a noisy night tavern, exhausted companions greedily slurped hot soup from huge bowls. The girl emptied her bowl. She slammed the plate down on the table. The young man, with a smile, advised them to eat more slowly so as not to get an upset stomach. The girl chewed her food indignantly. She cursed their 2-week forced march along dangerous paths without sleep. The bespectacled boy only swallowed nervously. Such a journey would break even a master of the highest level. She put down the sticks and asked if the young clan leader would head to the Murim Alliance right now. He calmly replied that he would reach the alliance without hurrying. The young man suggested a couple of days to rest and look around the sights of Hanani, although the companions immediately suspected new troubles. He brushed off the accusations and ordered everyone to finish eating and go to sleep. The girl said to him in surprise that he hadn't even finished eating. He slowly set off into the night. He admired the full moon and the pleasant breeze. Walking under the bright night moon, he mentally decided to do a few good deeds. He came out onto a busy street. The night city was bustling with life. He walked slowly through the crowd, thinking about his return. Barkers invited passers-by to look at a shot glass, and he silently passed noisy taverns. Horrible memories of the future tragedy in Kaifeng surfaced in memory. The first bloody uprising of the blood cult. A terrible scene appeared before his eyes. Mountains of corpses and continuous slaughter. That is why he was in such a hurry. To stop the catastrophe and save the innocent, it was necessary first to suppress the opposition of the alliance leader. Attempts to remove the Sword Emperor from office were tearing the alliance from within. This made it defenseless against the true enemy. Because of these dirty backstage deals, the future massacre in Kaifeng promised to be even more terrible. His gaze became sterner. He firmly decided to stop them at any cost. Meanwhile, in a large isolated building, the same opposition gathered, rejoicing at the escape from the suffocating walls of the alliance. Leaders of various schools and clans sat around a luxuriously set table. The head of the Kandon school irritably complained that the meeting was moved to such a miserable establishment to save money. Representatives of influential clans gathered at the table. Lazy quarrels took place among them. Someone mockingly remarked that the head of the alliance is just playing to the audience, pretending to be a righteous ascetic. The head of the Namgun clan smiled restrainedly. He replied that there are reasons for everything. A dissatisfied grumble sounded in response. Again, this sudden departure of the leader on business. The supreme head of the Kunlun school lost his temper. He slammed his fist on the table with fury. The dishes on the table shook from the impact, and those present froze. He thundered that it was time to put an end to this lawlessness. The time has come to immediately choose a new leader. Namgun pompously supported him. He hid behind the duty to restore the disturbed order. He cold-bloodedly laid out the balance of power. 6 support the current head, while the 3 largest factions maintain absolute neutrality. Someone raised a glass to the new sun that will soon rise. But Namgun slyly corrected him. Calling that one the future head of the alliance, he smugly glanced at those present. Flattering laughter erupted at the table. Loud greetings echoed from everywhere. Namgun self-satisfiedly lowered the bowl onto the table, pretending to obediently accept their will. He scanned the attendees with his gaze. His eyes flashed with fanatical confidence in his own power. The conversation was interrupted by a mention of the legitimate son of the Tan clan, who was just heading to the gathering. One of the masters flared up with rage. He reminded how this insolent fellow recently beat and tied up their subordinates. Namgun waved indifferently, seeing no threat in the young man, who supposedly came here only for the forge. But the next news made everyone tense. The absent Elder V was finally returning. The master's face twisted in horror. It was the sea demon of the sword, V. Tato from the Hainan school. This cruel old man had not appeared in public for a long time due to mourning for his disciple's son Ugon, namely the one who was beaten by a youth from the Tang clan. The master shuddered, realizing that Namgun had already calculated everything, hiding behind a foreign blade. The entire insidiousness of this plan horrified him with its perfection. Namgun hypocritically declared that he himself would never harm a child. After all, a righteous master must adhere to the code of honor. Namgun smoothly filled his interlocutor's glass. He grinned bloodthirstily, perfectly understanding the hint. The dirty work will be done by a foreign blade. Meanwhile, the young master of the Tang clan calmly stood in a dark alley. He was surrounded by mercenaries armed to the teeth. And then the decisive moment came. He will finally meet his sworn enemy on the narrow bridge. Half an hour ago, the night landscape under the full moon did not foretell anything special. A dirty old man on the street was plaintively begging for alms, but a passerby rudely pushed him away, telling him to go work. The passerby walked away. The beggar remained standing alone on his knees. From the darkness, a young man with a flask in his hands approached him, to whom the old man immediately asked for a coin. The boy gave him the vessel. The beggar was surprised by the alcohol, muttering that money would be more appropriate. The young man sat down nearby and quietly uttered the first part of the cipher. The old clothes wear best. The beggar's eyes widened in shock when he heard the continuation about new friends. The conversation came to an end. The boy silently stood up. The entire pitiful appearance of the old man instantly disappeared. He authoritatively ordered to follow him. They went out to the camp hidden in the forest above the foggy river. They came to unremarkable huts. It was the headquarters of the Beggar Sex Intelligence Network. The young man looked around attentively. He assessed the powerful barrier skillfully deployed around the ordinary huts. He understood the full danger of the situation. Without prior preparation of golden energy, the sect's hidden elite would easily suppress him. The old man invited him inside, but in the semi-darkness under the roof, an ambush was already lying in wait. The boy calmly apologized for the intrusion at the very moment a fighter with a bamboo stick jumped on him. The attacker put all his strength into his strike. The young man did not even flinch, easily blocking the blows of two guards at once. The boy smiled sarcastically. He did not know how cold the hospitality was in the beggar sect. The old man frowned. "Child of the Tan clan, from whom did you learn the secret cipher?" He pressed sternly. "Answer honestly. Did the head of the alliance himself tell you? Otherwise, how could someone like you possibly know it?" The secret was significant. In all of Jianghu, at most 5 people knew this phrase. The old man interpreted the young man's silence as a sign of a guilty conscience. "What unclean conscience?" The young man coldly ordered to stop these futile provocations. He warned that otherwise his respect for the elder would end right there. The old man's face was distorted by rage. The youth stood unshaken, although a deadly aura of the old man was already rising around. "Impudent boy," the old man flared up, gained some fame and already incredibly arrogant. Green energy surged around the old man. His power burst out. In the glow of green light, he called himself the beggar performer, Punsan. He asked grimly if the youth understood whom he was talking to. The boy did not back down. It was they who behaved rudely, and he came not as a junior in Jianghu, but as a representative of his clan. He named the real cipher to immediately meet with the head of the branch. His gaze slid past the old man to the figure hiding in the shadow behind. "Then why these games, if the real head stands right before me?" The young man asked mockingly if the head of the department had not been changed more than a month ago. The gray-haired old man was stunned. The young man's jab hit the mark. A strong gray-haired man silently emerged from the darkness. Could this really be the head of the department himself, Chan Sofin? He stepped into the light. The man smiled. Rumors that the sword dragon was fading and the emerald dragon was rising were, after all, not lies. The true leader suggested to put aside mutual hostility and speak frankly. "Then let's speak frankly," he said. He introduced himself as the divine fighting beggar, Chan Sofin. The young man recognized him instantly. He was one of the 3 leaders who, together with Do Hyen, raised the Anti-Blood Alliance. The aura that he radiated was unusual. Gaining his favor was extremely important. After all, above all else, it was the beggar sect that saved the common people in Kaifeng when a deadly disaster occurred. Chan Sofin stepped closer. He had many questions. But first, had the guest heard about him from Saren? Saren? Chan warned against misinterpretation. They are connected only by the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. So for what reason did the young man use a secret cipher to meet with him? And for what else? The boy held his gaze. "For information," he replied. The young man met his gaze coldly. "Does it really make a difference? Both the Hao faction and the beggar sect are essentially information organizations, so he should just give him what he needs." Chan's face twisted with anger. Does the Tang clan dare to say such a thing? Does he think that the sect of beggars can give what it desires? The young man only smiled slyly. "Perhaps the Tan clan itself is not up to it, but I can give you this." And he raised a small, radiant bottle. He asked an unexpected question. "Have not the demon tracks that the sect has been chasing recently simply dissolved into the air?" Chan shuddered. How does he know? Could a spy have infiltrated their inner circle? A stone? And what is he supposed to sniff? The young man sat down, dropped some from the bottle onto the stone, and handed it to the leader. Chan admitted that he did not feel anything at all. And then it dawned on him. He does not even sense those traces of scent that should definitely be there. The young man confirmed his suspicion. That is exactly how the demons slipped away from the pursuit. This was the divine artifact of the heavenly thief, fragrances that erase any scent without a trace. If this is true, Chang realized, then everything falls into place. He recalled the suspicious report from Sichuan. At the time, he had dismissed it as false. The statement of the Tang heir, who tracked the scentless fragrances with his own nose, seemed absurd. It was attributed to the desperate attempts of a fading clan to claim credit. The youth's hand flared with green energy around the bottle. He obtained a sample of these fragrances while tracking a poisonous demon, and using it, he brought the matter to an end. He created a poison capable of tracking these invisible fragrances. This was something that even the chief advisor and divine doctor once failed to create. Otruta, seeker of scent. He gave his creation a name, the scent of the chase for 10,000 li. This changed everything. With this stone, the beggar sect could immediately resume hunting the vanished demons. This would undoubtedly clear their dead end, Chen admitted. But a bad premonition did not leave him. Such an artifact would be almost impossible to obtain. The young man confirmed his anxiety. Behind this stands someone who needs chaos in Jianghu. Too many such demons disappeared almost simultaneously. Someone is deliberately supplying them with these fragrances. And the fact that they are produced and distributed in large quantities meant only one thing. Behind this stands a huge secret organization, not a lone criminal. In the blood-red darkness, the figure of the true enemy was already taking shape. The cult of blood came into motion. Shadows stirred. The cult of blood moved, covering the city with horror. The light green stone pulsed with poison, capable of tracking even a hidden scent. The leader of the beggars did not take his eyes off it. He fully understood the value of the find. Incense that disperses scent is a divine artifact, inaccessible even to powerful demons. Lately, too many enemies had disappeared following the same scenario, as if someone was deliberately sowing chaos in Jianghu. Tang emerged from this darkness and confirmed the suspicion. Unknown parties were deliberately supplying them with this incense. Mass production of such an artifact meant only one thing. Behind it all stood not a lone madman, but a huge shadow organization. The threat became real. The bloody cult finally made its move. The red fog covered the night city. Hostile silhouettes were already lurking on the rooftops. The leader of the beggars tensed up. He asked which group was being referred to and why Tan suddenly fell silent mid-sentence. Instead of answering, the young man approached the candle. He laid out forbidden items on the table: Crane's poison and the soul-seeking arrow. He explained the origin of this weapon. The uncle acquired it from a mysterious group directly connected to the missing demons. And most importantly, Tan handed over the ledger with all the meeting places. The beggar's face was illuminated by a predatory joy, but the joy instantly turned into suspicion. Why did the young man come to them with such evidence and not to the Murim alliance? Tan looked him straight in the eyes. In this corrupt world, only the beggar sect still holds on to justice. It was the pure truth. Despite their ragged appearance, the sect possessed enormous wealth. However, they did not spend a single copper coin on their own benefits, giving everything for the protection of the weak. They were not interested in money. Justice remained their only religion. They never betrayed it, even under the cold rain, looking into the eyes of senseless death from an enemy's sword. Through all trials, no beggar ever betrayed their principles. Hearing such words of recognition was unusual. The leader even coughed, hiding his emotion. Tan interrupted, saying he did not intend to flatter, and the beggar, feeling his sincerity, got down to business. He looked at the stone, capable of tracking a target for 10,000 li, and directly asked what the young man wanted in return. The leader was already mentally preparing to give away a whole fortune. Such a thing was critically necessary for hunting demons. Ten only sighed. How could the head of the main department have such bad intuition? His only condition was simply to continue the tracking. The beggar froze in surprise, and Tan turned away, pondering whether it was worth telling about the small outpost. He decided to withhold the information so as not to expose the sect to the strike of the bloody cult. Instead, he planned to extract data from the leader himself. Tan carefully assessed the interlocutor. He was about 10 years younger, but already radiated the aura of an outstanding warrior. Suddenly, silence fell. It was broken by the loud, sincere laughter of a beggar. After laughing, he admitted that he might seem crazy, yet he still decided to lay all the cards on the table. He officially proposed to the Sichuan clan that Tan unite forces, so that in the future they could even challenge the alliance itself. The young man smiled faintly. Finding an ally in Jianghu with equally radical goals was real luck. While Tan mentally rejoiced at this strategic victory, the leader suddenly added that he had one more personal proposal. He wants to become his friend. The beggar confidently extended his hand, wrapped in a purple aura. Tan was stunned. He reminded about their huge age difference. But for the leader, it was a trifle. He brazenly stated that it was not worth clinging to the rules if Tan was the first to switch to informal address. The beggar joyfully suggested to drink to the new friendship and ordered to call him older brother from now on. The next morning, the sun's rays mercilessly beat into the eyes. Tan sat on the floor holding a split head. The hangover did not subside, and he, staggering, went outside. He did not understand how that guy managed to consume so much alcohol. However, a warm smile blossomed on Tan's face. He recalled their night drinking spree. His companions were either still asleep or had gone their separate ways on errands. He thought that he could also use some rest. The young man was walking leisurely through the noisy market. He was satisfied. The negotiations with the sect went even better than he expected. Suddenly, a black energy emerged from the shadows beneath his feet. From it protruded the indignant head of Mumion. Tan quickly slipped into a deserted alley to avoid attracting the crowd's attention. He irritably ordered the shadow to stop whining through the whispering technique. Mumion fully emerged from the darkness. He was jealous. Why did Tan befriend some beggar but ignore him? Tan calmly replied that there was only a misunderstanding between them. This angered the assassin even more. He complained about how hard it was to constantly hide in the shadows and was outraged by the young man's double standards. After all, by status he was the younger brother of his master, but he constantly made concessions. Tan smiled slyly and replied that he did not ask for concessions, but suddenly his gaze caught something interesting. In the crowd near the bulletin board, his eyes dangerously flashed with blue light. The Murim Alliance was urgently looking for new blacksmiths. It was a perfect chance. So Tan immediately called the assassin. Mumayon even lit up upon hearing that a favor was needed for a friend and happily asked what needed to be done. Learning that a mask made of human skin was needed, he contentedly plunged into the shadows. In a moment, he handed the mask to Tan. The young man caught the mask and thanked him. And at that very moment, with a powerful kick, he sent the assassin back into the shadow portal. The strike was unexpected. Mumayon shockingly raised his head from the floor. Tan coldly reminded him of his own words. Friends must understand each other, so he should not be offended that he was left behind. Tan stood smugly in the middle of the street. Suddenly, an outraged shout rang out from behind. "Hey, you cheater!" The action shifted to the Alliance. Soon, a crowd of recruits gathered in the spacious forge. The chief blacksmith irritably lined them up. He grumbled that in the rush they had recruited only novices. Suddenly, the master's gaze stopped on Tano, who was lazily stretching in a stranger's mask, hands behind his head. The blacksmith's face twisted with rage.